Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Chan.
Hi, morning. Morning, everyone. Quite hot here, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll turn these down.
This, finally the weather is getting warm. It's okay. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's definitely not. No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's not too bad, but we can, But the weather is getting better. Weather is getting much better. Good morning, everyone. We can start now.
He's vanished. Well, I'm trying to start that anyway. It pops up and down. You've got the background picture.
It's amazing. Hi, morning.
Right, here we go. Mute.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's moving here, but not moving here. Amazing. I think the same seems every time I have something wrong.
Go again to this.
No,
When you set up, go to set very good settings.
setting, but you see, think
Okay, so
No.
just do control. Just do this. Okay. So now,
there's no,
no. Okay, so
don't know
And-
what happened.
but with this one, it
Doesn't work
doesn't work as well.
suddenly. Suddenly,
Okay, so what we need to do, we need somehow to get to
control
set-
panel. Yeah,
Yeah, control panel. Yeah.
but I don't know where. Where is this is
No.
secondly, this doesn't work as well. It's strange. It never happened before.
Yeah, so do again because I think the settings, I don't know what are they called now in this new world. So display, just type display.
Let's come back now.
Okay,
It's okay now.
so just go to settings,
to settings.
Yes. and then if you know settings, then just type display or settings there. Okay, so now we need to show display. Or monitors.
Devices.
Yeah.
System.
No. Is there a display there?
Display. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're doing now, what you need to say here is not what you need to say. Should be setting there which says mirror.
Oh.
Mirror the image.
Multi-display.
Okay, so just do this and just say mirror. What does it say? Show.
Stay only on one. Duplicate.
Duplicate.
Duplicate
Yeah,
was display.
that's it.
Oh.
We got there in the end.
Yeah. It's just a moment, I don't know why the mouse is frozen. So, same, always something. I thought today is more smooth, but it's no,
Always happens, like, when you
no
think
quite as
things
smooth.
are going great.
Yeah. Today is no strike. Today is come almost on time, on time. I think it's perfect, but then that's why sometimes I'm superstitious. Seems like somebody somewhere like. Okay.
Always I remember, so I used to go on motorbike to work.
Yeah.
And you know, you're coming out in the morning and
Yeah.
you drive and the road is empty. So, oh, great.
That's
So,
it.
like, you know, there's no jam there. And
Yeah.
like
That's
about
it.
2-3 minutes.
Something happened. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's what I think like English called the like a jinx,
Yeah.
which is
Exactly.
really is.
I think it's the Tao telling you, well, you don't know anything.
So that's in the Dao De Jing. Lao Tzu have a saying says, "反者道之动." That's probably that what it means. Yeah, 反者 which means if it's unexpected,
Yeah.
that means the Dao is acting.
Yes.
So it's like there's a 反者道之动, and we concise that to 反动. 反动 nowadays, not the since Mao, since the Cultural Revolution, not our Cultural Revolution, before Cultural Revolution, 反动is became a term to explain somebody against the trend. For example, if everyone like normally you look back history. For instance, like if the world all want peace or approve peace is winning, like the Second World War, for example,
Yeah.
then if someone promoting anti-peace, we call it 反动. So it's been negative words now, negative terms, but actually the means is not that. The means 反者道之动 in Dao De Jing is basically means when expecting they're not work, when they're working not you expected, that's a Dao acting. Interestingly, to the Chinese medicine, that's what I found is very valuable, is when you expecting things. That's what I always try to tell people. You whenever you use herbs and you have judgment, it doesn't matter it's wrong. If it went wrong,
Yeah, it's intention.
it's good. Yeah, is you got to engage the Dao first.
Yeah.
Maybe wrong. If wrong, you got to listen. If you're not wrong, you improve it. You reassure. The worst of all is you don't know what you're doing. Then there's no, in Buddhism we call no start. No yuan, which means you don't start the thing. It's like that is then you probably harder to learn because you don't know what you're doing. And I think for Chinese medicine, it's very much very valuable for that. Okay, we carry on. Today, it's not a great deal of the text work, but we have more pieces to talk about, and we can discuss. And also because we don't have many people, I really want you to, when they have place, you just think about it, what you may think about it, what may you use, and then we can, I can share my ideas, will maybe help you or maybe not, but because obviously the case I shared here is been proven my formula does work. So but then if you can have a clue what you think, that's what I mean. If you have some idea, it doesn't matter how correct or wrong, and we can discuss. And if you have any questions, just chip in anytime, and we can answer straight away, and then maybe better for others as well. Last time we just finished the first section, chapter 20, and we started a bit of chapter 21.
It was an introduction at the same time. Yeah, I think that's
here, isn't it? 小柴胡汤. Yeah, so the Golden Chamber synopsis, 金匮要略, set a very solid foundation for TCM practical system, basically. So in gynecological issues, and there's 3 chapters talking about it. So we call the 妇科3章 is really basically answer the most questions. To be honest, like nowadays, so many development so-called of Chinese medicine in the gynecological issues, none of them over the three layers, 3 foundations. In fact, it made it more complicated. And then that's what Dr. Jing is saying, you know, 五色令人目盲, too many colors, 5 colors makes people blind. So because we busy in attaching the Western medicine term, so for example, like gynecological issue, while treating the infertility over the years, and I'm not good at it anyway. So my Western medicine knowledge has been out of update for so many years. So I don't like it anyway. I don't like intend to talking about just hormones and this and that. I just based on what Chinese medicine talking about, or the Golden Chamber synopsis talking about what gynecological issue is. Basically, what is the difference aspect of the energy of female to male. So if we understand that, then everything we can develop from there. So that's what the Golden Chamber synopsis really tell us. So for after delivery, after labor, the thing is, we know when the female have pregnancy, as all the body is geared up for developing a life, which is rather so they try to give the most important thing of everything. And that's all that by TCM is being supplied or being initiated and also continues supplied by Chung channel and the Ren channel. And we know when we learn the Chinese acupuncture channels, we know the Chung channel, there's a very strongly attached with kidney channels and liver channels. And the Ren channel, which is in the middle, but then is concentrated over the yin. So which is basically our body, our female or mother will try to give the essence of every kind to supply the development of energy. And all those, like, that's what sometimes I think it's just like a grass, like a tree, like a seeds, for example. When we see the seeds starting germinating, starting growing, when you dug it out, the very beautiful, full of seeds, rotten, disappearing, dried up. That's exactly what happened to the mother. So the mother, during that whole procedure, the energy became empty inside, losing everything, losing the essence. We think that's why the mother is always great. Is we really, however beautiful words for the mother is nothing, or not over exaggerating it. So because it gave everything to the new life, so that we leave empty channels, empty essence, empty energy, so that will attract lots of problems. That is quite a bit different in modern medicine and Chinese medicine. For example, in Chinese culture, like a miscarriage, like early miscarriage, for example, if someone terminated their pregnancy, whatever the reason is, within a month or 2, it doesn't show anything yet, and just be terminated. It seems like they later have a proper period, a couple of times period. That's everything back to normal. So in Western culture, maybe, or Western medicine, that's not a big deal at all. But in Chinese medicine, that's even worse. Not even worse, it's just as bad, or maybe even worse. That's because as soon as the Chung Ren start acting, so the energy already leaked and exhausted. So that's why in Chinese culture, normally miscarriage have to be treated or looked after like the proper delivery. So it's not any not any less damage than that. In fact, that's what we know in China, in plants, in nature. When the plants starting developing mature, and a lot of energy starting coming down and nourish the, not nourish, try to stock up in the root and stock up in seeds and ready for next cycle of life. So really, we believe if a proper, complete pregnancy and delivery, laboring, and maybe healthier, not maybe, definitely healthier than in the middle disturbed or terminated pregnancy. So that's the one thing. So we have to think the energy, invisible energy, rather than physical fluid, blood, this kind of things, because that are secondary. So that's the first thing. So if we understand that, so labor does give us sign, make us easier to understand about the labor and damage. Sorry, labor damage is the whole example, like losing the fluid, losing the blood, losing flesh. So that will really drain not only the energy, also the physical materials. Are two things. So when we see the physical material, that's what I normally try to remind myself is all the Chinese medicine diagnostic structures is try to focus on the energy rather than physical material. Someone looks giant, looks very big, not necessarily strong, but of course, they're stronger in physical material, physical body, but not necessarily stronger in our attack. So that's why, for example, I do think like a CT scan or MRI scan, X-ray, blood test can never replace post-diagnosis and the tongue diagnosis and the color observations, because this Chinese medical things we learned so far, the colors, the pulse, strains, is really more closer to the energy conditions rather than physical conditions. So very often you can see someone come to you very strong, looks, particularly someone even on steroids, whatever, when they do the trainings. The pulse rather shallow, sometimes quite thready and thin. So for that kind of people, they are weak in the aspect of energy. So they are not necessarily any stronger. And that we have to have quite a strong, we have to have confidence to the pulse. For example, like a couple of days ago, someone came to me and she's had quite a bad issue. It's breast cancer, and she had lots of pain, and she refused to go to close to any. But she had lots of treatment, spent lots of money, but she doesn't go to normal medicine treatments. But at the time when I see her, she's really pain and jumpy, and really it's quite very disturbing. You can see she's a lot of suffering. And after a few times herbs so far, she's not much pain now, but the tumor itself doesn't look not much improved, I have to say, because the condition still, still looks pretty shocking for him. But then for her, I take her pulse, the right hand pulse, the energy pulse, far more relaxed and settled. So I grounded. I said, well, that's it, improving. But she doesn't feel worse, but she doesn't feel clearly improved. But I said, this pulse is improving. Don't worry, and you carry on. And I talked with her for about 10 to 20 minutes or half an hour. So then later, after she back home, she texted me. She said, oh, it does. I do feel better. And it's not. So she read her record. Her pain is much more less, and so on. So which means, obviously, not, maybe sometimes, particularly when they come to us, when we say they feel better, they may think, okay, oh, well, you want to just comforting us or the kind. It's not really like that. We have to, how do we judge, particularly in the very complicated cases, or maybe very unlikely to succeed cases, like, for example, because she's already spreading everywhere. So I never say she will be quickly better. I can only see we can improving it, but how far, we don't know. So many reasons, disturbs and whatever. So we can't really tell. But then in the middle, how do we judge our directions? So by observing energy with post-diagnosis, tongue diagnosis, will help us in great deal. And that really matters to us than anything else. Otherwise, we can be, very often we're lost. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know where we are. So, of course, sometimes modern medical diagnostic things does help us. But then it's not always the case. For example, another case, which sorry to talk about, a gentleman came to me, he had a really bad injury, an infection is really bad, and the bone marrow infected. So actually, it's not much choice. So if it's carry on like that, could it be a big issue? Could it be operations things which hospitals can't do it now because they don't really think it's good conditions yet, because he have lots of other heart cardiological issues or whatever. So he came to me for acupuncture and herbs, and his pain is much improved, and also his blood test, the infection factors is reduced. Now I think it's less than 20 or something like that, which is quite good. But then when I take his pulse is really taut. Really, as you know, I said, well, it's not for me. I don't think there's big improvement yet. Although so his wife said, oh, you know, because before when in the hospital, when you use very strong steroids the first time, when the infection dropped, only 4 or 5 days since they stopped antibiotics, immediately infections factors increased to, you know, like 100 or something like that. So I said, yeah, that is for me, that could happen again, because from my feeling, the pulse is not really getting improved. So obviously, you know, I told her you need to carry on with what we're doing now, including herbs, particularly I increase herb dosage. Which I think why it's like that is because internally there's blood blockage is there, it's not being solved. That's why in the herbs, the very recent herbs, I increased frankincense and myrrh inside, which because after a while, because his digestive system is pretty poor. So I used a lot of herbs before building up his digestive system. And now I think he can cope with the frankincense and the myrrh a bit to help the circulation of the channels. So that's the thing. Although the clinical, you know, like a laboratory test is improving, but if the pulse is not changing, in my personal experience, the condition is not really much improved. They can quickly come back. But if the pulse is already getting better, we almost can sure the condition is improved. So that's what I mean. You know, all the TSM diagnostic system is really stand on the ground of qi, of invisible, rather than the physical things. This is quite a thing. But of course, fluid, blood, sweating, loose during the laboring, we can tell there's lots of physical loss of that. So in that, as written, we have to be careful. There's a few things like that's what Mao, 大便难, and this is the 3 major issues. It's all to do with fluid or blood loss. So, for example, in England, when after labor, they normally in the hospital, like will try to give them like a hot water bath or hot water shower is fine, but hot water bath is highly unrecommended in Chinese medicine because not recommended, highly not recommended at all. Shower is okay to just you know, quick wash and which is fine. To use warm water, no so hot, and with hot water bath soaking that and then produce more sweat. That's definitely unnecessary. Losing more yin. Just as quick as possible. You know, in China, you know, I think if you maybe heard about in Chinese culture, you know, normally it's not allowed to wash for a month, which is a bit excessive. And I think maybe in the Mongolia desert or some, maybe it's okay, but they can't wash anyway, they're too cold. But nowadays it's but quick, dry, it's better than, you know, like, and avoid wind, because that time is the most vulnerable time ever. So that is quite important.
because the meaning of wash in
Yeah.
the old days
Yeah.
and nowadays
Yeah.
is different.
It's
right?
different, yeah.
Because when they are saying typically after qigong, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing, you shouldn't be washing for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But actually,
Mm.
the reason they were saying it is because before it was cold, so
Yeah.
you don't go to cold after you've done your exercise.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
quick shower, warm shower is okay.
Yeah, quick warm shower, comfortable warm shower is quite good. And I found myself personally the issue because I not recently, but I like to moxibustion myself in the evenings. For example, if I'm really tired, I try to do that. And normally, because of smell, whatever, normally I have a shower afterwards. I found so I stopped that. Few times I found afterwards I feel like a bit bunged up nose, slightly bunged up, feel a bit heavy, sluggish. Not always, but occasionally. And suddenly I realized, okay, maybe it's that because particularly my moxibustion the kidney channels like the Tai Xi, the kidney 3, or the kidney the He upon the yin gu, the He upon of a kidney channel. I don't know the number, maybe 9 or something like that. And then the pulse is open. The kidney energy, the Chong energy is rising. And then the pulse is open, and then you have a shower. It's warm, obviously, but sometimes you can't avoid it. It's a cold there first. And then the energy get into the pulse. So it's rather wait a bit longer, or maybe next day or whatever. So that's what I tell like a few people, like very recently, for example, like a couple of days ago, someone he's a pilot. He's he's like 50 years old, about 50, 40, early 50s. He got headaches, regular headaches. And he said, the very interesting thing is he feel every time when he fly, he have got a slight headache. He doesn't feel safe. And I talk about that. And I says he have a hobby, which has been there for 20 years or whatever since his career. If he have a job flight, he normally have a cold shower in the morning because he think he's ready, he's fresh, he go. I said, well, that's probably the reason he got headache. Yeah. But normal days, he think it's fine. So he think it's the stress and the pressure. Of course, there's one contribution of that. But the thing is, in the morning, have cold shower. That's the worst thing you can do to your yang energy, because yang is starting rising, and then you go cold water to maybe you feel alert. But then when you're young, your body fit, you can overcome it. And so that the cold water shower make like stimulants acting, which is okay. But you use more energy to get the yang energy back again, which is fine. Maybe it's slightly exhaustion, but you can cope. But when he's getting older, more than 50 years old, your yang energy is starting depleting. And in Chinese medicine, we know about 56, 7, 8 is the yang energy exhaustion, which is male menopause time. So which means the yang energy starting running really the end of it. It's much, by modern science, about around 55 years old, the testosterone level for male generally drop considerably. So therefore, the yang energy is physically and energy-wise all reduced. So therefore, he no longer able to overpowering the fresh water, cold water. So I told him to change that. I don't know what is the result yet, but he had acupuncture. So he also had kind of neck issues, of course, for his profession. But I mean, those kind of things, it always happens to a vulnerable time. And that's what I always try to remind myself is we always have to consider or think about the conditions of qi rather than say the physical things. Although he looks strong, he think he's just like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, he thinks still fit, but not necessarily. So the energy is starting deteriorating. And that so far, we seem can't really reverse that. Yeah. So that is so in this line, basically is talking about the how to dealing. I can't exactly remember last time. Do we talk the formula yet? We just started, isn't it? This line, this sentence.
Yeah.
We finished that. Yeah. We talked about that, yeah. So we, next one, yeah, okay, that's what I think, yeah, okay. So the third line, which is obviously last time I said why the 小柴胡汤 able to do that. You know, 小柴胡汤 in fact, 小柴胡汤 can exhaust. Sorry. That's interesting. I think there must be some software going on in the background. Yeah. So the third is to do with if the after symptom disappears, if the appetite is increasing, and you know that is and as well, yeah. sorry. Next one we did as well. No. Okay. So that is finished. We do this formula is very commonly used in Chinese culture, and I do recommend the formula to lots of English people as well. If after the postpartum postnatal conditions, sorry, when someone want to come to the class, but my mouse is not reacting, not working. I don't know. Again, strange later. I think there's some program running in the background, and maybe that's the reason. So then, if the young mother just had a baby, have the cramp and heavy pain in the stomach. The original word is called 腹中朽痛. And this word, to be honest, is if you ask the Chinese people, I think 99% of people don't know what it means. Tong is pain, or is aching or pain. But 朽痛 is a very special term in Chinese medicine, particularly only used in this condition. I don't see other conditions we use these words. But what it really exactly means, and I did ask quite a lot of people about that. And the 朽, this word, sorry, the 朽itself, for example, if the words is special words, but the nuts of a pronunciation and a part of the words is exactly the same words used with, like, for example, something rotten. For example, the wood is rotten, we call it 朽木. So the 朽痛 is like the pain, not really strong, or almost like the background pain, annoying pain, and the noticeable pain, ongoing all the time. That's why I translated to cramp and heavy. So they are really not something you can ignore, but they are not quite something really stop you doing things completely. So this kind of pain is obviously we knew if it's a weakness pain, it normally is not so urgent. The weakness pain is normally the background, and you press, you squeeze it, you feel better. But if it's really excessive pain, you can't touch. They're very intense. You know, just like, for example, if someone have like stomach pain, if they need to go to the toilet, for example, they got to go. You can't just wait. But some people can have pain whole day, but don't have urge. They can leave alone. So that is excessive with insufficiency. The very clear difference in between. And the 朽痛 is not quite like none of them. It's in the middle. So it's background ongoing pain, but they're always there. Like I asked quite a few people, like for example, like they have endometriosis, like fibroids when they have the plate up, and also someone if have like inflammative colitis, colon symptoms, they like that. They're ongoing, they are there, they're constantly there. You can't ignore, but they're not really manifested the pain, stop you doing things. And this kind of pain we call the 朽痛. Basically, just like something is rotten, like a wood is rotten, is since they are rotten, they're no longer as hard as the original wood, but they are still wood. They are not become powder yet. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah. So if that is condition, for example, if there is a cold pain, because we learned the stomach pain before, if there's really very sharp cold pain, what we use? Do you remember? Yeah. Yeah. 附子、川乌、薏米，we had the formulas like 赤丸, like so on. That kind of things really good for that to chase the cold, get rid of the chase the cold out, which is really good. But if it's a chronic pain, it's very weak pain, we can tonic. For example, we can have pure tonic. But for the female, after the delivery, the yin energy is very exhausted, weak. You don't want the wutou and the fuzi, those kind of herbs, to further consuming the yin. It's already valuable yin. So that's why Yisheng gave the formula, 当归生姜羊肉汤. The 当归生姜羊肉汤, 当归 we know the herb. 生姜 is the ginger, 羊肉 is lamb. So it's basically it's a food. In fact, a lot of this formula is really popular in China in the winter, particularly. People cooking that as like a stew, is really tasty and really nice. So if for female, we normally put dangui in it. If the family, for example, for every family member use, we don't need use dangui. We can put more. Myself in my household, I put a lot of spring onions in, so that we just perfect meal and taste well. I mean, I like it and very tasty and very nourish. So it's not only for female, not only for obviously even the donghui plus the shengjiang yangrou, not only for female, for male is good as well.
Kanji? You make this like kanji?
Kanji, I don't know what's called.
Rice pudding. Rice.
Oh no, it's not a zhou. It's not a zhou. It's more like it's like soup.
Okay.
Yeah, so you like I don't think like stoking, like a sorry, like a stew, like a big pot of soup. Yeah, in Chinese we call it soup. We just like cook them, slower better. Apparently, slower the better. You can do a couple hours, even better, like Cantonese doing.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes they just don't even eat meat, just drink, which is better do together. Quite simple, quite easy to do. And in northern China, particularly in the winter, because in northern China we eat lots of lamb. Lamb is quite. I think maybe it's because someone believes that's because that's a clear sign of northern China is being heavily influenced by Mongolia, the horseback nomadic culture. In my part of China, we eat a lot of lamb, and everywhere, particularly if you go to most of China, actually, even south now, in the winter, the very common breakfast in the winter is the lamb soup. Can be very thin, but if someone have money, if it's more expensive, you pay more, they could put more meat in, and also offals as well from lamb. And then they have lots of ginger and spring onion with some kind of a cake, salty, savory baked cake. That's one very common Chinese breakfast in northern China. Very, very common until, from the 2nd of February in Chinese calendar, it's starting deteriorating. And then because young energy is starting rising, so people stopping it. But since the winter solstice, that will be started very popular for that. It's very tasty and very nourished. And so that is the formula, because this can warming up the lower burner and nourish the yin and nourish the yang. Yang rou, the lamb, is very unique. We know the lamb is the young animal, particularly in the most easy get meat, young meat surround us. Obviously, we have lots of young meat as well. For example, like deer, reindeer meat. Reindeer, like venison is very young meat, but it's not easy to get and not quite easy to farm. And cow, the beef is young as well, but beef is also in the Chinese history for a long time, for at least for a few hundred years. You can't slaughter beef, slaughter cow. It's illegal because first, yeah, like India. In Chinese culture, obviously, tourism culture don't eat beef. It's because in tourism culture, tourism, Lao Tzu's ride on is a cow. Well, it's a buffalo or cow. In different parts, they draw different pictures. First, and also in long time in Chinese history, it's because agriculture. They try to encourage agriculture, try to stop people slaughtering the cow for their. So the rich people, they want like cow every day, and then the poor people have less animal to use to agriculture. That's why there's a long time, few hundred years. It's even the cow died naturally, they can't be eaten. They have to be buried. So that's how they think. So the lamb is a very commonly used animal, and also, for example, like the goat, they can climb in the mountains really high. So they're very, very young animal. So because they are young animal, and also the flesh is very nourished. So it's nourished. That's why in Chinese we use lots of lamb product, lamb associated things to nourish the insufficiency, particularly after long, severe chronic disease. In tonic wise, I think I told before, in course wise, in tonic wise, we very like to use a word we call the 血肉有情. 血肉有情 basically means someone, 有情 is, if direct translate, 有情 means have emotions. So like have temperature. So 血肉 is a flesh and blood. So with flesh and blood have emotion medicine, it will far more nutritious, far more stronger nourishment to our physical body than the grass and the wood, this kind of no emotion, no flesh things. That's what in Chinese medicine thinks. So therefore, when we tonic issues of people, for example, like a recent, not recently, but the last couple of years, I'm treating people since COVID. Lots of patients, quite often, patients have toothaches, have kidney insufficiency, kidney weakness. And the particular reason, I don't know what you feel like the last couple of weeks, there's another wave of infections coming out. Lots of people starting having. They're not necessarily COVID, but they are infected. And some of them, quite often, some of them have toothaches badly. And even after the COVID gone, they still start to have toothaches and so on. And my personal think that's because COVID virus or COVID, this kind of pathogens belong to cold and the damp pathogen. So they destroy the yang energy, so they affect shao yin, which is kidney yang and heart yang. So with someone who have kidney yang insufficiency, and it could affect their tooth conditions and so on. So to nourish them, I normally use like, for example, like 金匮肾气 normally works well. But in here, you can't use foods and so on. But you can 金匮肾气 form itself is okay. But for some conditions, they're not really working really well. So I normally put 血肉有情, some animals things. I use oyster shell, 牡蛎, or 龙骨. If 龙骨and 牡蛎, you can get in England. You can get it and in concentrated form, so it's okay. And most people have no issue. If you talk to them, I will use some oyster shell in the herbs. They fine. It's not like something some insects or whatever. It's annoying. And if they can't do that, I ask them to use, maybe take the oyster with them, or take some, so which is yin tonic, kidney yin tonic, which is same for this kind of condition. It's better than like 熟地黄 and so on. Although it's similar, acting the similar kind of, in Chinese medicine, they have similarity in the aim of what we do. Otherwise, if they can't normally, I suggest if I don't, because I don't always have this kind of thing, I ask them to take some, if they have low calcium, take some calcium tablets, whatever. So in the modern medical term, as maybe to do with the enamel conditions, in Chinese medicine is to do with kidney conditions. So, and to nourish such a situation, the herbs maybe not quite as good as the animal product. Like chicken, for example, some have a weakness, very fatigue and lost weight. Chicken stew certainly is better than Shichuan Dabu only. So you can use them together, go together. So particularly for the weakness, if there is a weakness, a severe weakness, especially their digestive system also poor, they can't absorbing things properly. The like egg, the chicken, the meat, if they are not vegetarian, always works better, easier than the herbs. So if our human being, if we take our body's 5 elements as standard, the animal 5 elements situation closer to us than the plants. So that's why it's easier to tonic. And in Chinese medicine, we particularly have words called 血肉有情, which means flesh and blood have emotions. So therefore, they're more closer to nourish. So in that sense, the very cruel slaughters of animals and whatever is really bad for the condition. So I know, you may have heard about, some, I think it's BBC reported once. I watched it from English channels. I can't remember the BBC or ITV, which is someone secretly filmed the extract, the bear's bladder, bear's bowel through the like open wound. They feed them and then they take it, which is really, really cruel, really moving. It's terrible, but in fact, that's also really bad as well, because when the animal is in such a suffering, so the condition of that can't be good. Because energy will, that's why I don't think, for example, like sometimes I just wondering, for example, in Christianity or Catholics, they, particularly Jehovah's Witness, they not consume any blood product, whatever. That's probably to do with that as well. Because when I think in old time, maybe if they, I know some tribe, somewhere still, when they worship the natures, worship the god, they still use animal, slaughter animal, use blood as their kind of sacrifice to do. I think that kind of thing, the fear, the anger, the frustrations, the bad energy could inject it inside and will develop some bad things. So, which I mean, yeah, so that's the, so, okay, so it's just energy is the thing we use. That's why the happily lived animal product or naturally death of animal product or whatever should be far more helpful than the suffering stuff. So it's humanity as well as if efficacy or should be better than the otherwise. So the 当归生姜羊肉汤 is a very commonly used formula. You can apply to, you can tell the advise your patient to use, and we can use ourselves as well. As long as there is lower burner of the body, have the cold and insufficiency, blood weakness, and so on. And that's also used for male. For example, for male infertility, for example, if the male's sperm count is not good enough, and that's 羊肉生姜 is also helpful. But then if you ask them, for example, I know in English culture use a lot of cinnamons, and even better, you can use that as well. 当归 also really good. But recent years, 当归 being kind of, some people think it's made the 当归 almost like only female suitable. It's not really the truth. But for male, if you need long time use dong quai, you do need to be careful. It's necessary or not, because there's do have some report after long time use dong quai, the estrogen level is increasing, which is not what we like. So that's it. So this formula also good to hernia and deficiency, exhaustion, all sorts kind of issues. Obviously, it's like a food. For example, someone if is really exhausted, have a nice lamb stew. I think this we can say that's really good for them. And another cooking recipe, if you're interested, and actually we had last night. It's a lamb means we use lamb meat. That's my part of China, northern China, a very common Chinese New Year dumpling fillings. It's lamb means with lots of spring onion. Normally, it's obviously in the winter you don't have the small one, you have big ones. Because big ones more sweet, bit more sweet. Quite a big amount of spring onion. As a percentage, the Chinese recipe never give you a percentage. You can adjust yourself. And lots of ginger and carrot. Normally use carrot. Mix them up together with some kind of Sichuan pepper or some spice, a little bit spice, and sesame oil and a bit of salt or soy sauce. Mix them with make a filling of dumpling. You normally use like a plain flour dumpling, and then that is very common Chinese New Year thing, which is very nutritious. Because all the things, they're all young food, warm food. They're quite reasonably balanced. Lots of vegetable, lots of meat, quite a bit of carbohydrate, and they're really tasty. So you after eating that, you do feel hot, feel warm, and good for someone like colitis, chronic diarrhea, fatigue, this kind of, like endometriosis. It's all those kind of things really good.
Pinch them, huh?
Sorry.
So hard to pinch them shut for the dumplings.
Yeah.
You make them.
Oh right. Yeah. Doesn't matter. It doesn't. I'm not good at it at all. Some people can really good, just like this one squeeze. That's it. But as long as they wrapped, not leaking, otherwise it's no nice taste. But yeah, as long as you can make it up. And I think the different dumpling in Europe. I know in European dumplings, you put a lard inside of the flour, isn't it? Or you put some fat inside the flour, isn't it?
I don't make.
Oh, no. Chinese ones just plain
Flour and water.
flour and water. That's it, and then you wrap it up. So which is after you can boil it, or you can fry it. Normally, we boil is more common way of eating, and quite a therapeutic. That's what I mean. That's not only tasty food. And again, that's what I mean. That is really, even until today, it's a very common recipe in Chinese New Year evening. Chinese New Year Eve. Lamb means, yeah. And the proper way of doing it, which nobody, I don't think anybody doing it. Well, the proper way of doing it is just you chop the two meats, and during the procedure chopping it, you put a large quantity of spring onions go together with the meat, and also you put some Sichuan pepper water to make them less fly everywhere, and also can calm down the spring onions bad for your eyes. So that's all I can. But interestingly, the tastes are different. And we also have, that's what I mean, the lamb and the ginger is so important of the winter food in China. We also have another kind of, I have to say, I hasn't had it for 20, 30 years. But it's really tasty. We make a very tiny, like a meatball, but with lamb. But it's not in like a olive shape, rather than like the ball. Use lamb, pure lamb, and ginger and spring onion to make the and then fry it, and we normally get it ready, and cook with any food, put them together, almost like a Swedish meatball, which is nice, but it's in lamb. So it's also very good nourish to the organs. So lamb is a rather nourish meat for lower abdominal cold or lower burner yang insufficiency, because they are the young meat, which is in Chinese medicine, we have a obviously, you know, the agricultural civilization, we learn lots from nature and from our close animals. So of course, the lamb, we do know, you know, in like when the springs just start coming, lamb start, the goat or sheep starting mating and starting produce. So the young energy is really very sensitive to the young energy. Obviously, like a deer is the same, reindeer is the same. So, you know, you can see, you know, particularly because not far from where we live, there's a, I don't know what's the park's name, there's lots of deers there. Yeah, so, you know, in this time, yeah, in that time you can see a lot of small deers produced, and that is, so they are really early, so they are really, their pace of young rising is really so close to the nature of young rising. So that's what we learn from them. What they eating, what they use, we all use as herbs. So there's two herbs. It's to do with, for example, like yin yang huo is the honey goat grass. Is what is now very popular. Epimedi, isn't it? It's very, very popular to improve the, you know, testosterone levels. And another herb is called the Lu Xian Cao. It's the reindeer eating grass, as we normally use for injuries, for circulations, for arthritis. So those kind of, we learn lots from them, what they are doing. We can learn from them to do. So in the most of the common meat, common food table we can get, actually the lamb is most young meat we can get. So if someone have young weakness, we use that. But if some have very yin weakness, very firing in the body, lamb should be abandoned, should be avoided. There are some people, for example, like eczema, psoriasis, infections, bad infections, lamb can enough to trigger the problem. So that's also have to be careful. But if they eating lamb, obviously should not go with spring onions and ginger together to enhancing that. Another formula is after postpartum abdominal pain, which is really common. The most common issue after the labor is quite often the people will feel have heavy pain, like a 朽痛, joint pain. Some of them may be more sharp. So if the 朽痛, if it's not really strong, but background pain, 当归生姜羊肉 is really good because it gently warm up and also use the 血肉有情 to slowly building up, as it's far better. I think particularly in the old time, because old time people maybe generally malnutrited, you know, they hardly have meat to eat. They maybe don't have enough protein taken. So that's the condition. That formula will be ever so good. Nowadays, obviously, you know, other than vegetarian, we normally have too much of meat. So that will be not the case. But the strong pain, sorry, again, I just try to say another one. For the endometriosis in Chinese medicine, we do think endometriosis is due to the lower burner coldness. So which is basically means the lower burner hasn't got strong enough circulation to supply, to maintain the system as what it is. That's why the endometrius can attach somewhere, causing trouble. So if we have strong circulation, they should be just get rid of. So to improve that, to maintain the bodies going, there's few things. Lamb is things are normally advise them to take maybe weekly to help that, and particularly with ginger and spring onion. And another thing is observe, try to ask them to observing the lower abdomen's temperature. They even can measure their temperature. If the temperature low, they should be warming them up. Use hot water bottles or something like that, or moxibustion. So as long as they are relatively warm, not burning obviously, some of them can be feel hot, that's another issue. But if they're not cold, normally the condition is better. So that's why in Chinese, they call the uterus coldness, which is, I think that kind of terms being criticized by Daily Mail quite a few years ago. Someone bring me a paper, Daily Mail have articles on how, sometimes almost like a whole, how silly, Chinese medicine term, because someone went to see the Chinese medicine doctor in Harley Street for infertility. The doctor said you have a cold uterus. And so, oh my God, that is bizarre terms, but actually that's what we really think. I think that cold not necessarily, well, I have to say noticeable in temperature as well, but maybe not quite that noticeable. And again, it's not all the cold temp abdomen or equivalent cold uterus, and not all cold abdomen situations all have infertility. So that's why, that's why this all this line, because someone do have same temperature, but they have lots of children. But they could manifest, as long as they're cold or lower abdomen, they could be manifested to different problems. They maybe have diarrhea, or maybe have better, low energy, or disturbing sleep. So there must be something, and that's all could be scientifically explained. Which so yeah, I don't go into details, but they all can be perfectly explained in scientific terms. So that's not really we just made up. So if that's the case, if you realize for example, when you do acupuncture, you found the patient lower burner is quite cold, or when you use the heat treatment, for example, when you use lamp, the infrared lamp or whatever lamp you're doing it, if the lower abdomen underneath below belly buttons, if they're patchy, they lie there patches, for example. There could be some people after you use lamp doing it, you found the skin, some part is noticeably whiter, obviously general other part is more pink, but this part is relatively wider. If it's right in the middle, this is cold inside. Therefore, the moxibustion normally I will use, so which means the lamp, if you use big area warming up, doesn't really work. You go to deep down to catch the cold or chase the cold, or lamb meat should be recommended, or some kind of warm food should be considered, like cinnamon, ginger, spring onions will do them quite a lot of good. And for maintain and for therapeutic as well. So if the pain stronger than 袖痛, and then you go to use something stronger to dealing with. So that is a 止湿芍药散. But from the formula 止湿芍药散, we know that's not only, that's the main thing of this kind of pain is to do with qi stagnation. So 止湿芍药散 is mainly to do with lower burner, cold, qi stagnated, rather than only the blood insufficiency. So that is also common too. And this kind of patients will can be very angry, can be very disturbed, and the tongue picture will show full up. You see like edge at the lower part, later we will have some picture to show, you can see the root of the tongues raised up. So very full up, so there's stagnated qi. So therefore, 止湿芍药散 really good. 止湿 we learned before, 止湿 is one of the herbs we call the 破气, broken stagnated qi. And the 芍药 is the unique herbs or special herbs to stop the pain, stop the cramp, stop the heaviness, the yin insufficiency caused any cramps. So 芍药 is the common herb, the number one common herb we use for any kind of cramp, any kind of severe cramp pain. And the cramp normally we believe is quite a lot of reasons, but one of the direct causes of the cramp is due to lack of blood or fluid nourishment of the muscle, any kind of muscle, including the normal, like calf muscle, or like a arm muscle, and the internal organ muscles as well. But to causing the lack of supply of fluid and energy, there's few reasons. For example, the cold could be, the damp could be, and the just blood insufficiency could be. So 芍药 is severely good for the blood insufficiency or insufficiency caused there. So if the damp caused there, I don't remember you mentioned it before. It's 木瓜. We use 木瓜 for that. It's damp caused there. So if for cold it caused there, like a 川乌, that kind of herbs can be used. So it's varies. But even for the cold, 芍药 can be good. But for damp caused there, 芍药 is not good. We don't use 芍药because 芍药 is cold character and astringency nature. So we use 木瓜 for that. 木瓜, I think I mentioned in the herbs, but we not very commonly used. But 木瓜 I know in Britain, lots of arthritis people, arthritis, arthritis and joints and aches and pains. There is a formula called the 木瓜丸 a long time ago, which is very famous formula, very well-known formula in China. Is produced by Tongrenkang in China. Is one of the leading herbal pharmaceutical maker in China. Mu Gua Wan is quite a good formula, but in here, lots of people using it doesn't work well. That's because Mu Gua Wan not suitable for that kind of issues. Du Huo Ji Sheng is much better. Yeah, but if there are lots of damp, tongue is very slimy, and then Mu Gua could be useful. And also if they suffer stomach issues, and that will be good for them. So for example, if someone had diarrhea and vomiting, and then they could lose lots of body fluid, and then they have cramp, severe cramp, and poor appetite, then that's what Mu Gua good at. That's Mu Gua Can Sha Shan. We use Mu Gua and another medicine which is maybe sounds disgusting, but actually looks not. It's a silkworm drops. Can Sha. The silkworm, the silkworm have poo, silkworm poo with Mu Gua is really good for that kind of vomiting, diarrhea. No, silkworm. Silkworm poo looks really interesting. If they show you, you don't even think it's poo, because it's really like kind of a machine made, like small sand things. They have they have lines of.
So beautiful.
So
What's the herb called?
Can Sha. CANSHA. Can Sha. Can Sha in Chinese, a few times I really want to buy one back, but I didn't. In Chinese market, they sell Can Sha pillow, quite expensive actually. Hundreds, not right, because we in English term, but he's talking about could be 100 pounds or maybe 50, 60 pounds, something like that. But it's really heavy, and that is really good for eyesight, for children, particularly for children's eyesight. So that's a Can Sha. Because Can is eating mulberry leaves only, nothing else. So that's why they're quite clean, quite clean. But they are, and the smell is a pretty fresh in smell. It's not like a poo smell. So that's why Can Sha and Mu Gua is really good for dispel or resolve the heavy, dirty dampness, and then reduce and help the cramp. So we maybe have about 2 minutes break. Yeah.
So have you ever come across the situation where people cannot drink even water and they vomit it straight away?
Yeah.
So they can't even sort of.
Yes, that's
not just food.
it's just water. Yeah.
So obviously in these situations, is ginger still?
We normally, if that is the case, if 水逆症, we normally at least use 五苓散. That's 五苓散 good at. 五苓散 is use 水逆症, we call it 水入口即吐, which means when the water gets into the mouth, they just spit out. That is use 五苓散. So that's why I use a散is powder. So you don't use the herbs. Yeah, you just use that to swallow. It's basically if that, it means the fluid really stuck in the upper and the middle burner. So in lower burner, they will not be quickly come back. So ginger also helps, obviously, but Wulingshan is more direct.
So when they eat the powder,
Yeah, they just swallow the powder, or use about slight small water amount of water to swallow it. Yeah, yeah. There's a Wulingshan. It is that for actually nowadays Wulingshan have pills, tiny pills. They can just use the saliva to swallow it. And it's not many, but over the years I do come close quite a few. They're normally really quick. With the matters of 10-20 minutes, they feel some difference. And I remember some people taking some, I can't remember exactly what is the situation, but after taking it, he told me it's interesting, is that his stomach is moving, starting moving, which is amazing. Also, Xiangsha Yang is also I use as well. Xiangsha Yang is a formula which is nowadays difficult to get now. Very, not nowadays, just last few weeks, last few months, it's difficult to get. Xiangsha Yang is a formula, use muxiang, sharan, and other herbs, xiang and sha for the four. It's really good for someone feel very heavy, sicky, like if in the Chinese words, they said like Chinese people will say they're eating things that they like to live there, stuck there, not moving at all. And they can burp. Someone's told me they can burp 3-4 days ago's food, smell. They burping up and smell like, okay, my God, 2-3 days ago's food. So which sounds impossible, but that's what they explain. And the Xiangsha Yang is really good for that. So that's why, I call the Xiangsha Yang as digestive system power supplier. So that really activate. But recently, last 3-4 months, we can't get it. As because the muxiang, they listed muxiang to endangered species, which has been there for a long time. Because as I was told by suppliers, they said because now
you say
Xiangsha Yang Wei Wan, yeah, it's very common formula. It's really good generally for, like a vomiting, sicky feeling, to poor digestive system. And Xiangsha Yang Wei Wan was quite common. Yeah. I use a lot over the years, and the last few years, you can get Xiangsha Yang Wan made.
Oh,
So you don't need to make yourself. And for lots of people, they keep in their house. So it's like they're much better than Gascon, much better than and they don't need much. So if they have people who have such upset stomach issues, especially with people who have like a colitis, like stomach ulcers, whatever, they know and then they have kind of discomfort with stomach, particularly if your stomach is stuck. The burping, regurgitating, and the Xiangsha is quite quick to use. Inside the muxiang and the sharer is quite two important herb. That's why I call it Xiangsha Yang Wei. And muxiang, which is now obviously we use farm, or maybe the muxiang. The muxiang have different varieties. Some of them is really, it is endangered species, but even that is a farm now. They're no longer. Yeah, because big demand. So for stomach tablets, for stomach pills, I used to have about 5-6 kind of 香沙养胃、抵中丸、藿香正气、香沙六君子 and 保和丸. At least it's as always have this kind of things, and it depends on what the condition is. So if there's indigestion, eating something, for example, if they last night eating some wrong food, they starting vomiting, whatever, 保和丸 really good for that. Particularly for youngsters, small babies, young children, and elderly. Because when the young children and elderly, the digestive system very sluggish and very weak. That's why anything wrong or excessive amount of food they consumed, they can't able to digest them properly. And 保和丸 is really good for that. And then if they combine with the weakness of issues, not only stomach and also intestines, 香山way better. And if there's damp associated, which is, for example, they eat wrong food, raw food, infected food, they have diarrhea and this kind of things. 藿香正气 is good at it. 藿香正气 is expelling purpose, so they more detox. And the 饱和 is not necessarily the food is wrong, just food too heavy to them, so they can't not able to active. So the difference is the symptoms. For example, some people, if they eat the wrong food, the food poison, they can have a body fever, they can have immediate diarrhea, and they have very different smell. And 藿香正气 is really good for that. And for travel sick, like seasick, I used to treat someone like he's working in the Dover Tunnel, in the China Tunnel as a kind of they have boat to accompany to the swimmers, but suddenly he can't. He feels sick. Well, he was seaman, but he can't do it, and that's a stomach issue. 藿香正气 works really well, and for his condition, I also put the 金匮肾气 for him. It's because he's getting older. So because kidney conditions, so anything to do with water dealings, that's also to do with, if anything to do with water, environment, water elements, it's also to do with our water. So my understanding is our water percentage no longer able to harmonize with the external water percentage. So it's always dealing with water. If we're dealing with water, two organs we always have to consider, kidney and stomach. But the kidney in charge of water, and the stomach or spleen is a regulator of water. So there's a directly connected. So if it's for temporary issues, you just need to adjust the stomach or spleen. 藿香正气 will do. Or if it's weak, you can put the 香砂六君 to strengthen them. Otherwise, if you're not good enough, or if you want to prevent them, 金匮肾气 will do. So that's this general rule. It's quite easy to apply.
So what was Xiangzhangwu? What was it for?
像这样为小柴胡 you mean?
Yeah. So it was obviously one if you've got very poor energy.
Yeah.
You can't really digest. So that's a big reason. Xiangzhangzi is more like expelling when you've got some poison.
Yeah, 藿香正气 if it's a poison.
What about Seppa?
Which one? 小柴 香
No, you said it the second one. How did you call it?
香砂六君子
Xiangzhangwu.
香砂六君子 香砂 is the same word with 香砂养胃 六君子 六 is 六 is 6 Liu Jun and 子 sorry they are similar. Yeah, 香砂六君子 basically is 木香 and 砂仁 plus 四君子 四君子 is a qi tonic. Of course, that is more tonic. So even the weak, we use 香砂六君子. And so if it's cold, for example, if someone have a cold pain in the stomach and maybe vomiting, or maybe, for example, someone can vomit up cold water. If they vomit, they are like reaching, but nothing come up, but they have water come up, like saliva. That's a cold in stomach. 理中丸 is good. You go to use 理中, and then in that condition, 藿香正气 doesn't work, 香砂养胃 doesn't work. You go to warm them up. So 理中 is good. So that's basically, if you have this few formulas in your hands, the most of 80–90% of stomach issues you can deal. So it's just enough. Of course, if there's another severe conditions, for example, if there's stomach ulcer, whatever, you need 小建中. And if there's a prolapse of stomach, whatever, you need a 补中益气. But that's all to do with that condition, but not really commonly say. So 枳实芍药散, sorry, we come back now. 枳实芍药散 is really to do with stagnated qi with yin insufficiency. So that is these two herbs, because it's from only two herbs. This formula I use really highly frequent. As long as we treat gynecological issue, bowel issue, stomach issues, I always use these two herbs, but in different percentage, obviously. So for example, if anybody, nowadays particularly, it's very rare to say someone's lower abdominal issues, like either either colitis, either IBS, either like endometriosis or fibroids. Very hard to say they are not yin and qi evolved. So the qi blood stagnation, qi stagnation, and with yin insufficiency, so very commonly appears together with others, obviously. So often I use these herbs, use this formula to do it. And help, particularly if they, for example, if you're palpating, if you do the acupuncture, you're palpating, if the lower burner, lower abdomen hard, plus, they relatively resistant, 枳实芍药散 really good. You see, we also learned another formula. You remember last time, 枳实白术 zhi zhu wan to treat up, like middlewormers issues. So 枳实is can treat lower and middlewormers qi stagnation. So if we're treating lower burner, we use 枳实芍药. If we treat middle burner, we use 枳实白术. That is 枳实芍药散 and 枳竹散. So if you know these two formulas, most of the situations you can deal if there's a qi stagnation. So how do we know there's middle worm or lower burner? Palpating is helpful. You do acupuncture, you can try to press it. Some people stomach, you can tell it's so soft. It's just like when you, some people's, particularly female, maybe more because maybe they had pregnancy that used to be, so the skin is really loose. So when you stick needle in, you have to be really concentrate. Otherwise, the needles just can't get in easily. But some people, even they floppy, but they really tight, hard. That is qi stagnation. Yeah, that's a more qi stagnation. Yeah, you can not necessarily liver, but there could be liver involved. So if you're palpating like that, 枳实 definitely can use. But if it's upper burners qi stagnation, you want to using, for example, chest pains, whatever. Normally, I use 枳壳. Then they same herb with 枳实, but 枳实more going to lower down because 枳实is black color, and they are not mature. They're very sharp, very strong energy, and 枳壳is more mature, and the color less black. They can be brownish color. So that's why we normally think 枳壳is milder and upper, 枳实is deeper. So for any kind of, and also that's formula is good for period pain, particularly for severe PMS and PMT. This formula is good as well. And if necessary, for example, if you ask the girl, young girl normally say, oh, period pain is when was the pain really bad? If it's okay, before I start really bad, and the quantity of blood is reasonable, 枳实芍散really works. But if the pain is beginning not bad, when the starting flow really bad, and then you should put down weight together. So you also need to nourish them rather than just to do it. Yeah. The next line is also to do with abdominal pain. So this formula, this lines, this sentence says the postpartum abdominal pain should be treated with 枳实芍药散. But if it's not working, that's because there's a blood stasis, stagnated under the umbilicus. So then that should be applied 下淤血汤. So that's just tell us 枳实芍药散 is not really focused on the blood stagnation. It's focused on qi stagnation. So how do we know the qi stagnation is that? How do you know it's blood stagnation? We also can have found other ways. For example, qi stagnation, patients don't like to be touched, don't like you to be squeezed, pressed. But blood stagnation, they really don't like it. They really feel pain and hurting. So that's the blood stagnation. So I think you maybe know, for example, some people can come to you and says, for example, particularly after they had miscarriage or whatever, they really poorly, they feel really weak. Even the driving, like a few times people tell me, even the driving, if the car overcome a bumper, they feel pain. So any kind of shaking, any kind of moving causes them pain. That's a typical sign of blood stagnation. So if qi stagnation, it won't be like that. If they are 手痛, it won't be like that. That's only if the insufficient pain, they're not like that. It's only excessive blood stagnation pain like that. So it can't be touched. Particularly can't be squeezed, can't be pressed. So if that's the case, we've got to do it. Of course, there's also other things to help us to understand as well. For example, if you ask the patients, they feel the pain, a lower abdominal pain, they don't like to be touched, but you have to also try to clear with other possible conditions. Normally, I first will ask them, how's your water work? How's the pee? If the pee normally, you can clear, nothing to do with bladder. But some people can be to do with bladder. If they don't work, they pee very frequently, like 10 times, 20 times a day, and then that's clearly is not blood stagnation, or at least not only blood stagnation. So there could be infection, kidney, blood infections or urinary infections. And if they said, okay, I pee, I normally ask how many times, 4 or 5 times. Is that more than before? No, they sometimes can say, oh, more than before, or they don't feel easily to pee. And that also could be means with blood issues. And particularly in Britain, over the years, I found the cystitis is pretty common problems. So you got to be clear that's not cystitis caused it. When we talk about this, it's to do with the general abdominal pains, not only postpartum, but for postpartum, they also should separate from blood issues. And another thing to do with bowel is then you ask how the bowel works. If the bowel is normal, nothing to do with bowel, nothing to do with colon or rectum. But if the bowel changes, then that's something quite important. So whenever we see the patient with lower abdomen issues, always ask the bowel and water work for female period. Normally after you ask these 3 questions, you can understand roughly the problem should be. And then we'll be treating it more likely, not treating wrong place. But a very interesting thing as well. In Chinese medicine, even you don't ask that, that's what I think I told a few times. I say this quite often, like in China, some people send me tongue pictures, ask me, I give the formula. They don't even tell me what they get at all. I just tongue picture come, tongue picture goes, formula goes. But I don't ask them, are still able to work. It's because if the tongue is showing the lower abdomen stagnation, obviously I can't tell they are the blood stagnation. Also, I can't tell they're damp stagnation or blood stagnation or qi stagnation. It's fine, but I can't really tell are they bowel issues or the blood issues and or uterus issues or prostate issues. I can't tell that. But as long as I acting, invigorating lower burner and draining lower burner damp and activating the qi, that works. Doesn't matter where. So which means, 只是小儿散, that's what just a moment ago I said. I used to treat all sorts, including cystitis. As long as they're showing stagnated lower burner, if the tongue, in the root of the tongue, raised up, full up, 只是小儿散 can use. Not necessarily have to be, like gynecological issues. So that's what I want to say. So if it's everything cleared, we found out there definitely is blood stagnation. There's dead blood there. Then we need to use 下淤血汤. This formula we still can use, but not 蛰虫, which is 3 medicine as 大黄, 桃仁, 蛰虫. And 大黄, we know is teas, very strong herbs, remove the blockage of blood, of qi, of food, of fishes, any kind of blockage. The 大黄 going to any level. That's good. And the taurer is blood stasis remover. And particularly because taurer, they are seeds, heavy, and the taurer is beautiful flower going to blood, so going to lower burner. And the 蛰虫 is insects. We can't use here. And but 大黄 taurer works. Most of conditions, if not necessarily, if not strong, I normally also put erzu inside. Erzu I use more. And Sanren erzu I normally don't use together, but traditionally we normally use them together. But I found normally most of the time erzu works because erzu not only removes blood stasis, erzu also removes the cheap stagnation and the food stagnation. So if someone have a indigestion, very stubborn indigestion, the food stuck in the digestive system, erzu also works. So I use erzu more.
It's very interesting that you want to use.
ESX, no, I can't, yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah.
It's a bit of a double standard, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, obviously. That's what I mean. That is, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I do worry about the legalizations of the Chinese medicine, and because those kind of because the modern medicine or Western society don't use them, so they can happily ban it, which is a shame. I mean,
Well, apparently they've already done this in Spain.
I know, yeah.
Because, you have to be medical degree if you want to do.
Yeah, it's wrong. Really is wrong. I mean, obviously the sacrifice. I mean, of course, it's not good for Chinese medicine generally, but it's also bad for the people as well. They kind of, again, that is political issues. I think the world is in a kind of. That's what I said yesterday to someone. I mean, it's really sad now. It's like where everything is try to find black and white. If we really a lot of time we can be exchange ideas, harmonize between cultures, between method. But nowadays the same don't like that. It's just thinking, okay, that is right, that is wrong, and try to blame things to anything to something. Sometimes even it's not logical at all. But that's what happened. That is definitely against Chinese philosophy. Chinese philosophy is the Tao Te Ching saying is everything has their own space and own purpose. So that's why we got to be equally treat everyone. Not equally. No, equal is not means same, but yeah.
Yeah, it has to be consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is not easy. So that's the formula is the grind to powder mixed with honey to make 4 pills. Boil 1 pill with sheng rice wine, with 1 sheng rice wine. And I think I just repeat again that the amount of the quantity, the 1 sheng is about today's 200 ml. Sheng is liter. Chinese called liter, 1 liter, Chinese called 1 sheng now. But in Handanese, 1 sheng equivalent 200 ml. So it's quite small. And in the herbal medicine, we use a lot of jiu, in alcohol. Before Song Dynasty, all the jiu is rice wine. So that's why they have 2 kinds of jiu. It's qingjiu and the zhuojiu. The Japanese sake called qingjiu. It's exactly the same words, but changed. But changed, they are purified. They are like a spirit. But before, when you make a rice wine, the top ones are clear. That's why it's called qingjiu. Qing is clear or transparent, called qing or lighter. And then the bottom ones, they don't waste it. So they're a bit darker, they're a bit more sediment. They call it zhuojiu. So normally they will sell the qingjiu have better price. Zhuojiu is cheaper. That's why poor people drink the zhuo, heavy ones. So that's why in some Chinese poem, 浊酒一杯家万里, that's done by our famous poet in Tang Dynasty, Du Fu. Is one of the saint of the poem. He's really, and because his whole life he struggled to have good job, and also his time is the period in Tang Dynasty. Tang Dynasty from the really superpower in the world at that time, and to be starting chaotic for 80 years. So that's why his life is really miserable. So that's why his whole life shortage of material things. So that's why he drink the cheap stuff. So when we talk about jiu in herbs, it means rice wine, not means spirit. But in the after Song Dynasty, there could be means spirit. So nowadays, that's why we use jiu in the herbal medicine. We normally use rice wine. Yeah, that's the thing. So we don't use spirit. Some people do use spirit mistakenly, and it also works. So it's okay. But what the purpose of jiu to use in Chinese medicine? Jiu is two functions. Firstly, it's improve the circulation of energy. So that's why, for example, if you want to treat the channel issues, joint issues, you want herbs to quickly reach there, fast reach there, remove stasis, and you need something to accelerating the speed of circulation. Alcohol is the best thing to do. So the alcohol is good stuff. So it's not really bad thing. That's why someone asked me, how can I take this? He have arthritis. He said, how can I still drink whiskey? I said, well, great. So you better drink whiskey with your pills, 杜活寄生, with the one shot of whiskey together with 杜活寄生 will do you much better result, but don't drink big amount. So the jiu in moderate, jiu is alcohol is really good stuff.
But aren't you boiling it off?
Yeah, you boil it. Yeah, that's the thing. You think in chemistry, you boil it as they out, but they're not. They actually merged with the medicine.
Okay.
So you don't. That's what the difference. So you're not really. They're not aimed to drug. They're aimed to transform the energy to the stuff. So how this works, we don't know. I can't really say it, but that's how the things. It's very common. You see, like. Again, like we consume, I think in Chinese supermarket, you maybe see it called Lao Zao. Normally in the white, in a jar, inside is rice, fermented rice, fermented, not rice, fermented gluten rice, normally. And there's alcohol, maybe about 5 degrees, maybe more than that. We are very commonly in my family as well. I mean, because, my part of China, lots of people drink it every day. No, drink it. Another common breakfast in winter, particularly if it's cold climate, you boil the rice because they already have some rice already fermented, very sweet and very tasty, very nice smell. You boil it with a bit of water, and after you boil, you crack an egg inside, and you eat that. Eat the egg and the rice, which is alcohol related. But after boil, the alcohol is not that strong. So if you, for example, you drive or whatever, it's definitely safe to do. It's not, but it's really warming up the body very quickly.
Pure alcohol, or the alcohol boiled.
Alcohol boiled, yeah. It's not the alcohol, it's rice. In the Chinese supermarket, you see it. It's like normally now the very beautiful glass bottle, transparent glass bottle. Inside it looks lots of rice, like a rice pudding, but they're not rice. They have liquid and the rice. If you smell it, it's alcohol smell.
Okay.
And sweet. There's no sugar in it, but they have this slight sweet taste. So you boil them with egg inside as another common, not as common as that, but it's quite common. Breakfast can be, in the morning you have that, or in certain festivals you eat with a rice bowl together. Again, it's all warming up the body. Particularly in the cold condition, even no heating, you going out to work, really give you energy. So, there's a quite interesting, like someone filmed like in Siberia, not Siberia, it's Chinese part of Siberia, not Russian side. The workers work in the winter. They have the lunch, have the food. They have the food, cold food, obviously, and they drink water. It's so cold, -20 or whatever. So, wow, the water looks liquid. It's spirit, it's alcohol. Well, so in that kind of condition, it keeps them going. In the Chinese medicine, you can see there's a lot of yang energy, although they are the liquid form, a lot of fire put inside the body, keep them warm. So if you drink like a fruit juice, it doesn't do the same job. So they need it in such condition. Obviously, over consuming is definitely damaging the liver or whatever, but that is, if it's used reasonably and use good quality. The rice wine is one thing in China Northern China, it's being used, but not purified, not like what we see in the bottle. They just make themselves. Just cook the rice, put there and put some we call it 酒药. It's like a culture inside, and say some. We don't touch oil. For a few days later, they just ready. But we don't make ourselves. We just buy. We can't always make it as nice. And then you crack egg inside. Egg is the young energy. Alcohol is young energy. Rice give you, substance. That's good stuff. So that's how the things used. So we use alcohol as first things like that. Second thing, alcohol in Chinese medicine, we're using it to harmonizing yin yang energy. That's very often. So if you found the herbs can't really harmonizing it, you use that. And on top of that, there's also other issues. For example, like Da Huang. If we use Da Huang, normally cleansing the down below or going down. But if you want to go upper, like 2-6, like stars and eyes, like swollen head and the swollen, like infections of that, use alcohol with use spirit or alcohol with or rice wine with the Da Huang, and the Da Huang energy will lift up. So it's going up the body.
If somebody asks you, are you drinking? You're saying, well, I'm harmonizing yin and yang.
Yeah, harmonizing. And also, you talk about the cooking the rice, cooking the wine, the traditional Chinese alcohol, and including Japanese sake as well, all drink warm. We don't drink cold. Well, if we do now, but properly drink should be warm. And there is massive difference actually, because I forgot about what a warm feeling is. And recently someone gave me a special bottle, from China. Now they beautifully made some porcelain things. You can easily put a bit of alcohol inside. Normally you put a bit of alcohol inside, you burn them up, and you put this pot on the top, and enough to warm up the alcohol. But I drink very little anyway, and the feeling with cold alcohol quite different. So again, that feel less harm to the body and more helpful. And the sake definitely.
So is Chinese rice wine the same as sake?
Sake actually is purified sake. Sake is higher, I think.
Yeah, it's like 15%.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know how exactly the sake make, because
It's rice wine.
rice wine. Oh yeah, that probably is the same. But I myself drink very, very little. Like a bottle of alcohol. If I drink, when I was in China before, I drink every day. But one bottle of alcohol for 500 ml can last me a month or two. But every day I drink, so that's why it's not really drink. It's just a taste. It's just like that, which is I do feel that small amount suits me better. If bigger amount is no, but in here I don't drink much because Chinese alcohol not easy to get. Getting better now. And the beer, I found the beer probably, that's what my idea. Beer maybe, particularly in the winter, beer probably is the worst drink than spirit. Too much yin, not enough yang. And also you have to drink, you consume quite a lot. So that's why I drink less. And that damp, not suitable for my body condition. So the interesting thing is like, after you treat with this 下淤血汤, the uterine bleeding will be like a pig liver because of 下如肿干, as I just try to highlight that. They have discharge, come up like really like dead blood, like a liver, which happens in here. I used to treat someone, she's French girl, and she had miscarriage, basically. She had a miscarriage, but after 2-3 months, she still had pain. And then I gave her herbs. It's not an insect inside. I gave her like Da Huang and Ezhu, these kind of herbs. And one day she was running. She said, in the morning she was have shower or something like that, and she was shocked her because she had bleeding heavily. Come out during the shower, she was shocked her. And she said that I said, oh, what happened? What is the color? She said, oh, she's the color. After she says the color very like a dark. I said it's like a kind of a pig liver, like a liverish. So she said, yes, really is like that. I said, don't worry, your problem is gone. So that it happened like that. So afterwards, she does feel the pain is gone, everything is fine, and her period, the very next menstrual cycle, she's back to normal again. So even as about 2-3 months later, still happens like that. So if that is if the patient is tell you the things like that, the beginning said, oh, she's had bleeding. I said, well, I don't know what's going on. You may think of something badly happened, but not necessarily bad. If they're coming up like that, it's a good thing to.
Sorry, Dr. Chen,
Mm.
do you think she just had her formula in water, not in alcohol? Or was she
No, she just used a water formula.
She's water.
She's a water formula, nothing, no alcohol, and not insects. I just used 桃核虫气、大黄、桃仁 and this kind of herbs. Nothing terribly aggressive, but these for reduce the broken blood stasis. Yeah, but it's happened. Yeah. And actually, another thing is quite interesting because when she had her miscarriage, they had ultrasound, said it's clear, said her, her uterus is fine. So he said, so she doesn't feel issues, but she has a pain and she had discharge as well. So I give her herbs for that. And you see, after a few months later, it's coming up like we call it 肿干, like the pig liver. If that kind of color of blood come out from the uterine bleeding, that's normally a good sign. Fresh blood is different matter. So that's the thing, like also I treat someone, for example, endometriosis. When the endometriosis, some people like, for example, like the lip is dark color, the obvious result of the lipsticks, and the tongue color is thick. After I use the strong herbs, like 大黄, like 鹅竹. Normally I don't use 大黄 such. I use 虎杖, 鹅竹, 三棱, 桃仁, this kind of remove blood stasis herbs. I normally tell them, if in the next period, normally what I do is when will be next period? If it's okay, next week or whatever, I will use stronger herbs to remove blood stasis. And I will warn them, if this time period is heavy, particularly period the color darker, don't worry. Later it will be gone fresh. And someone will come back, tell me so it's beginning is really dark and in the end it's getting fresher. And normally their condition is the beginning may be so kind of fresher and then late in the end it's getting darker. So that's clearly the blood stasis there. So if we can change that, and that means the we call the old blood count goes and new blood able to develop. So it's I don't know, probably it's like internal linings of uterus exchanging better. You see, because some people have period, even they do the ultrasound, also when they do the pelvic endoscopy, whatever this kind of test, they found the internal linings not fully come up. That's why the modern medicine nowadays have one kind of treatment as use some like paraffin or wax heat things that can strip out internal linings completely out. Some people do benefit from it. But in Chinese medicine, that is, if patients see that, you can know that means in Chinese medicine that is blood stasis. When the internal linings patchy, some people can have a ultrasound report the internal linings are thicker and even. In Chinese medicine, highly likely it's blood stasis. And if their period is dark, if they're not clotted, some of them clotted, if they're not clotted, if they're getting dark, and particularly they end up in darker, getting dark, that's blood stasis. So 桃仁, 红花, 大黄, this kind of formula can definitely use. And normally, you're expecting the period getting, bigger amount like a pig liver color things come out. If they come out, normally you're expecting the period getting fresher, normal. But normally works straight away. Normally in one cycle, they will see the difference. So that is the xia yu xue tang. So we can't use zhe chong, but we can use other things. He zhu and so on to instead, or ji xue tang as well if they are weakness. So 7-8 days after labor and without 太阳症, no 太阳症, and then the hard and pain in lower abdomen. So that is caused by residue of Lucia, like that's again, same thing with that. And the bowel is difficult, not doing the bowel movement properly, and the patient will be agitated and have body fever, and the pulse moderated solid, which I mean the hard, taut, or if you like, but not terribly. The fever can be increasing, irritable and restless in the late afternoon, and the eating is poor. That is means the heat or the stagnation starting forming in the lower burner, either in the lower burner. It could be in the bowel, could be in the uterus, could be in water or whatever, in the blood as well. If that is the case, the lower abdomen is very hard, solid, and pain, and particularly 日仆所潮热. If you learn, if you know a bit of 伤寒论, you know the 日仆所潮热 is a typical sign of the yang ming excessiveness forming. 日仆所 is like that's the 日仆所 is the late afternoon, which is 日仆. 日仆所, what's the word? When the sun is rising, we know, the Chinese 12 animals, like a Chinese time, like 12 animals. Now we change to time, like 4 to 6 o'clock, 5, 6. Actually, that is not really what exactly that means. The real time is real time, real sun time. So for example, like what is 1 o'clock in Chinese 12 animal, the 地支 is to do with the sun, not to do with watch. So when the sun starting setting, like you look about in the 30 degree or less than 30 degree, this is the time 日仆所. So the yang energy starting starting dropping. And if that time patients have fever or noticeable fever agitating, that means the yang ming energy, excessive heat. Because every, just like, for example, like animal, if you see animal, the birds acting very early. The birds, in the early morning, birds is starting very busy, but in the evening, they quiet down. Why? Because birds are fire character. So fire character go with yang setting. When the yang strong, they're busy. When the yang setting, they're quieter. So that's the thing. So every couple of hours in the clock time, each organ in charge, which is we learn acupuncture, we know that. So if any disease clearly have patterns of have time patterns, this must be one particular organ or a couple of particular organs affected. So if that time, 日仆所, that's a yang ming time. When the yang ming starting heat, internally form strongly. That's why they will going up, flourishing. So they're spreading all over the body, starting to have a body fever and agitating. And then if then combined with lower abdomen solid, we know that is excessiveness forming internally. So the Chengqi formula should be used. So it's regardless what is caused, regardless of what is a female, male, external problem, regardless of what that, we have to use the herbs like that. So we remember that is fine. So and then I just try to use a couple of minutes to explain. You see, all this Yi Sheng try to explain to us, like the pulse, like the agitating, like the appetite, it's just try to focus on, tell us again and again there's issues. But actually, they don't even need that much. So if they say that is 日扑索, that time have a fever, and then you should know you need detox, and the 大承气 is normal use to herbs to use. 大承气汤 before we are using traditionally, not traditionally, more often we use for constipation, but 大承气汤 not only used for constipation. You see, so for example, like in here it says it's not like to eat, but when eat, they became very maniac. If they eat, they feel maniac, which means some energy is blocked badly. And then in the evening, in the middle of the evening, it stops. Why? Because when the yin energy is quite strong, and the fire has been suppressed. So that if like that, 大承气汤 is used. In the external, in the Shanghai disease, when the external cold pathogen attacking problems, 大承气汤 have to be very carefully used, because 大承气汤 have to waiting the fishes became solid and then we use. Why? But one in here doesn't consider about that. So that's a different way of using external pathogens and the internal problems. Because when you treat external problems, the general method is pushing the pathogens out. Because if you treat internally, you guide the internal energy coming down, you can drag the pathogen from the surface, come down to organs. That is really wrong movement. So therefore, you have to be very careful to choosing this kind of a purgative method, because purgative can make our body's energy focus coming down to chasing the pathogens out. But if the pathogenic factor still in the body surface, waiting to come in, and you withdraw all your defense, and then you make the pathogens, more pathogens come into the system. So that is really fatal. That's why in that condition, for external symptoms, cold damage symptoms, you have to be very careful to use the purgative method. But if there's no external pathogen, that's why the Yisheng says no 太阳 symptoms. There's no without 太阳症, so which means there's no infection, no external infections. If there is external infection, you can't just, the conditions is in this sentence explained is not sufficient. But if it's internally, okay. So that's his difference between. Okay, I have 2 minutes. I just break. Let's go to break. Good weather.
So we can just grab one, a bigger one.
Yeah, I think the top us was like this, right? So a few days ago. But
Is there any water here? It's fresh.
No, not stretched.
That's good. But community, that's great.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Dr. Chen, yesterday one of my teammates died and he was only 41. About a month or 3 weeks ago, he was so angry at one of my other teammates. He shouted so loud at her 3 times. And I thought, he came back and said, "What? I wasn't that bad. I thought something to do, it was a heart attack." And he was moving this week. It was so strange. But I thought that explosion, maybe it was unstable.
That's right. That's,
Oh,
for example, like modern medicine believes now a heart attack. Before the heart attack, within a couple of weeks or 20 days, the high percentage of people have behavior issues, emotional
it
issues.
makes sense.
Exactly.
He didn't understand.
I know.
I
So,
thought, oh my gosh.
so that is the thing, in Chinese medicine, the emotion and the physical is never separate. Same thing.
Oh, okay. And then he was moving this week. So maybe building, and then explode.
Exactly.
I wanted to ask because I thought it was a young problem or something.
Yeah.
Um,
Accessible,
Yeah.
it's a stagnation, never energy.
Not good time for ambulance as well. Waits, I bet. I didn't see the story yet,
Why?
but he was only 41. So you wouldn't expect a heart attack at that age, huh?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays getting earlier and earlier, as you have some teenager have heart attack, I think, something, which is quite I do know, I don't look into exactly detail, but I do think there is an issue. For example, I think I said somewhere before, like in England, for example, once I listen radio, they're talking about high percentage, as 40% or 60% or something like that, of pregnancy is alcohol involved. I think that probably do contribute to lots of young, like ADHDs and liver issues and the blood pressure and because that is in Chinese medicine, they will be affected to the general health of the baby, which I don't know, maybe when I was in China, I maybe don't pay much attention. Maybe it's not a lot. I don't really know. But in my impression, when I was in China in the hospitals and the university, I don't see as many like autoimmune disease like asthma, arthritis, asthma, eczema, this kind of ADHD issue, like some more than beyond that. But in here, it seems quite a lot, much, quite a high percentage of people come to me is like young people have this or that kind of issues, and that maybe to do with food we eat, lifestyle going, and then we very common, for example, including myself, we are sleep much much less because there's the electrical equipment they use. But in the past, in the old time, before we have such thing, before we have so many free choice of channels, we maybe all go to bed a bit earlier.
No more light.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the kind of in some village, like I remember when I was a child in the village of China, don't have any entertainment, so it's not much even the power. When I was in university in China, our accommodation 11 o'clock power cut, so you can't if you want after 11 o'clock. So that's I have a few friends, few classmates, they play after 11 o'clock, they go into the toilet. They have the big toilet. The only toilet they're able to have light. So everywhere is power cut. Otherwise, something like that. Otherwise, people maybe don't sleep at all. So I mean, but now we have so many things going on. So the yin exhaustion is very common. Because if the yin exhaustion is very common, and the yang excessive will happen. Yang excessive happens like ADHD, eczema, psoriasis. This will be developed.
Quick question about yang. If someone is really fat and loses a lot of weight,
Yeah.
I felt that they're so cold, that people are really cold internally. What do you think? Does it damage the yang or?
It depends. If someone really big and lost weight, you mean,
Yeah.
lost weight. That's what we learned like fluid at the beginning, because 速胜金瘦. So they used to be big, and then that's a fluid issue.
Oh,
That's a phlegm caused.
okay.
Yeah. So that's normally the fluid issue.
Body temperature is really low.
That's also the damp and the fluid conditions.
Okay.
So if that's, and also because if they are really big, of course, they're already showing the yang insufficiency. And now when they become thinner, it means not only yang insufficiency happens, the food absorption, which is spleen qi, is exhausted as well. So it's a further step of the things. And then if you carry on doing like that, they could develop like a so-called diabetic whatever, because when the yin is exhausted, the weakness yang, weakness far will be developing. So different stages of the issues. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we carry on. Still have lots of things to talk about it. And the 产后风, 产后风is a very hard name. A very no, sorry. 产后风 is very special term in Chinese medicine. For example, the severe problem like what's the word? The one of the use injections to use vaccines to stop. I just check my dictionary. 产后风 is 产后风 directly translate. Direct translate of 产后风 is the 风 is wind. 后 is after. And so how to wind after the delivery, after the Chinese labor. This is called the 产后风 generally. But 产后风 in Chinese culture have far more deep meaning than that, also far more wide range than that, including the tetanus. The tetanus in Chinese medicines belong to 产后风 as well. Obviously, tetanus is far more severe, far more harder to treat. As because in the old time, maybe when they deliver in China, nowadays like a midwife, for example, they could be just not well properly trained, so their knives or scissors maybe not quite sterilized properly, so they could cause a tetanus and they cause death as well. So, but they all belong to 产后风. So in here, is the 产后风 means that severe condition like tetanus, or just generally after the delivery, like a bit of sneeze and the headache because of wind causing like infectious disease, like cold or whatever. We can't really separate that, but this should be encouraged, all those kind of things, as long as they are wind attacked problems. So that's what the 产后风 in here means. So if 产后风 is not improved after 10 days, normally we do know in a clinical setting, we know most of the people, well, like although the labor is heavily weakened, the mother's general immune system, but normally because we're careful, so so it's okay. And of course, nowadays they have good rest or whatever. Even the headache, cold and flu and the infections, they normally recover fairly quickly. But if they not recover quickly, it's 10 days after, they still no work, still not good at all. And then the symptoms like headache, slight headache, feel chill, and now and then feel fever. So it's not consistent. So I translate often, but the actually means 时时有热. It's a bit difficult to translate, which is like now and then, not consistent. Not all the time, not all the time. So from we call it 时时有热. 时时有热 is like sometimes. Sometimes, but it's more frequent than sometimes. Yeah, so it's now and then I have but not consistent. And a few fullness, 心下闷, under the heart region, which is the stomach area, and retching, like vomiting, like nauseous, sweating, and those symptoms are all suitable, all called. All means the external pathogen is still there. So 桂枝汤 use 羊胆汤. 羊胆汤, if I know people, I know some people may be interested to the 陶弘景 idea. In 陶弘景 idea, 羊胆汤 is listed. And that time in 伤寒论, 羊胆汤 only have the name in 金匮要略, but doesn't have the ingredients. So we believe 羊胆汤 is 桂枝汤. So it's basically use 桂枝汤. And all the symptoms here you mentioned, like you mentioned that a slight headache, feel chill, and now and then, often have some kind of cold, chilly feelings. That's all kind of treated by 桂枝汤. But the nauseous, the retching, the fullness underneath the heart, normally we don't use 桂枝汤 for that. But it still can be used 桂枝汤 or can use 羊胆汤. It's because when the patients, when the mother after labor, the energy is weak, so the 桂枝汤 can harmonizing the yin wei. So that's why it's more like a support rather than expelling the pathogens. So that is quite a, again, we know 桂枝汤 really well, isn't it? 桂枝汤 5 herbs, 桂芍草姜枣, 桂枝 3 tares, 白芍 3 equal weight, and then 甘草生姜大枣. 生姜 and 大枣 in the equal weight, and the 甘草 slightly lower, 2 tares. That's how basically the formula is. So 桂枝芍药 harmonizing yin wei in herbs. 生姜大枣 harmonizing yin wei in food or in fruit, in vegetable, in fruit. That's also difference. So you see, compared to the plants, animals closer to our energy. Compared to the medicine herbs, the vegetables and the fruit closer to our energy. So that's why in 伤寒论 and Yi Sheng's formula, you can see very often he using different resources of material, of ingredients, have a similar target, and thus it gives the complete energy to our body. So that's why, this formula has been formed. So from this 桂枝汤 formula, we can see all the 5 ingredients actually is not really aimed to expel the pathogen. It's aimed to strengthen our blood and the qi, to consolidating our yin wei, to strengthen our defense, basically. So make our defense strong. When our defense is strong, and then our body will get rid of it, the pathogens. And particularly, for example, even the female still have breastfeeding after a few days of the childbirth, if they're starting producing milk and breastfeeding. So their system still quite different than normal female. So the 冲脉, the 冲任 still pretty geared up to the system. So as long as they topped up the energy to their body, their defense actually is relatively strong. That is nature, well, the natural evolution gave us such ability to keep the young life going. Otherwise, the human species may be already distinguished.
If so, that's why I mean, in this condition, you just need harmonizing, nourishing it, they will work. So you don't need like the feel fullness of underneath of heart regions, wherever you can also consider it's like a weakness of energy not reaching good enough to the body. Even, for example, they're not breastfeeding after this few days later, after only about a couple of weeks after labor, the children still pretty up, building up. So we know, like even the young mother not breastfeeding, so they will still not have period for quite a few months to come. That is because the body system still different. We also know, for example, by modern science, when the labor, when the mother, like the milk of the mother have lots of antibodies, like to help the baby to cover the period. That's why the breastfeeding is more beneficial, particularly the first 4 months or 6 months. Because by modern medicine, they found first few months in the mother's milk, there's lots of antibodies in it. So later will be deteriorating. But how our body to achieve that, as the Chongren energy still keep reaching, keep supporting the system. So the manifestation of the energy in the mother's body is different. So in this condition, we don't need obsessively expelling or whatever. We particularly have to be careful not exhausting their yin energy. That's why we try to avoid this kind of herbs. That should be resolved quickly. Normally, that's the thing. In Chinese, normally, if it's just general cold, smell things, we don't even use herbs. Just give the rest, give food, give the some like a food-based therapeutic stuff, they normally works well. So if you're disturbing them, like normal things, you could, for example, if you're expelling and I use like a ma huang, su ye to doing it, then consuming the yin too much. And sometimes if they're breastfeeding, can reduce or even stop their breastfeeding. The lactose product will be reduced. So that's why I mean have to be aware. That's why I think we all know during that period of time, you have plenty of fluid to drink, plenty of food to eat to keep the body able to keep the system going. So the metabolism is really strong. The metabolism is really high. So the pregnancy period and also after the first 4 to 6 months of the labor, the mother's metabolism is really high. Body basic temperature is also a bit higher as well. Just keep the system like going to nourish the baby to secure the development. So all those kinds of things all achieved in Chinese medicine by kidney and liver, basically by Chong and Ren. Chong Ren, basically, if we come to the organ, is kidney and liver. We know the Chong channel shares lots of points with kidney and the liver as well. So that's why it's the same thing. Basically, if you think about it, like we talked about in the very beginning, the 5 organ system, like the water and the wood, that's really, if we think about in this planet, it's all the life force is bringing to this planet. If I have no water, no wood, we will have no animal, nothing lively. So that's why they are really the powerhouse of rise of the body. In organ term is kidney and liver, and kidney and liver, water is pure, kidney is pure yin organ, or the yin organ, but it's based on the water, real water, and the liver is yin body and yang use. So to exhausting the fluid in the body will directly impair the nature of the organ, and that shouldn't be considered, should be avoided. So, I mean, I do see sometimes some people say, after the give birth, they go to gym because they want to keep the body back to normal again, which is fine. But our normal is don't excessive, don't sweat even. As soon as you feel hot, feel about sweating, you stop, relax. Otherwise, exhausting your yin further.
For 4 months.
Yeah, for at least 4 months, 6 months. Yeah, should be very take seriously about body fluid. more than normal. Obviously, that's generally applied to everyone, but after labor, that's most important. Because in here, most people think if you go to gym, if you not sweat, dripping sweat, you're not you hasn't exercised. You know what I mean? So they always cardios, they always need to do the, but that is against, particularly in such condition, it's against Chinese medical. Actually, even against the common sense, actually, they don't really necessarily feel better. They feel exhausted. But they may lose weight quicker, but that's not necessarily good. And this 竹叶汤 is commonly used. We normally to treat again the 产后风, postpartum wind strike. But this name different called 产后中风 is basically exactly the same meaning, but doesn't call 产后风. 产后风 is like a particular term, but 产后中风 is describe a kind of condition, but the meaning exactly the same. Have a body fever and have a very red face. So what that means? So if we understand now, we can pure understand, particularly the wind is a young pathogen. And the face red, not only for the newborn mother, sorry, for the mother just had a child, even for anybody, if the face is red, it means the young energy is floating, excessive young. And obviously for the female who just had a baby, so the yin is not so, we have to consider the yin, keep the yin fluid flow really seriously. So therefore, if that is the condition, we go to clear the yin, clear the heat on the top, calming down the heat, and also we have to nourish the yin. That's basically what the 竹叶汤 is about. So 竹叶, you should also have like a short of breath and headache. This is, again, short of breath also can be considered as a yin exhaustion underneath, the kidney not able to supply enough yin. And so the headache is like a red face. It's exactly the same thing, the yang energy engaging on the top of the head, top of the body. So when we're doing that, we need to nourish the bottom and calming down the heat. So the formula is 竹叶汤. 竹叶, the bamboo leaf, well, it's not a normal, not a massive bamboo, it's a smaller bamboo. So the bamboo leaf, the 竹叶 is good to cleansing the heart. Also, 竹叶 is good to guide the heat down to the small intestines, even come to the urinate. So the cooling down, because the red face and headache, particularly headache combined with red face in modern medicine could be high blood pressure, could be this kind of thing. If it, very often high blood pressure, if it's high blood pressure, it basically means the yang excessive. So you go to calm them down. So calm them down, we have lots of ideas. We learn lots of herbs like a gouteng, like a shijueming, like a muli, like the oyster shell. They really all can calm them down. But the heaviness like shijueming and the muli, they're harder to digest with stomach. So normally we don't use that. And also the big issue is with the mother just had a baby within the 4 or 6 months, particularly if she still have breastfeeding. This kind of surprising crops you have to be very careful use, because you're surprising the chongren and you could cause other problems. So the young energy, because the body need irrigating the energy, that's why the period stops, no longer going down, but going up, going to the breast to developing the, we just need get the tip of the fire going, and they use 竹叶, much gentler detox. And also 竹叶 have another good thing is, I think it's very easy to build a connection of understanding 竹叶 is, you know, in the summer particularly, well, in England, maybe you don't feel, but in the hot climate, hotter country, you close to bamboo place, you feel cold, you feel cooling. And also bamboo is growing very well growing in a hot climate, but also plenty of water. So they are yin yang things. And also the 竹 is very soft and bending and moving. So we think it's very beautiful yin and yin plants. And yet 竹叶 also have very strong strength. The bamboo sticks are really tough thing as well. That's why in Chinese culture, we have lots of things about Zhuye. So it's a yin yang combined energy. So that's why, for example, in the acupuncture point, when we talk about the Zhu, Zan Zhu, Si Zhu Kong, it's all talking about the yin yang company. For example, like our eyebrows. The eyebrows in our face, eyebrows and hair as well, they are blood irrigated. They really is supported by blood, and yet they are in a yang location, a really high place. So there's a yin yang energy harmonizing. So therefore, the Zhuye able to cooling the top of the body, and also not so it consume the fluid. Also, the Zhuye able to have a side like a modern medicine, now we call them like a diuretic, but the Zhuye is not really diuretic as such. Zhuye just cooling the blood, cooling the heat, and make the heat going down through the urinate. So Zhuye in Chinese culture we call it Zhuye Qingxin. This basically means Zhu can cooling the heart, can calming the heart. That's what actually, if you talk about all the Zhu's function, all like that, either Zhuye, Zhuli, Zhuru, Tianzhu Huang, all the Zhu associated with medicines, all can cleansing, basically cleansing heart and cleansing liver, cleansing stomach, depends on where they are. For example, Zhuye cleansing the heart and the lungs, because the ye is lung, leaf is lung purpose. So that's why doing with surface and upper part. Zhuli is the fluid, cleansing much more internally and also losing the phlegm to get the sticky yellow phlegm. That's what the Zhuli is about. And also lumps, like a fat cyst and so on. And the Zhu is the flesh, like the flesh of our body. So the cleansing the spleen and the stomach heat. And the Tianzhu Huang is like a gallstone of an animal. So Tianzhu Huang cleansing the liver heat. So it's all kind of cleansing the things of the system. And very gentle too. And we cook with Zhuye. We cook with meat and whatever to defect, like get rid of the fat. So it's all kind of good stuff. And on top of that, with Zhuye as a key herb, and we nourished, supported by Ge Fang Feng, Jiegeng. Ge Fang Feng, Jiegeng, Guizhi, and particularly Guizhi and Ge. You see, Ge we learned before, Ge is lift the Yang Ming energy, isn't it? Stomach energy. Ge lift the Yang Ming energy, supporting, irrigating the Yang Ming energy. Fang Feng supporting the liver energy, strengthen the liver and slightly expanding the wind to help the wind conditions, but in a much lighter dose compared to Ge. And the Guizhi increases heart yang energy and warming up the, like harmonizing the yin, which is a yin blood. And the Jiegeng lift up the energy of qi, lift up the lung energy. So the qi blood use Jiegeng and the Guizhi. And the Yang Ming, we use Ge, and the liver, which is Shaoyang, we use Fang Feng. So make all this kind of a possible energy to come to top, still to help the body get rid of the wind pathogens. And yet with Zhuye cooling down and decrease the heat and also guide the energy come out of the system. Zhuye itself doesn't have any expelling purpose. That's why Zhuye is being used as a key. On top of that, we have to support our body's yin yang energy. So Ren Shen, Gan Cao, Da Zao, Sheng Jiang is 4 herbs. Ren Shen, Gan Cao, Da Zao, Sheng Jiang as to consolidating digestive system. Da Zao, Sheng Jiang, again, like in the Guizhi Tang, harmonizing the yin wei in the food resource. And the Ren Shen and Gan Cao, nourishing the spleen and stomach to doing it. The only different thing is Fuzi. It's quite interesting. Because the Fuzi in here, just a moment I said, when we have the, for example, like lower abdominal pains, coating stuck in the oral body after childbirth, we try to avoid use herbs like Fuzi and Chuanwu, because they're consuming too much yin. But with such a condition, like a headache, like a red in the face, but why do we use Fuzi? It's because Zhuye is being used. When the cooling herbs, Ge is cooling as well. So we still need, because that's 竹叶 will, although at this moment I said lots of time as well, 竹叶 compared to, for example, like a 石觉明 and the 牡蛎, when the people are like have red face, wherever the yang energy already over the top, we don't really surprising them, but we still have to cleanse them, get them down. So to avoid the yang energy being suppressed badly, so we use the 葛根、防风、桂枝、桔梗 to lift them to support it. We also use 人参 and 附子 to strengthen the down below energy to supporting it. So that's why this herbs, this formula you can see, other than 竹叶 is coming down detoxing, and all the other herbs basically is strengthening them up. That is basically what the mother need, what the young mother to keep producing the milk or keep the child going. They need a yang energy, and also because there is external pathogen attack the mother, there's wind attacking. So therefore, we still have to get rid of them from the body surface. That's basically what the formula is, why it's formulated this way. I use this formula to treat the pregnancy high blood pressure. So that's quite common in Britain. And obviously they have to use the high blood pressure drugs to dealing with it. But the side effects, particularly during the pregnancy, is actually normally the mother don't want to do it if they're not really very high. But when they're really high, they have no choice. But I don't use foods, obviously. But I use this formula, particularly 竹叶, it works really well. So, that's exactly, this formula is quite commonly used formula. So
Do you replace foods there, or you?
I don't use foods. I don't use foods. Yeah, I don't use foods. It still works. If it's really showing, for example, if you're really showing something, sign of, for example, like pulse where it's sinking and the tongue in the root is quite deep, quite low, and you can use a bit cinnamon. Use 肉桂, a little bit of 肉桂, instead of 桂枝. Let's kind of do that. Or
that was the herb that I couldn't remember at the beginning of the lesson.
oh, 肉桂, yeah, 肉桂. So that's that's the so this formula is quite good to use. And also some people, they don't like take herbs during the pregnancy, for example. But I ask them to make tea use bamboo leaf. And particularly with someone have kidney issues, I ask them to use bamboo and 玉米须. They can buy in the supermarket, buy the sweet corn. They take the hair of sweet corn or corn silk, yeah, make tea. That's also very good for the pregnancy blood pressure.
Can you buy the Ju in the Chinese supermarket?
竹叶
Or Jia?
竹叶 you can yes, they have actually. Some supermarket does have. Some of them they have, but not all always have. But if they don't, get some bamboo leaf, not difficult. You can go to some park, like lots of gardens have neighbors. Exactly. Yeah. Well, we have quite a bit. We have quite a bit, and Q garden. Maybe they don't like that, but yeah, something use that or to make tea does help, and also even though not bad, and they not psychologically worried, because now. Some people always think, oh, the herbs, don't want to take medicine. But if tea, that's okay. Yeah. And not bad taste either. Yeah, if they need it. The last, not last, well, the very last, the second last formula, 猪皮大丸 is a very common use herbs as well. With very common use formula, I use quite a lot. This formula is treat the insufficiency in the breast, agitating, vomiting, and hiccup, and to settle the middle warmer and nourish the qi. 猪皮大丸 is the formula. 猪皮, pi is skin. 猪皮 basically is 猪乳. So, well, it's we believe the 猪皮, 猪乳, what we use now, 猪乳, is two kinds of 猪乳. 猪乳, one kind of 猪乳 is like just skin, just a bamboo, the bamboo sheaf, not bamboo shape. They have the hard skin. So with the small bamboo, the skin is not very tough. So you just broken them, like shredding them to very small pieces and boil it. And most common juru you see, maybe if you have sample with you, they are like a sponge. They're very fluffy. That normally the hard skin is already gone. Normally they already make furniture or make something, it shaved off, and then inside of that, this is raw, it's much softer juru, the bamboo shave. Normally we use that more. So that's zhupi, but that's all can use. So just a moment I said juru is cleansing the stomach and the spleen heat in the body. We talk about just a moment zhuye. Yes, of course, it's like lung, the surface defense, and the juru is internal, like a torso of our body. So it's going to flesh and spleen. So if the patients of mother, for example, they feel like a lack of lactose, they don't have enough milk, they feel nauseous, they feel vomiting, hiccup, clearly digestive system is an issue, then you need something to settle the stomach. And then you can use zhu pi da wan, which is zhu ru, shi gou. Zhu ru, we just moment said cleansing the heat in the small stomach and the spleen to calm down, and also zhu ru is can reduce body, like if it's a fever, if it's agitating, zhu ru itself can do it. And the shi gou also cleansing the heat. The two herbs are sending down the energy. But the gui zhi gan cao is nourishing, quite a, particularly gan cao have quite a strong dose to strengthen the spleen, to keep the earth, keep the stomach consolidate. And the bai wei is communicating kidney, stomach, and lungs. Bai wei is a very unique herb. Bai wei, in my interpret, bai wei is similar with xi xin, but in the colder character. Xi xin is a warm character. Xi xin is a communicator between the heart and the kidney, the yang energy, heart, kidney, lungs. So xi xin can start from right at the bottom of the body and reach the right surface of the body. So that's why we use xi xin to treat a lot of things like a cough, sore throat, headaches. It's particularly the headache is right in the center of the head. Someone can see the internal center is not the external center. They feel like a pain inside. Xi xin is good for that. But because xi xin nowadays almost banned, in England, definitely not almost, England is banned xi xin, because xi xin is supposed to have a kidney damage and liver damage, which is issue. But in China, xi xin in recent years, people less use because they're scared of that. So bai wei and sheng ma, I normally, if I can't use xi xin, I use bai wei and sheng ma you replace, because they have similarity of communicational properties, but not although those two, sheng ma and bai are cold natured, and xi xin are hot natured, it's completely different, but they have this kind of ability, and you can use other herbs to compromise with the heat side of it. It's not perfect, but you can do it. So that's what is this formula is about. So zhu pi da wan, I use a lot for the summer. People have stomach issues like nauseous, like a very poor appetite, and like a headache, like a kind of now it's called like a long COVID. But before the long COVID, I used to treat that. I used to treat someone who came from a holiday from some country, Hungary actually. She had a very bad cold and the flu there. And then after she came back, a few months, she can't eat, she have fever, she's sweating, but not, when she's sweating, but her temperature not really high. She feel hot, but if you measure it, not really high temperature, not terribly high. And the doctors can't do anything because they can't really, the modern medicine really think she's kind of normal, almost like a functional, just abnormal functional issues. But when she came to see me, her tongue is really a very red edge. Very red, I remember very vividly. Inside have been slimy, slippery, cold, but really is much more heat in the body. You can see other than coated covered area, the tongue is really red. And she feels dry, she feels thirsty, but she can't drink much. She drink a little bit, she can't drink. Appetite is really poor, she's nauseous. So I use the 猪皮大丸 as really very, very quick. That's one case I remember really clearly, almost immediate. She feel better, and after about 20, 30 minutes, because she's my neighbor, she's feel much more settled. That's what she says, much more settled. It's agitating feelings as because hating and manifesting inside and going nowhere to go, can't go anywhere. That's why the heat is coming, and then because stomach is so weak, so her energy is so weak, so her body cannot launch a proper attacking to the pathogens. That's why temperature is not high. So the 猪皮大丸 is good for that. So that is, but interestingly, in this formula is a 石膏 use. But when I use 猪皮大丸, I normally don't use 石膏, and I just leave it. And so occasionally, if the heat is dominating, you can slightly increase 猪肉 dosage, or maybe plus 芦根 together with it. Normally, don't need to use 石膏 in such condition. Another similar formula is called 竹叶石膏汤. 竹叶石膏汤 is used in 伤寒论 to treat the residue of pathogen, of external pathogens causing issues, which is basically the two conditions determine this formula's use. Pathogen is not really terribly strong, and our energy is really weak. So that's almost like there's both sides are tired. Nobody can able to easily attacking others. So in the end of these things, but if these things carry on and on and on, then our energy getting weaker and weaker for some trigger, they could become much deeper and severe conditions. I do think nowadays, there are lots of COVID patients like that. They've been 3, 4, 5 times infected, the body getting weaker and weaker. And that's, they could develop other issues. Lung has been issues, heart being issues, kidney being issues. If they have the underlying of background under health conditions, there could be a big deal. Things happens. For that, when we treat that kind of things, we got to balance them up properly. That's what I was to say. This is kind of disease really need a very fine adjustment of herbs, because if you use slightly more in one side, it cause the other side. It doesn't work. Not only doesn't work, you weaken the system further. So that's why you have to be very adjustable of the herbs. And you can see that all the herbs are using like very light dose, really light dose, and or gentle, or very kind of gentle resources to not give extra load to the body. Yeah. So the last formula, which is quickly, is 白头翁加甘草阿胶汤, is to do with postnatal diarrhea, which with the that's just a moment we said, this whole pregnancy and including labor and delivery, all these kind of things is basically to do with young energy supporting the whole new life born, and also supporting the body to do all the, is very, very important. So really, the diarrhea is this kind of problem shouldn't be easily happen. Like very often we said at the beginning, the after labor, there's 3 common problems. One of the common problems is constipation, isn't it? The 欲冒大便难 is the constipation. But now, if someone have the diarrhea after, which means the lower burner is really some pathogen stagnated there, and also the body system is rather weak. So we go to cleansing the infections. We also have to nourish the yin, nourish the blood to do it. That's why, because for diarrhea, not really diarrhea, it's called the dysentery, which is more infectious. In Chinese medicine, the 下痢 and 泄泻, diarrhea is a bit different, slightly different. One of them is a frequent poo, but the smell and the shape of the poo not necessarily bad. Well, no, kind of normal-ish. Or the not so strong smell, and the color is quite relatively normal. That's called the 谢谢, which is purely weakness. Another condition is a very strong smell, normally like infection. So that's a bit different. So for treat that kind of things, obviously for the chronic ones, for the not so strong odor and the frequent, even like the lost control, they need tonic. But if it's a very strong smell, very even the color change or whatever, that's more infection. You need to cleansing the toxins underneath. So there's a bit different treatment. So obviously for the postnatal period, the weakness ones shouldn't be so dominating because they should be back to normal, combined, make them not too bad. So if they still have diarrhea, more likely to do with some underneath infections going on. That's why they use 白头翁汤 to treat that. So 白头翁汤 is a formula from Shanghai Lun绝阴 section, 绝阴 chapter to treat such condition. We use 黄连、黄柏、芹皮 and the 白头翁 for her. Particularly 白头翁. 白头翁, this herb now we're using for female and male reproductive system infections, for prostate, for bowel, for uterus issues. I use 白头翁 a lot. It's quite nowadays as a very interesting herbs to cleanse infections underneath our lower burner. Unlike 败酱草, if we know the 败酱草, the smell of 败酱草makes the 败酱草 very focused, targeting the intestines, large intestinal colons. But the 白头翁 is all to do the lower burners excessive heat. As herbs, for example, if you treat someone have a too much discharge and prostate pain, burning the pain, as long as the heat that entwine each other and stuck in lower burner, 白头翁 is really good. So this formula is not too much need to talk about it. But the thing is, 白头翁加阿胶, which is 甘草阿胶. So on the top of the 白头翁汤, leave as it is, use the 阿胶 and the 甘草 to nourish the yin and the blood, to nourish the qi and the blood, to stabilize the energy. So it's basically what it's for. So this gives us idea. So if the child after childbirth, if the mother is very weak, you want to nourish the energy. The 阿胶 and the 甘草 can often be used to nourish the blood, to strengthen the spleen and the qi. So that is what the formula is.
Dr. Chen, what's the Sang Bai P for?
Sang Bai Pi.
Yeah.
芹皮. You mean 芹皮?
In the formula, it's got Bai P.
Bai Pi.
Is that Sang Bai P?
No, it's a 黄柏, 黄柏.
Oh, Huang Bai. Okay, I know what it's for now. Thank you.
Yeah, 白皮.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, 白皮 is a 黄柏. Is the that's what the 白头翁汤's formula.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I just see the message of Alda says she can't come today, so we don't have three. we break the first time. Never mind. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, this is that. And finally, we have a case study. This is a case, it's a couple of years ago's case. Actually, it's during the COVID things. During the COVID, is 35 years old. The beginning, just want to, it's a few things. The very beginning, obviously it's for infertility as well, but also another thing is she could not sleep at all. She sleeps and she wake up in the kind of like, I think you know this as well, like jerking he can almost like someone like is shouting and banging, and she's just like jumpy wake up. And that's during the COVID situation. She's really worried. And also she's waiting for IVF treatment. They had an assessment already, but they just because during the COVID situation, they can't carry out the IVF treatment. So they are really, because her age is not the issue, but her hormone estrogen levels, her hormone levels not quite, is on the borderline of a lower level. So that's a different stages of her tongue picture. I think the top one is the first time. The first time she came, so you can see. So if you see such a tongue picture, what do you think? The first one, the tongue picture. Why is she so can't sleep, very jumpy, and very like strawberry tongue? It's a liver heat excessive. So I basically used the formula with 小柴胡 plus 猪皮大丸. I use 小柴胡, use 猪乳, which is also like a use a strong 猪乳 and use 柴胡 to relax the liver, and use the 猪乳 to cleanse the heat. And also that time is quite interesting because the COVID situation, COVID period time, and when I'm treating the COVID infection, COVID high temperature, I use 猪乳 a lot. I don't use because in the beginning I found a lot of patients when they have the high fever, their fever, they told me it's like fever, like a steaming fever, like a fever like a dried deep from their flesh, coming out like steaming out, radiating out. That's kind of condition. So the 猪乳 is really good at that. So 柴胡 and the 猪乳 together. And after use the herbs, she told me later she can sleep straight away. So that night she hasn't got any problem at all. But that time, actually the whole treatment of her situation, I don't even adjust her hormone whatsoever. Eventually she's pregnant. She's really happy with that, but I didn't use it at all. But after the cleansing the liver, I think that's the second. I can't really tell the different. That's second or third. Well, I treated her. Maybe she's seen me about 10 times probably. A couple of weeks, see me once. Overall, it's nearly half-year treatment or something like that. But during that, various conditions, and until she's pregnant. But even when she's pregnant, her tongue still not so perfect. I think that probably is her during the pregnancy time. You can see from the tongue, like although the heat seems never really cleared, but much more less than first time. So her sleep and everything is fine. And also from that is probably the first her pregnancy period of time, the heat much more reduced, and her body a bit more balanced. So that is this thing. That's the formula I've been used in a different. I just like two major, but mainly this kind of herbs formulas I use. You see like a 猪乳、枳实、白芍， is 厚朴、陈皮、半夏，柴胡 as I wrong, it's CHAI 柴胡 not 赤胡，牡蛎、百合、生地黄、钩藤、麦门冬 and 五味子。Why do I use 牡蛎? Can you have a guess? Exactly, too surprising. That's what I mean. That's what I want to share this case is I want to share with you one of my idea. When the female infertility, male is different. When the female have infertility, there's obviously lots of reasons. Very commonly we see it's cold in the uterus, so we have to warm up. That's clear is not her case. In her body, too much heat, That's what I mean. That's not means everyone you have to treat. That's why what I want to say is when we treat infertility, we don't need limited by the infertility. We don't need, okay, because in Chinese medicine believe, or are we talking about too much cold stagnation in the uterus? That's why we go to warm up and this. It's not everyone like that. And her age is not bad, 35 years old. She's, although it's not the best peak time, but she's quite healthy. She's quite fit. She's really careful about her health. She keeps her really self very well. And particularly like the time picture like that, there's excessive heat in the body. Although there's insufficiency a little bit because the internal crack, in middle crack, you can see there is issue, but a lot of heat, and the heat all floating or engaged in the parasite of, all to the outside of the body. So, which means her energy not properly housed in lower burner and floating everywhere. Because she's worried about her pregnancy, she's worried about COVID that time, she's worried about so many things, like relations, whatever. So her energy is consistently engaged, and the pulse and the tongue all supporting that. That's why I use Muli, I use weights to to calm down, to drag the yang energy back to the lower burner. And then herself can much calmer and the yin energy can nourished, and that possible to have the yin yang harmony. So that's why after treat a few times, actually when she was pregnant, she hasn't told me immediately. I think that after 5-6 months, she told me she just told me so much later. Because in the beginning she wasn't, because that time she said while treating her as well, that herb will help the infertility as well. But we're not focused on infertility. So I don't put any herbs to encouraging you to stimulant because she read a lot of books. Well, should I use this and that to help the pregnancy, to help infertility, to increase the chance of receiving? I said, no, I don't use that kind of things. So she knows the formula, what I'm using, but nothing for that. So when she was pregnant, in the beginning, she was a bit kind of, she wasn't tested until about two months later. And when she's pregnant, and she told me about 5-6 months later, she told me she's pregnant. So that's what that is a unique bit of this case is. Although we normally, most people, maybe more than half, maybe is to do with uterus coldness, but this is not. The key is how to keep the uterus or how to keep the lower burner's energy strong for female. So they have lots of methods to reach. So that is the aim we want to do. Is not the method, not the method that we use. So if they're cold, we do it. If they're not cold, we don't do it. Even when she's during the pregnancy, I still ask her to take the nearly amount of herbs. You see the energy, the kidney energy area is kind of ditched. And also you see the tongue slippery, the lines actually reach to the top. So which means her heart energy and the kidney energy communicating is not so good. That's why I said, well, you need to take herbs a little bit and it make the tongue condition change because she can absorb her tongue. So after about a month or 40 days of herb treatment, the tongue picture is much better. The tip of the no longer get through, and her ditch underneath of tongue. There's no picture here, and not so deep. And then because she showed me her picture, she takes it on her phone. I said, well, that's better now. You can stop it, perhaps now. And she had a very happy. It's more than 1 year old, more than 1 year old. She's sending me her pictures wherever the baby is quite healthy. So that is basically what the formula is. Do you have any question about it for this case?
Yeah, yes, please, Dr. Shen.
Yeah.
The IE, the herb IE, you've got small dose. What was that for? Cold?
Sorry, I should put on the speaker louder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The IE in the formula.
Yeah.
What was it for in the formula?
A year is try to warming up the.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
not a, yeah, it's not a key, not a key.
Thank you.
So did she get pregnant because of the idea? She or was it because
It's
of the balancing of the balance?
That's what I mean. Most of the infertility I treat, most of them I have to say, I only I can remember a few cases I'm dealing with like a blocking the fallopian tube or whatever, but most of them they're fine physically, no problem at all, but just can't do it. Like someone, she hasn't got IVF treatment at all. She's waiting for it. Just about ready, and COVID happened, so she can't do. That's why she's panicked. She's worried because they married for 10 years, whatever, and they seriously trying for 3 years. They can't have, so she's really worried. She panicked. She maybe, and her husband is it's not a type. Her husband is younger than her, so she's a bit worried about relations, even so on and so on. So, but you see, I treat someone 11 times IVF. Not succeed. It costs them so much money. But her and her husband are perfectly fine. And I think, I can't remember, I think he's slightly older, but she's also normal age as well. But just couldn't pregnant. Her condition as well. They're trying so many times, so many years, cannot have pregnancy. So physically have no problem. So that's what the difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Obviously, in modern medicine, you just need to keep trying because looks like you no reason can't have it. So but in Chinese medicine, that means energy not there.
Yeah.
So although the physical body is okay, but energy not focused or engaged. So that is why I know in IVF, someone showed me the IVF website, they recommend acupuncture is like number 1 or number 2 treatment for that, because they don't understand the mechanism, but they found very often those kind of people after acupuncture treatment, they're pregnant. They can't explain why. So they think maybe our distress or whatever, but we don't think it's distress. It's the energy flow goes something wrong, because see, it's like a seeds. The seeds or root have the energy all stocked there, they're able to germinate or able to develop. So if the energy not able to develop there, or they don't have enough energy, also they're able to produce scientifically okay eggs or sperm, they still can't turning the switch onto the pregnancy mode. So for example, they can plant in a fertile embryo in the uterus, but the internal lining just doesn't develop. So normally, if they're healthy, the energy is strong, as long as the embryo landing in the internal landing to the uterus, that's what I mean. If you see some beautifully made film like videos, immediately the internal linings of uterus is starting raise up, and that's what I said. Almost like you had a switch on for the come to different stage, but it doesn't happen. What is causing that? Chinese medicine believe it's energy. So how do we found out energy? By pulse, by time. So if we found if the pulse very weak, very deep underneath of a particular qi pulse or kidney pulse, then we have to tonic and warming up. Jinghui Shenqi works really well. And I know in some people come to me very often, if they tried somewhere else in Chinatown or in the Harley Street, they normally show me the formula like 治百地黄 that being used. It often works really good. Like her condition is not. Her condition because the young energy floating everywhere. So you need to drag them down to the system. So, but actually we don't have a standard or fixed formula. That's why I use 猪皮大丸, use 竹叶汤 idea, which is guide the energy back to the uterus, because she herself do have enough energy. And for this kind of things, I tell you another thing, because I treated a police lady. she's pregnant. That she can't pregnant. She was tried 3 times in IVF. She can't, but she's really strong. She's very emotionally, very. I mean, like sorry, I put this way. She's got kind of a strong woman, if you like, in charge, kind of things. And then I used Xiaochai Hutang when she came to me for something else. I think it was pain or aches and pain. I treat her back pain or whatever. I gave her Xiaochai Hutang and Jinghui Shenqi, and I don't see her for a while. And then later, few months later, well, few like more than a year later, she had a baby, pregnant. So that's obviously she thinks it's herbs that did it, but actually I don't even treat her infertility at all. So that's basically the idea is because for most, that's what I mean. For most of the infertility we are dealing in England, I'm dealing with England at least, they are not have any physical issues. All the tests, laboratory tests, are relatively normal. For this kind of condition, is a thing. Well, if it's floating tube block or whatever, it's, like the 桃红四物、血府逐瘀 all work well to remove the blood stasis. It works well. And also that we talk about 下瘀血汤, 大黄桃仁 as also used. I treat a few of like that. They can have discharge. The period became when they appear. For example, how do you know the fallopian tube blockage is improved? You ask the period. If the period quite fresh blood, reasonable quantity, like 3-4 days, that's quite reasonably heavy, not so light, and no clotting or hardly have any clotting, that's fine. That means they're able to do it. You don't need to do a test. So they can carry on, they carry on trying, they can pregnant. But if the blood very thick, very dark, or brownish dark and the clotting, even have not big clothes, even the small clothes, or lots of it, particularly very thick, then even if they are fine, even if they don't have any physical issues, they probably can't pregnant. Because the blood condition of the period deliberately indicate the condition of the energy in the uterus. And also like discharges, whatever. I mean, sometimes maybe they lots of some people may don't like to talk about that, but you can explain to them. It's well, we really should know, we want to know that. That give us lots of information matters. Pay attention with your period conditions. So normally, most of the time, people ask me first time. Normally, they ask how long I should take herbs, how I was expecting. I normally say you take a few cycles, and if the blood on time, period on time, no pain, not much, maybe have slightly PMS, for example, before the period, maybe have a tender breast, whatever. That's not a big deal. But if no pain, comfortable, happy, particularly during the period of time, if you feel happy and blood fresh and no clotting, I think that's time to stop. You ready to pregnant. So normally that's what Chinese method, which means all those things indicate the energy ready for childbearing. Okay. Yeah. So is there any questions about this case? I think I try to make you to think about it. What if you see such condition? What you will do? What you will think, and will help our case studies.
Dr. Chen, please. You mentioned 2 herbs specialists for the fallopian tube blockage.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could mention them again. I didn't quite catch.
大黄桃仁,
Yeah.
just a moment, the 下瘀血汤 we mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
And another 2 formulas we normally use, like 桃红四物血府逐瘀. 血府逐瘀, 血 is blood, XUI, FU,
Yeah.
ZHU,
Yeah.
and YU, and the TANG, 血府逐瘀汤. That is basically the ingredients, not much difference. It's all like that. It's basically you resolve the blood stasis of lower abdomen. But there is, for example, like 大黄, like Taoren, Honghua, Taoren particularly is really good for remove the blood stasis. If necessary, even stronger, I like to use Erju.
Yeah.
Erju is really, I mean, because a long time ago, I treat someone's period, very big clothes, really painful period. I gave her Taoren first month, it doesn't work. As better, but still have. And second time, I increased the Taoren, but I don't use Da Huang that time. It's still better, but doesn't work. And then was, well, the third month came, I said, well, I give you a bit stronger, be careful. Because normally, traditionally in Chinese medicine, during the period, we not recommend use Erju, this kind of herbs, because it could causing too heavy bleeding, and that could cause a problem. So I tell her, I say, you use that when the blood is feel better, you stop it, because otherwise, they could carry on bleeding. It's issues. And she used that, and it came back and told me it's the first day when she used that, I will like a big clothes come, and then the 2 days afterwards, it's fine, and then it quickly stopped. So that's why, I mean, since then, I like to use Erju. I have to say, over the last 20 years also, Erju itself to treating the blood stasis is pretty safe. I don't have any, for example, now, when I give them a herbs, like a Erju content herbs, even during the period, I don't even tell them to reduce dose or stop. Carry on using it. It's not a problem. But of course, I normally use Dangshen and Huangqi go together with it to nourish the energy. So the Erju, I do think that probably the English, the European female may be stronger in tolerant to this kind of things in Chinese. You see the Erju and Sanleng in, if you read the Chinese text, herbal medical book, normally we should avoid during the period, because it could be on the Da Huang, it could be causing heavy bleeding, which is not what we want. But in here, I found maybe because the herbal strength no longer as strong as before, but I certainly don't see the issues of that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And also, if necessary, for example, if a flipping tube, if after using the things, the blood still quite dark, quite thick, I also use 丝瓜络 if necessary. 丝瓜络, 鸡血藤, this kind of tweak, all this kind of whiny herbs to get into the circulations, get to deep circulation. And actually, another animal product will be very good, which we can't touch here, is like earthworm. Earthworm is good for that. Dilong. They are kind of, they can go into the tunnels and the tough blockages.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Okay, if we find we have a break, we have a lunch, and we come back.
Dr. Chen, what about using lotus similar to Sigua Lo in a way?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Definitely. Actually, the lianfang. You mean the lotus fruit? You mean the lotus vegetable? You mean the lianfang?
Lianfang.
Lianfang is really good. Lianfang actually is good for lower burners blockage, but lianfang is very hard to get lianfang, even in China, because I use lianfang during the COVID. I use lianfang for long COVID conditions, and I probably less than half of my formula can get it. It's particularly like in Shanghai, Beijing, this kind of big cities, they can't have it. But in the smaller towns, like in the smaller towns, they can get, because they can pick up easily, themselves, really, because the lianfang is available a lot of places. But I don't know why. Maybe it's not many people use as before. So lots of herbs we out of usage without, to be honest, without a proper explanation. I don't know why. Like later we will talk about the next section. Like certain herbs, like zeqi, for example. Zeqi is seems such a good herbs, but we hard to use, and you can't order. Nobody stock up, and they are not dangerous for sure. They're definitely safe, but I mean, I don't know why they just out of fashion sometimes. because you see, that's what I do think there's big issue of the Chinese medicine is everyone, like, you know, you used to certain tools, you're familiar with certain herbs, and only people who really have the much wider reach of herbs is someone like me, for example, because I teach herbs, so I teach every herb, so I kind of know a bit of every herbs. But for clinical doctors, maybe because they used to use ABCD, they use ABCD so well, then they maybe don't have enough chance to start to try XYZ, you know, and also because they are doing so well and their knowledge being passing down and they promoting, you know, people learning their things, and so their use experience getting more and more highlighted, and other things will be just being neglected. I think that's probably the reason.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
If no questions, we have a lunch break. Okay. So we can have a half an hour to 40 minutes break. Okay. See you later.
Thank you.
I think that
Right? And
must
they
be
are
some
effectively their mothers. They're working for.
different purpose.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, our lunch is a bit more than, there's a long queue. Sorry, overrun. Sorry, we back to.
Dr. Chen, quick question, is there another course after this? Have you decided?
Sorry, just now I'm organizing, we are preparing, organizing, everything's set now, organizing a kind of a seminar, two actually, but one is already set, which is in August, end of last weekend of September and first day of the October, we will do some seminar in. We not the venue hasn't decided, hasn't confirmed yet, but we will to do with 天回一检. 天回一检, I don't know you heard about or not. It's a kind of thing in last, maybe it's one of the great discovery of architect discoveries. They found about 90,000 pieces of bamboo slate. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we invited all the teams who doing such a interpreting and decipher, analyzing. We hold a meeting in English, luckily, and to discuss of the new discoveries from that. Well, old discoveries about that, which is we are doing that, which is about settled, and also, which is we will have about 10 lessons of online teaching things to explain all by this 10 years preparing, and the book just been released. They're doing, but that's in Chinese, unfortunately. When we do that, and we may have a seminar in May, because we have some group of the Chinese medicine experts from China who came over visit us. So we will hold some, but it hasn't been passed because this actually we planned last year, but because of the COVID things, we've been delayed and rescheduled, and so we don't know whether exactly is. So it's quite a few things going on. but new case course, I don't know also how the Phoenix was planned, and yeah, but I mean, we can do something for that, if it's needed, and we can start maybe case studies, whatever. I think it may be helpful. So this is the last part of the gynecological disease. Not many sentences, not many lines, I have to say, but again, just a moment, like what we just talked about, like a postpartum conditions, as only 11, 12 lines of this, but they actually covered all the conditions. We discovered, I just repeat again, the very beginning we discovered the common complaints about after the postnatal condition, which is to do with yin insufficiency cause issues. As well, we're using herbs, have to be carefully. We have to use herbs where avoid the losing of body fluid and so on. But of course, there also are different conditions. They have cold condition. We use 当归生姜羊肉. There's also heat condition. We use 竹叶汤. We even have some weakness of pathogens, weakness of the positive energy qi and the blood. We use 猪皮大丸 and so on. And also we have stagnation of energy, 只是芍药散. So all those things laid out the very solid framework how we should deal with gynecological issues, not necessarily to do with after the childbirth, even in common condition, as long as the patient is showing a strong sign of weakness of blood and weakness of lower burner. So for example, that will cover all the conditions we commonly see, for example, like a uterus ulcer, uterus fibroids,
there's cysts and cancer and the endometriosis, you name it, any kind of gynecological issues, they all can deal with, even including some kind of like breast cancer, breast cyst, all those things. Because if you understand the Chongmai, how the Chongmai works, if you understand how the liver and the kidney contribute to the Chongmai, and then you will know, all, for example, how the prostate, how the breast issues in Chinese medicine and how we should deal with it. So, you know, again, in the very beginning, I said the female is, well, female's health condition, particularly to do with gynecological condition, is clearly strongly connected or deterred by the condition of the yin or blood. So if they have strong yin and strong blood, their body able to cope with rushing of young energy, with rushing of emotion, with rushing of love or whatever. So they should not cause any consequences. But if they don't have enough strong blood or strong yin, or they have yin insufficiency, blood stasis, or qi insufficiency even, then the turbulence of emotions due to either love, hate, menstrual, and fear, and so on, will have consequences and they lead to stagnation, energy, or whatever. So if we bear in mind all of that, when we're treating people in the gynecological issues, we always bear in mind that nourish the blood, nourish the yin. But when I say nourish, not necessarily only tonic is a solution. You don't need nourish. You may don't need tonic herbs and able to achieve nourishment purpose, which means you remove the causes or abnormality which lead to lack of nourishment of the problem. So that is the key. And then the tongue diagnosis and the post diagnosis give us enough signal. For example, if someone come to you very lethargic, like for example, like very often, well, not often, but I do see quite a few people, a female lady, female and around the menopause time, very tired, lost passion, no interest, no libidos, no, you know, normally they come that they really feel lifeless. And then we feel the pulse we're cold and tight. And then if you ask them, they may be very fidgeting, very angry, very frustrated, or wherever, maybe they have life, some problem there. But you know that's not weakness. If you tonic at that time, although it's time, the yin is exhausting. And also their symptoms showing, or they tell you what they are suffering, showing the weakness. But if you see very strong cold pulse, you know it's not weakness. That's what I want to highlight. No, because if people come to see, I'm so tired, I'm so really, you know, like pissed off or something like that, then you may easily think about tonic, ginseng, huangqi, and renshen, huangqi, or something like that, even jinkui shenqi. But then I just want to, you know, this is not a very thorough judgment. So you go to check the pulse and tongue. If there is a weakness sign, of course, will be great to do that. But if not, don't treat symptom like that, because that could be contributed by other reasons. And then if you investigate a bit deeper, you will got the answer. You know, you say, oh, you know, you're tired, but you know, and you feel frustrated and argumentative. Maybe they have very good mind and they don't argue, but they feel frustrated, feel angry, feel, you know, quite annoyed with the families, you know, partners or husband or whatever. And you know that's not a pure weakness. Then, like a Sini San, like a Xiao Chen Hu Tang, this kind of things will do the work rather than Jinkui Shenqi or Ba Zhen Wan or Shi Quan Dao. So that is the thing we go to be used. And actually in acupuncture, you can find this interesting as well. For example, if you found the like a liver 3 point very sensitive, if you found the lung, you know, the lung 4 is very sensitive, you know there's stagnation rather than weakness. So again, we have to always come to the energy stage energy condition rather than symptom itself. Because symptom, of course, if we analyze the symptoms very properly, and if patients do provide you a very clear or very detailed information, you do can analysis of symptoms completely without know the pulse, which is fine. But most of the time is we can easily jump to our judgment. So that we don't want our ideas to be preset or opinionated. Then we probably will make wrong judgment. That's what I want to say. So the last chapter, we talked about the postnatal things, just showed us how do we deal with the condition when the yin extremely weak, when the liquid fluid exhausted, how should we use formulas to avoid that? And before, when it's premenstrual, before the during the pregnancy, also showed us how do we deal with there's a rich blood, rich energy, there's fragile, not fragile, so very treasuring fetus in the body. How do we dealing with herbs? And now this section is talking about all these general problems, which is 杂病, we call it, which is the miscellaneous disease with all sorts kind of gynecological issues. That's also very, very useful. But not many lines. That's quite that is the thing, but they covered everything. So the female is attacked by wind for 8 days, and the chill and the fever are back again and occurring in similar time daily. And the period just stopped. This is caused by the heat attack into uterus, and the blood is being stagnated. So the fever, like malaria fever, and the 小柴胡汤 is the formula. Again, that is like we already learned a similar thing in the postnatal conditions. So it's no difference whatsoever. And 柴胡, when we talk just a moment, we are talking about the female have very live on blood, and the blood is strongly associated, yin and the blood strongly associated with kidney and the liver. And so that's why the liver is very often play a very important thing to the female. So we also know liver is reservoir of blood, and also liver is have yin body and yang function organ. So well, I'm not a sexist, but if the female emotionally up and down, it's quite normal. It's nothing to do with I don't think female need deliberately make yourself or make themselves just calm and even like a male. That's not good. Not good idea. It's stop the normal up and down of energy flow. That's why like a water signs like a tide. Every month they have a cycle of tide up, tide down. And so like period you have every month up and down clearly, and so do emotions, as long as they are normal. But what is normal? Just normal reaction in their own pace, rather than if the people feel out of control, then that could be a problem. All the disturbance, all those kind of surprising emotion changes, that will cause a lot of problem. In the old book, Chinese medicine, there's one section just talking about the nuns disease, which is nuns and also like widows, and also the nuns can have certain problem, because particularly like a Buddhism nun, Taoist nuns be better. Buddhism nun is very disciplined, reserved. They're not allowed or not encouraged to express the emotions freely. Of course, if you reach to a certain level, for example, they in Chinese believe if it's a Taoism and Buddhism or whatever, or maybe Christian as well, when you reach to a certain level, high level, we reverse to pre-gender conditions. Obviously, you were even like you flow with nature, like a moon and the sun is just like emotionless. But most of them we can't. So, but if it's showing like that, it could be because the emotion being suppressed. then we have lots of problems physically, which I do think is like nowadays lots of cysts in the breast, even breast cancer, infertility, uterus cysts like fibroids, and this kind of tumor or kind of lumps created. This all kind of stagnation, and all could be led by stagnated liver energy. So it's not flow freely. That's why they cause it stagnation. And 小柴胡汤 is a great formula for such problem. I have to say, most of the liver relaxing or liver promoting, liver qi flow promoting herbs formulas all based or strongly connected with 小柴胡汤. So therefore, when we treat the problem with people, female with PMT, very commonly PMT, PMS, or in more severe conditions like ADHD for children or for girls, or suicidal, very depressed, bipolar, 小柴胡 always good to do. Because particularly for bipolar, which in Chinese medicine is definitely a liver or majorly liver issue, because only liver can do such a yin-yang condition. So if the heart excessively strong, they're more likely talking a lot, happy, laughing. If it's a kidney very weak, they always fear, constant but with bipolar, can be very active up and angry, can be really fear and down. That is clearly between the yin-yang, between the external and the internal, that's really liver issue. So you treat liver, no doubt at all. So use acupuncture. You don't even need, to particularly induce or detox. But for herbs, 小柴胡 is one formula generally good for that. But again, for the yin insufficiency herbs, 小柴胡, you need to be careful because 小柴胡汤 itself, if original 小柴胡汤 formula itself, 柴胡is ever so heavy, 8 taels. 8 taels, which is high percentage, but the original weight, 8 taels is equivalent nowadays 120 grams. 120 grams of 柴胡is a huge amount. So that's why, nowadays, if you use small pills, it's fine. It's just higher percentage. If you use the original formula, I don't think anybody, myself, I certainly don't use such a dose. 800, such a 120 grams, because each tael is about 15 grams in high density equivalent today. So 8 is 120 grams is a lot of herbs, and that will clearly exalt the yin. That's why when after birth or wherever, you have to be careful. Also during the pregnancy, you have to be careful. And during the period, you have to be careful as well, because I had that experience a long time ago. And I gave some herbs for someone who had period, which I don't know, and 小柴胡汤 stopped period. So that is one thing, need to be careful. But why 小柴胡汤 able to stop the period? Because 小柴胡汤 is increase the liver energy rising, because 柴胡 is an important herb to lift the 少阳. And of course, when the person have period, especially they don't have enough very rich blood, the energy is coming down, and then you lift them up, and then the period can be stopped or can be reduced dramatically. So in that case, if you have someone have a heavy period, you also can use 小柴胡汤, can reduce it. If not enough, you can use 补中益气. 补中益气 basically is derived from 小柴胡汤. So it's all kind of similar kind of idea generally from the same root. So that's the thing. So in Chinese medicine, there is very common problem to treat people who are kind of mad or kind of a maniac or kind of behave strangely. As for female, it's very often caused by the blood, the heat or pathogens get into the blood. But when was the period of blood open to attack? is a period time. That is why in Chinese culture, I think they generally Chinese, I don't know, I don't know much in here, but in China, for example, if a young girl in the university, for example, that time we've been asked to run in the morning and to PE, wherever, do a physical thing. So lots of young girls don't like to go. So if they only need to tell teacher, I have period. That's it. You don't need to get too cold. You don't touch cold water. You don't have cold shower. That is deeply in Chinese culture. I do think that's probably one of the reasons in Chinese young girl far less period pains and regular period than Western country, because they were careful. Because that's the time the girl much more vulnerable. The blood is open. Obviously, in modern medical terms, they're more likely attract to the bacteria, to attract to the infections, and so that is very, very what the words? Special period time for a female. So if in that time accidentally they had cold, and particularly have fever, and the heat will get into the body, and the most vulnerable part will get the most of attack. Then the heat stuck or attack the blood, will causing problem. So I do think, so-called psychic, so-called psychological issues, which is, I found that's why I learned after I came to England. I used to treat someone, she's diagnosed proper, she was in a psychiatric hospital, she's under psychiatric treatment. I treated her back. And then she said she's really don't like the tranquilizer or sedatives. She won't try the herbs I gave her. She feel better, and she stopped her things, but not very long. She was being forced to come back to take it again, and she was warned not to take herbs at all. And so I don't realize how strong the authorities control they just apparently they talk to her very often in phone, ask her what she's doing. And actually when she was with the herb treatment, she was okay. At least that period of time was okay. But then as soon as they found she stopped the psychiatric drugs, so they stopped it. And actually for this kind of thing, acupuncture and herbs works well. So if acupuncture, I think you all know to needling and in the liver 3, and also the qi, the last point of the liver, has all really help this kind of problem. And particularly in the period time of the really because for female who have such a psychiatric issues, they normally, I have to say, most of them have a strong pattern of with the period. So the period time is really good, the period time really bad. So from that you can figure out what they are excessive of blood or they are weakness of blood. For example, even in the middle of the period, some of them really quite can't sleep, they can't control. That's more like excessive. So you just observe the moon, how the moon is working, and you can understand how the condition, and then you can apply acupuncture or moxibustion or herbs accordingly. So the idea, the reason, the thought behind it is exactly what's just one of the sentence, just like Xiao Hu Tang is about. And in here, I repeat again, we mentioned this before. So when the Xiao Hu Tang, the external pathogens are attacking Shaoyang, which is external and internal conditions. Between the external and the internal conditions, normally the heat is like a fever and chill. They feel high fever and they're scared. They feel cold. This is like malaria, but difference normally is if the external pathogen attacking, they normally constantly have, they don't have a particularly clear pattern. But if the malaria, they have a clear pattern. This is one of the things quite important. But in here, it also says, if this is blood inside of heat inside blood, they also have time. So which means even if have clear time, normally you should further investigate whether it's malaria or not. Normally, if the blood into the heat, so if the heat into the blood causing the fever and so on, normally it happened in the afternoon or evening, later, not in the morning. If in the morning, it's not a blood issue. If it only happens in the morning, it's not a blood issue. So that's also another thing to help us to understand. Malaria, we are, in China, in UK, we don't really see much at all, but apparently in Africa still is one major problems. The second line is a female caught cold and has fever in her period, and the developed symptoms is that the daytime is normal, and in the evening speak have no sense, which means like crazy, like speak something like being haunted. That is the blood being attacked by heat. So exactly the same thing, like just a moment ago, what we talked about. So that is that. So how we treat it, 小柴胡汤 can use, but we also can leave it. So as long as we don't affect, as long as we treat it, not weak the Wei qi. The Wei qi here is the stomach qi, which is a middle burner, and the upper so if you don't attack middle and upper jiao, which you don't attack the heart and the lungs and the stomach, then that will be fine. Because as long as our stomach energy is strong, as long as our heart is okay, then this kind of things will be disappear, but our body will heal itself. Otherwise, 小柴胡汤 will do. But why talking about this heart and the stomach? Why? It's because if the patient is starting have talking about like a strange nonsense, or like a haunted behavior, really strangely, of course, if you think of something wrong in mind, if we try to tranquil the heart, try to use like Angong Niu Huang and so on to dealing with it, you think it's crazy, isn't it? So that even like that, if that's condition like that, that is wrong treatment. It will make the problem even worse. Or for another very common condition, which is causing like a maniac, is the heat consolidated or formed with stools in the guts, in the like the Chengqi Tang series. If you do that, you will further weaken the energy and causing the problem, and less likely self-healed. So that's why that's what mentioned. Don't treat. If as long as you're not disturbing or not weakening, not impair the stomach and the heart and the lungs, then you should be fine. And for lungs, we also know, like I think I mentioned before, because lung in charge of pore. So if it's haunted, we normally treat lung as well. So which we do have lots of formulas in the past to treat these kind of problems. So if that is the case, then the problem will be complicated. But if not, that's really fine. Of course, if the pulse is relatively normal, particularly, for example, if the daytime they're fine, when they come to you, the pulse is quite good, reasonably relaxed, and then they say in the evening, like for example, I treat this kind of problem quite often, but not exactly like that. The young boys, actually see quite a few young boys, not girls, they sleepwalk in the evening, and some of them obviously have issues to treat it, and also some of them they're quite good. The pulse is quite normal, like one. It's about, I think it's nearly not a young boy, it's like a young man. He's about nearly 17, 18 years old. He's really strong sportsman. He's swimming he's swimming for, he's swimming for one of the good swimmer, apparently in his age group in the country. But he's have problem of like sleepwalk. That's what his parents at the beginning wasn't want to talking that way, but later I found when I talk more, actually he can sit up for a while, and he maybe a couple of times he even walk on the ground and then back to sleep again. So they worried about his mental status, but he is better. When I tried to see him first time, he wasn't happy at all. He looks pretty, pretty upset, not upset, pretty difficult to talk with him. You ask questions, you ask 3 questions, maybe he answer one word, something like that. So for this kind of condition, but his pulse is relatively strong. Generally, he's okay. So I did ask him ask his parents what's happening. And one of the reasons for his problem is he not go to bowel movement easily. And also because what he's doing, he have a very high protein food, very, very high protein food. And also interestingly, his kidney is not so good. And when he was young, his mother told me when he was young, he had a kidney infection, cystitis things, which is normally for a young boy, he's like very fit, shouldn't be happen. So if like that, I told him, if like that, I understand what happening. I just gave him 小柴胡汤丸 and 六味地黄丸 together. And I said, don't take the heavy food in the evening, especially like protein drinks and protein shakes. Don't do in the evenings. And change that. And it's quite a few years now, so he seems never come back, seems okay. So I mean, so those kind of things you can know our body can correct ourselves, particularly for the youngsters. We don't have to treat it in a very aggressive way. We don't need like a surprising, sedating, tranquilizing. That's why I mean, not now. When I was a student, one of my teacher was promoting that. He wanted in Beijing. There's a psychiatric hospital. He was worked there for a while, and he tried to using herbs to treat psychiatric conditions and don't take drugs, late drugs, which is really, really good, particularly in a kind of cultural revolution time. They had a lot of like acupuncturist, anesthetic, use herbs treat sciatica, use acupuncture and herbs treating psychiatric problems. Really works well. But then later, when I was students that time, China starting developing more kind of drug companies, I mean, maybe, so they have more and more standardized procedures to do that. And so they very quickly give the tranquilizers, sedative herbs, drugs, and most of them after treat, I think the young of heart, surprising badly. So you can tell, for example, you use herbs treating this kind of problems, the patient afterwards, they feel normal, it looks normal. But for the people who long time in the sedation herbs, drugs or tranquilizer herbs, drugs, you can tell from the eyes, they're sluggish, they're not normal anymore. Well, I mean, investments that is sedative, tranquilizer doing obviously, but in Chinese medicine, it's young energy, particularly the kidney and the heart, the core young energy being impaired, being suppressed. So that will eventually, obviously, they may no longer causing trouble or harm to themselves and to others, but themselves may be no longer able to be fully normal again. So which way is better? I don't really know. I mean, but again, they, and a couple of years ago, during the COVID, we are, our association actually come to help us when Chinese students in Manchester had an issue. Eventually been sent by university, sent to the psychiatric hospital. And their mother was in the COVID time, was really make a big effort to come over here. So we really want to use herbs to treat, but we're not allowed. we actually, I haven't been, but I was online talking about that, and but the psychiatric, the NHS not allowed to use anything else, which is, but the mother actually, even the girls wanted to, and eventually I think she's eventually flew back to China. I don't know, and I never heard ever since. You see, I think that is it's a bit shame. So if we treat that, if we see the thing, bear in mind, don't surprising the heart, never surprising the heart, because that's what we learned in the first section. We talk about organ-based center, the first chapter, the last lines of the first chapter of Golden Chamber synopsis is when we need attacking the zang, we never attacking the zang. We随其所得而攻之. We should attacking the pathogen attacked things rather than the zang itself. So if we suppressing the heart energy, we weaken the zang far immediately, directly, and will lead consequences we can never correct. So that is one thing we have to be really careful. So we can detox the heat, we can detox the water, we can detox the fishes, detox the blood stasis, but we should always aware, don't tranquilize or surprising the heart. That is another fundamental difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine, because the yang energy overall is the foundation of everything. So if we want to function normally, we think normally, we talking normally, we need the yang energy going. So if we're surprising it, even temporarily, the patient condition get controlled. Long term is no good. So that's the thing. And acupuncture as well, same. So try to stimulate like a liver, kidney, particularly liver, like a qi-men and a tai chong, adjusting that rather than, like a bloodletting or whatever, do that. So that's the thing. We need to be careful.
Shang, going back to the boy who had nightmares.
Yeah.
He said not to have protein, heavy food in the evening. Is that just generally eating?
It was for his condition, because he had a kidney issue when he was young. So, I mean, that's why I do think, normally, for example, you fit like that, is a protein food shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
But for him, maybe it's excessive load, big load to his kidney,
Okay.
and causing his, which is because in like a sleepwalk or like this kind of things, generally talking in Chinese medicine, that means the yin energy not able to house in the yang comfortably. So I mean, I know there's lots of interesting cases, but in here, I treated myself the most interesting case, most dramatic case is this boy. His father told me his boy can wake up in the evening and can go out of garden and go into the next side of the street in the middle of the night. It's pretty scary for his father, so he have to follow it and see it, and then come back again. But that is, again, that means his mind or his subconscious, or whatever, fully awake. So he can deal with, obviously, not many cars and people, but it's rather complicated conditions going to get, like that, and very quiet, hardly make any sound, which is this is almost, that's why at the beginning his father think is kind of like he just want naughty play, but he realized it's not, because when you see his eyeballs is not responding to whatever going on. So for that, actually, it means, so his shame is kind of suppressing. And I also, I don't have a lot of opportunities to do this, but if you have and you can try, I have just have simple thoughts. For example, like there is talking about the separating characters in one person, isn't it? Someone can have 3 characters or multiple personality. I always think of what it is, because I have to say so far I hasn't experienced that at all to get the treatment or whatever. But I read something that someone have 10 characters that have been clearly identified by the expert, which I don't think that, even in my understanding, that must be the liver harmonies issues. So it should be a liver issue, but I don't really know. A similar, I think the idea is a similar idea of that, but I need more experience.
That is probably also similar to bipolar, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. Bipolar, because I deal with quite a few bipolar, it's clearly, definitely, no doubt. But this says, the motives, they are kind of like all normal. They have different characters, but they're not abnormal. They are normal. Like bipolar, they're not normal. You see. Yeah, but the character is like, okay, I'm now talk with you like me, and then 5 minutes later, I talk with you as like a female, and I don't know what it's fascinating. I mean, I don't see such in myself. Fascinating.
There are seven pros and 3 right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting. If yeah, yeah, I know they have names. They have a different voice even. They have, well, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, so actually, I mean, that's the. Again, the third line is the same thing, and as the female is attacked by wind and has fever and chill, under the field of chill, so which is like again, it's a liver already get the things, and then the period, the menstruation came, and the period came, and then some 8 days after, the fever stopped and the pulse is hesitate and the body feels cool. It's okay. Looks like chest, but the chest feels full and like 结胸. 结胸 is term in only happens in Chinese medicine, which if you talk with normal Chinese people without the TCM background, even the Western medicine background, they don't know what you're talking about. 结 it means together. 结 means like nodded. 胸 is chest. So basically it's a chest nodded, which is basically patient feel full, hard, and stuffed in the chest. That's basically what it is. And which including today's like infections of the membranes of the chest, which is pleurisy, yeah. Including that, including the angina, and the people have a heart attack, like this kind of condition. So it's quite a few conditions, all called 结胸. But from 结胸, you can tell, the name of it, you can tell there's something stuck there. But normally is the thing we believe is a phlegm and heat stuck there. Because normally damp, not able to reach that high. Normally it's heat and the damp stagnated there. So lots of angina patients is a 结胸. As long as, for example, if someone suffer angina and come to you, the tongue showing red and slimy and slippery, it's 结胸. So if they don't show that, if they show very pale, dark, it's not a 结胸. That's normal cardiological issues. But in modern medicine, even in modern medicine, even they call it angina, as long as their tongue is red and slimy, slippery, don't treat heart. 结胸, we treat phlegm, we treat stomach, we treat chest, but we don't treat heart. That's the difference. The classic formula is called 半黄瓜结胸汤, which is 小线胸汤, which is 半夏黄连瓜蒌. 半夏 is the phlegm resolver, and the 瓜蒌 also is phlegm resolver, but the 瓜蒌 reduces heat. The 瓜蒌 is like a big yellow gourd. So they're going up to the chest. And the 黄连 is a clear heat of the heart channels. So that's what the formula for. So again, that's not heart issue. But if it's the tongue, again, if the tongue is purplish color or like a pig liver color, and the pulse is very hesitated, then you know it's blood affected, and that we should treat heart. We use 桂枝、瓜蒌、蟹白、白酒汤 and so on. So we don't use 半夏 anymore. We use 桂枝. We use 甘草. We use this kind of thing to treat the heart. So in Chinese medicine, they are different. And if the patient like a 结胸, feel full in the chest, feel really like a 结胸, and speak random and illogical sentence, which is it's almost like talking about something like they are asleep. They don't talking things make sense. Then that means heat stuck in the blood, or attacked in the uterus, or heat stuck in the blood. And then we should treat it with that. And acupuncture, this would give the acupuncture point, which is needling qi men point is the, this is just what I mentioned. Needling the qi men. Normally, some people can use bloodletting or just like a quick or very quick detoxing, and this helps. And then treat accordingly, reduce the excessiveness. So wherever the excessiveness is, 小柴胡 can be used for the condition. So 小柴胡 to help the blood attacking the uterus or blood sinking in the heat stuck in the blood. 小柴胡 is very commonly used formula. But why 小柴胡can do that? That's what I momentarily said, because the liver is the one who is reservoir, and the liver in charge. Uterus liver channels cross the cross the uterus and then right reach the breast, and also that's what Chong channels lines of that. So if as long as the regeneration carried out properly in liver, other things will be solved. So that's the idea.
Dr. Shen, could you put
Yeah.
up the slide? Could you put up the slide, please?
Sorry.
I'm still on the introductory slide. If you could change the slide, or maybe it's my problem.
Oh, really? So is everyone is not changing? This changing now? Is the screen change at all?
No, not yet.
Uh-huh.
Not yet.
No, sorry. I do it again, maybe. Stop share. Share again. No change?
Not. Yeah, you're changing it now. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Chen.
But no change here. So the screen here is not changing. So I think what's going on? It's no changing here, isn't it? Let me figure out what is. Do it again. Okay. Sorry, do it again. Sorry, can you see the? No, it's not. I can't.
Just bear me a second. I don't know why my file can't open yet. Can't open. Just. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I think I don't know why. I seems can't play full screen.
Got a mind of its own, Dr. Chen.
Oh yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, and yeah, it looks like computer just seized up.
Also, please answer my question in the box. Yeah.
Sorry.
My question is
My patient in the box. So I don't understand. It's okay now, yeah. Okay. So that's what just a moment I talk about the second lines about the heat heat attack or stuck in the uterus. Well, the name of uterus, normally we call it the blood house, blood chamber, if you like. 血室. 血室 normally we means the uterus. We don't call uterus. So that's why I call it 热入血室. That means blood into the heat into the sank into or get into the blood chamber, and then we should needling with the qi and reduce excessiveness. And when the perspiration is induced, the problem will be healed. That is also very useful to understand that, because normally if there's a heat stuck in the body, if the heat attacking the body, for example, the perspiration is okay. But when which was quite normal, but when the heat attacking the blood, they not necessarily have heat. So when the regenerated, when the sweating come back, that means the heat no longer stuck in the blood and going to more surface. That's why we can see the perspiration going on. So this will help us to understand what is going on, what is the situation. So therefore, sometimes when I do the acupuncture, not many times, but that's quite impressive. I do some acupuncture, have aches and pains after doing it, or during doing it, the patient have sweat suddenly, not suddenly, quite excessively, and then the patient says, "Oh, I sweat," but I normally tell them that's a good sign, and then it is afterwards they feel much better. That's because the deep hidden or deep blocked pathogens released from the surface and come out of the body channels, particularly for the aches and pains. Normally is caused by that. And another sign when we do the acupuncture, you can know when someone have neck problems, arthritis, whatever, when you treat them, the beginning, when you're needling to their like a feng qi, feng fu, particularly like the blood channels and the du channels points,
you may feel after you take needles out, this area of local areas, no change at all. The skin colors and things doesn't change at all. So if that's the case, I normally either use moxibustion or use some heat treatment, like lab treatment. And then you will find the color and the tightness of the neck and the shoulder changed. And then I know, I'm 100% sure the patient will feel better immediately. It's because that means yang energy get going. And also some of them will, after use needles, after you 13 twist needles, you can see surround needles area that became like a pink, slightly redder. That means energy is going. So which is give us idea how the needles or how the acupuncture works. Herbs exactly the same thing. So when the patient feel heat or feel some strange sensations or abnormal sensations, is something happening, something engaging. So the Yang Ming disease, well, just a moment we see all the things, it seems like a pathogen stuck in the liver, it's quite normal with any others. But for female, there's one unique symptom, which is uterus blood attacking. So that's why if female during the menstrual cycle or when they have cold and then have the menstrual, you need to be very careful. Otherwise, when the heat, not necessarily heat, with pathogens stuck or attacked the vulnerable part, which is the uterus during that period of time, they could developing issues which manifested completely irrelevant with the cold or flu. It looks like it's like a crazy, like a talking something abnormal, but it's not the psychological issue. It's the uterus or the blood levels being attacked. So that's the thing we need to be careful. Then we will treat liver. And during the normal clinical settings, if some, particularly for female, obviously we talk about gynecological, if a female have emotional issues, talking, very out of control of emotions, we know there's liver issue. We should treat liver. Not necessarily have to be during the period time. Again, if it's a Yang-Ming disease, we talk about like Shaoyang and Taiyang symptom and Shaoyang symptom. Now the Yang-Ming disease, again, what's the difference between the female and the male? It's because the menstrual cycle, it's because blood weakness. So if the Yang-Ming disease, if patients have Yang-Ming, what's the Yang-Ming disease? Do you have an idea? So the Yang-Ming disease is feel hot rather than cold. Don't feel cold at all, feel hot. So have fever and don't scared of the cold anymore. So for example, if someone have if someone have a fever, and some people can have like a 39, 40 degree in the body, but they wrap themselves like something they feel cold, frozen. That is a Taiyang disease. If someone maybe not high temperature, maybe 37 degrees or 38 degrees, but they really feel hot, even cold, everywhere's cold, they feel hot. That is a Yang-Ming disease. If they cold and hot, feel cold moment and feel hot another moment, that is Shaoyang disease. So that's all to do with their own feeling rather than the physical temperature. So physical temperature may vary, we don't care. As long as they feel it, we know there's issues of which channel is engaged or which channel be attacked. So we care, that's what I said to lots of people. In Chinese medicine, we more care about the patient's own feeling rather than the laboratory and the machinery's report. Because compared to these machineries, our body is a far more refined, far more precise machineries than the million pounds machineries. So if our body found this cold or hot, that is more likely trustworthy than other machineries tell us. So that is so if that's Yang Ming beings feel hot and pulse is very strong, pounding, which means heat, or not heat, the pathogens stuck into the blood, into Yang Ming level and manifested to the heat. And then that is Yang Ming being. So that's indicated as Yang Ming being. For such a condition, if patient starting bleeding, and from bleeding from down below, for example, like a piles or from whatever, or even from uterus, and then speak nonsense, speak not illogical sentences, that is sign of the heat attacking the uterus. That in this, it doesn't mention whether this patient have period or not. It could be period time, could be not period time, but how do we know it's in the blood? Because the blood abnormal. Why in the Taiyang and Shaoyang doesn't mention main blood is because it doesn't mention bleeding. It's because Yang Ming Bing is a heat boiling in the body. When the heat boiling in the body, circulation is really strong. So that's why the blood more likely spilled out, come out of the blood. So this not necessarily only bleeding from down below. They also can bleeding from teeth, for example, from tongue, which is not common to see, but when you see, you remember it's very, patients have mouths full of blood and have high temperature, feels really hot. That is Yang Ming Bing. So which is because the heat pathogens get into the blood and they manifested to lots of heat. So the heat driving the blood circulation very rapidly, and our blood vessels no longer able to maintain them in the blood vessel. They starting going out, bursting. And for example, like scarlet fever that recently talked about, is all belong to this kind of condition as well. So like, for example, like just a moment we show the tongue have lots of dots. Actually, that's not a typical strawberry tongues. If you see the real strawberry tongues, it looks really like strawberry. Raised red, so red, angry red, which means the blood is ready to the flame ready to burn. If that is the case, we know this is kind of a heat stagnated in the blood. So obviously we have to detox that, depending on where it is. And if the patients have sweat, but only the head, that means there's also stagnation. So to needling the qi, and again, same thing like just a moment ago mentioned, will be healed. Exactly the same. So the sweat in here, it means the sweat all over the body rather than only sweat in the head. So if the sweating is all over the body, particularly gently, that means yin-yang harmony. So we call it yin-yang he with 则汗. Yang 加于阴为之汗. Yang plus yang work on the top of the yin, that's produce sweat. But if the only one part of sweat, that's not necessary. That's not indicating harmonize of yin-yang. That's indicating yang take advantage of yin, which means yang have excessive. For example, someone can only have hands and feet have sweat. Someone only have head have sweat. Someone only have chest sweat. Very often when menopause, some people can sweating just in the chest, and the maximum going to the neck. They hardly go to the face. And normally with patients like that, if you touch their neck, the neck is cold, but the front is hot. So that means the blockage of energy. And also if the chest sweat, that means the heart yin energy weak. So that is just showing excessiveness of local conditions of heat rather than whole of the body. So the good sweat is, or we expecting the good sweat is gently everywhere sweat and not heavy. So that's his thing. A female feels like a lump of meat stuck in the throat. That's basically what exactly the original meaning. 自卵 means cooked meat. So like you know, they eat like a cooked meat stuck in the throat.
It's not like measured qi.
梅核气, it is, yeah, 梅核气. So that is, which is basically the same idea. 梅is, yeah, plum blossom, yeah. 梅核 is plum stones, so they stuck there. So it's like something we call the 吞之不下，吐之不出. It means you can't swallow it down, you can't spit out, and that is called the 梅核气. That's exactly the same thing. 炙卵 is exactly just different. It's just like a lump of cooked meat stuck in the throat. In that case, we use 半夏厚朴汤. I use this formula a lot, and apparently, it's not only used for 梅核气, you can use for lots of conditions, including like nasal drip, which is very often in England. Some people have chronic sinus or chronic rhinitis, and they have feel the nasal drips, nasal, you know, and they can never clear that. There's always something annoying behind. So what is the mechanism of 梅核气, or what's the mechanism of the cooked meat stuck? That we believe is a phlegm and qi stagnation. So only phlegm and qi stagnation can cause that. If not phlegm and qi stagnation, then if it's only phlegm, then we can easily spit out. If there's only qi stagnation, we don't feel the lump like so real. Actually, a lot of people do test again and again and again because they really feel something, and even choking. Some of them even vomiting up, like you know, esophageal or the voice box, you know, lung tumors or whatever symptoms. But after they have the check, is normally it's fine, or maybe slightly show a bit of inflammation, nothing at all. But in Chinese medicine, that means the qi and the phlegm stagnation. So to treating that, we go to, if we know the qi and the phlegm stagnation, we know how to do it already. So we go to solve the qi, we go to solve the phlegm. So we solve the phlegm, we use 半夏. Solve the qi, we use 厚朴. But can we use 枳实? We can, but the 枳实 not good as 厚朴. Why? Because 枳实doesn't solve damp. 厚朴solve damp. So that's why 厚朴 is better than 枳实. I sometimes use 厚朴 枳实 together, but you know, but in this to precise, 厚朴and far more better used in this formula. So if you see this formula, you understand what it is, isn't it? 半夏、茯苓、生姜. If 半夏、茯苓、生姜 plus 陈皮, that is 二陈. 枳实, so it's basically just this kind of herbs. The 二陈 is the formula we learned. 二陈 is a basic formula to resolve any kind of phlegm associated with stomach. So that's what it's for. So it's quite straightforward. But the difference is because there's a qi involved with stagnation, so they put a qi resolving herbs. That's a 厚朴. And they want them qi resolve even work better, use the 苏叶. 干苏叶, it means dried 苏叶. Don't use fresh, use 干苏叶. Actually, I normally use 苏梗. I use the stem of the su. It's even better because to help resolve the flow of the qi in the chest. I also use this formula to treat the morning sickness, for example. I also treat travel sickness. I also use this formula to treat the esophageal and stomach cancer. I use quite a lot this formula.
Even as a preventative, then for example, if you go on a long trip and somebody's
You can, but you know, to be easier, if that 藿香正气 is easier. What you say is 藿香正气, 半夏、厚朴、苏叶、茯苓 all inside. So actually, it's a similar idea, just resolve the depth and sending down the qi. So these formulas are very, I use very common, and I have some pictures. Maybe this you can expect the change of the tongue picture very rapidly. It's quite fascinating, you know. Sometimes you just can't believe it's the same person. It's because because the phlegm in the end of the day, phlegm are yin passages, yin natured, and the fluid nature. So really, they should not stuck in the top. So as long as we get the qi flow freely, they normally come out quite quickly. So in my personal experience, if you see the patient tongue, the top, the upper part, the 1/3 of tip of the tongue, with 1/3 of the tongue, be swollen, puffed up, raised up. 藿香正这半夏厚朴 you can consider to use. That means too much excessive fluid on the top. And this few herbs, 半夏、厚朴、茯苓、苏叶, all really good herbs to treat such thing. Obviously, the ganjiang, normally in Zhongjing's formula, in the Yisheng's formula, ganjiang, and when we use 半夏, very often go with shengjiang or ganjiang, because jiang firstly can resolve help shengjiang or ganjiang can help resolve the phlegm or depth themselves, also can minimize the toxicity of the 半夏, because in the Shanghan Lun and in Yisheng's formula, when Yisheng talk about the 半夏, the 半夏is not treated 半夏, the raw 半夏. And now when we use 半夏, the 半夏already being treated with ginger. So that's why nowadays, if you use 半夏, you not always have to go with shengjiang, unless you want the shengjiang to enhancing the properties of shengjiang have. But in the Yisheng's formula, if they use formula, for example, some formulas in shengjiang 半夏 not singly used, not with other herbs. So that is only raw 半夏. So sorry, 半夏 singly used without shengjiang. This is raw 半夏, and raw 半夏 nowadays is very rare to use. It can, you know, really in China, if I want to buy raw 半夏, I have to, if I prescribe the raw 半夏, I have to ask them to go into a particular place because I know them. So they see my formula, they give them. Otherwise, they don't give them because it could be a problem. Because raw 半夏do have toxicities, which is not because they stimulate the mucus of the system, and it causing swollen, so the people can have a swollen throat, and even in severe conditions, they can completely seize up the airways, and they can kill actually. But it's very rare actually, very rare. As long as you treat it with ginger, that's maybe fine. And I use it. That's what I mean. I use it to treat some people who have esophageal cancer and stomach cancer, and I have to say, really can reduce the symptoms, help symptoms for sure. But to in here you don't have chance to treat cancer without operations or whatever. But help symptoms is really good. And there's a report, a doctor in China, he used raw 半夏 in high dose, and together with ginger, like what Yisheng used to treat stomach ulcer, stomach cancer, and esophageal cancer. They have quite a few successful cases reported. So which means those kind of herbs, obviously, if there is lump or tumor growing, you need something attacking. So they now treated the 半夏, probably not able to strong enough to do such job. So that is 半夏厚朴汤. Again, I just ask you to remember 半夏厚朴 to dealing with this kind of issues. All the phlegm and the qi stagnated in the upper part of the body, which is upper, I mean up from the stomach, compared to stomach, the chest, esophagus, even, for example, even in long COVID, for example, someone have long COVID, constantly have a throat not clear, can't speak properly, 半夏红白汤 can do as well. Not necessarily have to be a lump or feeling the lump like that. Later, I have some cases I will show you the pictures. You can sit down picture will be what it's like. And another formula, when I talk about herbs, we learn a lot. 甘麦大枣汤. 甘麦大枣汤 is only 3 herbs. Well, only 3 basically food. 甘草, 小麦, and 大枣. So it's called 甘麦大枣汤, which is all food, purely food. Now, these 3 herbs now in England are quite popular to treat panic attack, treat depression, stress, and really quite good actually. I do think a lot of times it's much better than antidepressants. But it's not suitable for all the conditions. If the liver stagnation, for example, angry, frustration, 甘麦大枣汤 not the right one to use. We should use 逍遥散, 四逆散, and 小柴胡, for example. But if the purely weakness, particularly if you see the patient's the face, very like a blotchy, lip very pale color, around the mouth and the nose is center of the face, really pale, and particularly pale, not necessarily dark, pale. But if around the eye, around the nose, between the eye region, you feel blue, dark, that's not the 甘麦大枣汤 suitable. That should be warming up. Use 理中丸, 金匮肾气 and so on to warming up. But if you see right on the middle, you see some young kids, well, young women as well, particularly if they don't have makeups, so right in the middle of the face, pale, noticeably pale, then 甘麦大枣汤 is really good for that. Because that indicates right in the center of organ, heart, spleen, in blood insufficiency. And the 甘麦大枣 almost can have an immediate result. It really works well. And originally, 甘麦大枣 is to treat female 脏燥. 脏 is organ. 燥 is dryness. 燥 also have another meaning. 燥is exactly the same pronunciation with dry. 燥. Very dry, we call it 燥. But in Chinese writing, the very dry 燥, the right part, right side, same, exactly same. But the left side, there is a fire, but this is just a food. This part, left side of this word means food. And then if it's dryness, we use fire as a part. But the pronunciation exactly the same. And by some scholar, I believe the Chinese language, the word evolved, is strongly associated with the meaning are strongly associated with the sound as well. So if they have same sound, they must have some connection between. So therefore, this kind of 燥 also is not talking about dry in fluid, but it's talking about the drying in the essence. That's why I make them agitating. So that's what called 脏燥 means. So with 脏燥, it means the organ severely lack of nourishment of essence or yin. So the patient feel very agitated, unsettled, and very, just can't have a minute of peace. And very like cry, feel really sad for anything, any good, they not necessarily have any physical or emotional troubles. They may have, may not. Even they don't have any physical trouble, they feel tearful by watching, for example, in China, a very famous novel, one of the 4 the most influential classic novels in Chinese history, called 红楼梦. Inside have young girl. She crying. When she see the flower petals falls, she crying for days. She buried them. She feel, oh my God, that means the most beautiful things dying or whatever. So that's like that. So which means that is nothing to do with a physical thing. It's just to do with themselves. The organs so dry, so unsettled. And just like being haunted, and can be crying, can be like, I over the years, actually just recently, I see some people come to me and they talk with me, suddenly burst to tears. And it was, I mean, if for other people, maybe you feel a bit shocked, but for me, I feel I expecting that, so it doesn't matter. I just really tearful for 5 minutes and then back to normal again. And then later talking about something, tears again. So with that, it's a typical sound, like being haunted. And also another word called 数欠身, frequent yawning and stretching. What that means, I think I told before, liver, exactly. So basically the heart, the liver, particularly the liver, blood and essence in severe dried condition. We know the liver stores the soul. When the liver is so impaired, invulnerable, our soul not settled. So that's why we feel like that, feel crying and feel like that. In the old time, very often, particularly female, especially for female have a lot of children. So in China, particularly before, and my father told me quite a few things, like almost like every village have a couple of people like that, because they have lots of children, they don't have good nutrition, and they also in the last couple 100 years, China have a very unstable political environment. In the Civil War, Second World War, First World War, like a warlord war, since 1840, I think, since China is unstable for 100 years, more than 100 years, constant fighting. So the food is a very severe. Food is a very severe things. That's why I mean, in my memory, like my parents' generation, they really treasure food. They really don't drop any food things. They don't waste the food. But nowadays, maybe it's a bit too much. And recent years, they're getting a bit better. Actually, maybe you heard about it last couple of years ago. Chinese government even starting to apply the kind of punishment, even in the restaurant, if you don't finish your food, you got to do something, which is that was being criticized. Also, they say, oh, must be means China had a severe food shortage. Actually, we don't know if it's true or not. It doesn't show any sign at all. But that means, like for older generation people, see the youngsters waste food, they're really angry because, for such a long time in China, a few generations, they struggle for enough food, you know what I mean? So that's why when the person, particularly older woman, female, if they constantly have more children and more children, they're losing blood, losing essence, and then their reservoir of blood, which is liver, completely depleted. And when they're getting older, they no longer supporting their organ anymore. That's why the 脏灶 being developed. Interestingly, in UK have lots as well. I don't know why the cause of it. I do think that's probably because England, the poor eating patterns, for example. I do, myself is one of them. I hardly eat lunch normally. And I do know quite a lot of people come to me, hasn't eaten anything today yet, already afternoon. They don't eat maybe one meal a day, big meal, or maybe they just buy a cup of fizzy drinks, whatever. I think that maybe deliberately contributed to their 脏燥 symptoms. So it doesn't matter what, some people have these issues. So that's why they use 甘麦大枣 to treat 甘草麦芽大枣. How these things work, we can easily explain it. Because 小麦 wheat, not barley, we use 小麦. We do use barley. For example, the wheat sprout, we use barley, actually, traditionally. But the 小麦 wheat sprout, so the wheat is okay as well. But by the classic standard, it should be barley sprout. There's different. But the 小麦, the whole 小麦, whole wheat with wheat sprout is different kind of thing. 小麦 can nourish all the organs, particularly for heart and the liver. It's quite interesting. You may find interesting if you look at the Chinese documents, herbal medica, or from various books. Xiaomai has been classed as a 3 organs fruit, 3 organs grain. By Su Wen, by Yellow Emperor Internal Classic, Xiaomai is the heart grain. But by Tao Hongjing, Xiaomai is a liver grain. By Kou Zongshi, Xiaomai is lung grain. So, but doesn't matter what, Xiaomai is dealing with heart, liver, lung, all to do with the emotional Shen, Hun, Po, the most important 3 essence on the 3 things about in the spiritual level. And Xiaomai actually is the only grain we have in our food chain, can have 5 elements energy completely complete, particularly in most of northern part of country, like northern China, or like Russia, or like Kazakhstan, this kind of a big area of Asia land, the Xiaomai. They normally plant them in springtime, autumn time, later autumn, and then they have a whole winter germinating and growing slowly, and then starting to grow quickly in the stems and the leaves in spring, and in the summer, they quickly developing the fruit and the seeds. And the last couple of weeks before the harvest, normally in the middle of summer, they are starting to have the proteins to fill up their fruit. So which means all the elements are being fully mature or fully absorbed. And so that's why the Xiaomai is only plants in our food chain, only grain in our food chain have the 5 elements organs. That's why it's so important. And also Xiaomai have a sharp shell. The shell of Xiaomai is very hard actually. They can even hurt the skin, they can get into the skin, and they have which is metal character. And the Xiaomai is shape, heart shaped. Inside they have the shape of the heart character. And also the Xiaomai, the skin is a bit yellowish, it's go to earth. So Xiaomai also have a bit like a head going to lungs as well. So all the Xiaomai have a heart, lung, and liver character, as have strong rising energy and rising power. So that's what the Xiaomai is about. So because of that reason, so Xiaomai can have a great nourishment to the heart, liver, lung. So really, if and also another explanation that I think even more fascinating is someone said that Xiaomai, Kou Zongshi said Xiaomai is a lung fruit, lung grain, is because Xiaomai start germinating with the metal energy strong, which is autumn. And the Xiaomai mature or die with the metal energy being controlled, which is summer. So that's why they say, okay, there's a full metal plant. But depending on what you use. So if the Xiaomai skin, we normally believe go to metal more, go to lung more. We have lots of formulas to use for example, we use the Xiaomai, which is in English called barn, isn't it? Barn, the Xiaomai skin. After take the flower out, it's called a barn.
Bran.
Yeah, bran, yeah. Bran. We use bran to treat, for example, like eczema, like fungal infections, whatever, to externally use.
So wheat bran.
Wheat bran. So there's a lot of things. And also bran also can treat for like diabetic, this kind of issues. And the flower, normally the skin is cold and goes to the lung. And the flower is warm. It's going to the spleen, stomach, and then nourish the flesh. So the whole grain is more balanced. And when the boiler, you don't crush them, they nourish heart more. When the beans sprout, wheat sprout, such strengthens the liver. So it's like all the, nourish all the organs. Actually, the whole grain of the wheat also strengthens the kidney as well. So that's what, and when they ferment it, which is a herb we call the shenqu, it's also warm. So they resolve the stagnation of digestive system. So it's xiaomai is really widely used stuff. We use xiaomai to treat lots of problems. I found it quite fascinating. Once I got from Lidl, I bought from Lidl. They made as German, maybe German use it. Use a wheat in a bag. They heat it to help the aches and the pains. Actually, it's a good idea to arthritis, to particularly to someone who have damp arthritis, because wheat can absorb or suck the dampness for absorption. It's quite good actually. Wheat bags. I don't know whether they use the xiaomai, just use the media for carry heat, or they have a medicinal purpose. Because I do recently I talked with somebody who learned a lot of German herbs. German have a very, I can't remember her name, it's very famous in Germany a few hundred years ago, and a German female lady. She's know lots of herbal functions. And the one who read her book told me there's quite a lot of similarity to Chinese medicine actually. So which is quite quite interesting. So that's Bancao xiaomai. And use xiaomai to nourish the organ, particularly nourish the liver and the heart. And then Gancao is the heart and spleen. Dazao is spleen and heart, is no difference. So three herbs together nourish organs and the stop, zang zao. So this formula really, when I was students, I think, wow, that formula can't be strong. How could we, why don't we use, for example, if we want to help the liver, why can't we use, for example, chaihu, shanzhuyu? If we want to treat heart, why don't we use renshen and so on? But actually, after treating people, this formula works even quicker than Sichuan Dab and Guipi. And later I understand why, because when the patient have so weak, when they're on the middle of the face, they're very pale and blotchy. That means the earth energy in such a crucial condition. So their earth is really not able to absorbing. So if you give them strong herbs, they're not able to absorbing properly. So the Gancao Mai, Xiaomai, Dazao, they are almost food-based, particularly Xiaomai, food-based. Dazao food-based in our food chain. They're much easier to absorb. So actually, for someone who have weak digestive system or weak spleen and earth, use subtle, neutral, mild herbs. Actually, they work better. They work better. And then for really the best nourishment to our body is food rather than medicine. Medicine is energy, because medicine, obviously drugs even more. The herbs, medicine, their energy is far more, they're more aggressive, more strong. So obviously they can create bigger imbalance, or they can correct the most severe imbalance by themselves, also create kind of big imbalance. That's the one thing we have to bear in mind. So therefore, I use this idea, I think I told you before. For example, if you found somebody, quite often, like I treat someone, very beginning herbs work really well, and then suddenly, no, not suddenly, they found that a period of time not working so quick, that the patient doesn't feel as much. And then I tell them, reduce dose. If you mainly, before you take 2 times a day, you take 1 time a day. Actually, they even work better. Why? That's because our body coping with them better. So that is another thing that we have to be considered as well. So according to our experience.
You know, there's more than environment.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who are allergic,
Yeah.
celiac.
Yeah.
So clearly for them that wouldn't be suitable, right?
Actually, no. Actually, say I treat a lots of food allergy, particularly the gluten things. I use the intolerance. I use the Maillard very often. Never had a problem. Maillard, Shenqu, never had a problem. So
You don't tell them.
sometimes I told them,
Mhm.
sometimes I don't, also I forgot, for example.
Mhm.
They fine. not a problem at all.
Mm.
So you try a little bit. I know you make because of my people come to me in the field form. I do have allergy lines. They say, oh, allergic gluten. I said, well, you're allergic, but inside have the wheat sprout. You try a little bit, see what happens. It's fine. So it's not a problem, particularly when it comes to the form. If they just one herb, it's different. But when it comes to the form is not a problem at all. So that is because when they're starting working together. So I mean, nowadays I know, particularly in Britain, I know lots of people have allergies, and but when we use herbs, obviously we do need to be careful, but normally it's not a problem at all. So if depending on what the allergy is, for example, like all the food like gluten intolerance, normally as long as you treat the stomach and spleen, shouldn't be a problem. So for example, like a 麦芽、谷芽、山楂 is like a kind of remove the food stagnates herbs use that will solve. If the the lactose intolerance, you treat the liver, they normally dealing problem, normally no problem at all. But obviously in the herbs we don't have the lactose in it. But after they use that, they can do. And also over the years I treated quite a few people with fruit intolerance. Like someone can't eat apple. Someone can't even eat apple. When she eat apple, she have to sleep. Her lips swollen. But after use herbs, just a couple of weeks, I said we could try. And she said, oh, I can't try a slice of apple and have no problem. But I'm scared to try more. I said, well, it shouldn't be a problem. And that's it.
Digestive problem?
Warming up stomach.
Or
Warm up stomach, yeah. So normally they will solve the problem. So it's, that's this kind of food intolerant issues, herbs really doing well. But if it's like a cold air intolerance, for example, like dust intolerance, that's to do with the lung, and not to do with that. So like a 树叶, 麻黄 this kind of thing will be good for that. So we maybe have 5 minutes break.
So useful, Dr. Chen, everything is super.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I mean, I know it's maybe a bit long time, a bit boring, but
No, not boring at all.
yeah. Good. So you have a adapter, yeah? You have
Yeah.
I just realized I have cable, but I,
Dr. Chen, my adapter is a Chinese one that it's OnePlus, you know the company?
yeah, I have it, but I realize I don't have enough.
It's a hypercharger,
Oh, great.
so I don't know if it'll ruin your phone.
No. No,
It's a special one, this can charge it really fast.
I know, I can take 66 volt.
Can you do
Yeah.
do you dare?
Oh, yeah.
It's very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So my phone charge for 20 minutes, 90%.
oh, same,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You've got 44%,
Yeah, so it's
very quickly it'll go right up, yeah. That's good, it's the Chinese one, so you're okay.
Yeah.
Mine is Chinese versus
Oh, you're OnePlus, yeah.
OnePlus, yeah, it's really good, actually. Do you know who carries OnePlus now? John Lewis.
Oh, John Lewis, no, I mean,
I couldn't believe it.
OnePlus actually is old.
Oh,
China is OnePlus is kind of like a high end of a brand of Oppo.
oh, I didn't know that.
It's Chinese brand.
Oh, I just bought it directly from OnePlus because my Japanese friend told me to.
Yeah,
He said it was the best one.
OnePlus is OnePlus is good, but
Yeah.
my one is Huawei.
Nice.
Huawei is good, but Huawei have problem is the app is the issue.
Oh, I
So
love OnePlus.
yeah,
It's my second one.
oh good, yeah. Yeah.
Good.
OnePlus is a relatively new brand.
Yeah,
I think that was very beginning. It was deliberately, I think they was deliberately targeting the Western market.
oh,
The very beginning. And obviously later they did really well. And then in China, it's starting selling OnePlus as well.
wow, yeah, nobody knows what they are usually when I.
Oh, it's just like something where it came from, it's almost like kind of a copied model. Yeah.
Chinese government's probably spying on me, but.
Well, could be. I think it's nowadays, it's really impossible. Impossible. No.
All the same 99.
That's why, the what Bin Laden just use the messenger to passing information. That's the only way. Maybe not very quick, but it's most secure. Otherwise, as long as you're using things in the internet, you're open to
Yeah,
attack.
Yeah, I think it's somebody once I had a guy who was an IT guy. He said the most secure computer is one which is not on the internet and switched off.
Yeah, exactly. There was one stage even talking about, which in China, obviously, they talking about the television will switch off if you stand by, not unplugged or not switch the power physically. They said someone's still able to use the camera
oh, yeah.
to monitor you. But apparently later the cells is not true. But maybe they're able to. But it's just not everyone able to. Maybe they have to be only a few people able to. But I mean, in my understanding, is like I don't care people if they are interested. I'm very happy to allow them to say, because I'm not really. I mean, I'm not means I want to just show everyone, but I don't care if they're interested.
If they understand what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
or if they're interested. I don't think, like such a large data, I don't think nowadays the authorities, any authorities have the energy to analyze everyone. But they probably will, if they want to know you, if they want really, for example, if you are, important person, well, they will do anyway.
Yeah.
Even you don't use phone, then maybe someone follow you. Because I mean, that's the same. I just think,
Hey, just a question about
Yeah.
the German woman, the herbalist. Is this the herbalist in Germany? This is from 1500.
yeah, maybe probably, I can check later. Yeah.
Leonhard Fuchs.
Yeah, so apparently she's have lots of books. She's from originally she was from Germany. The what's called the something like that. The old capital of
Munich.
no Munich is somewhere. Yeah, that was the
Bonn,
Berlin.
no, it's sorry, my God, I can't remember now.
Germany, Bonn was, when Berlin after World War II,
Uh-huh.
Bonn was the capital.
No,
She's from 1550.
where the who was born, the
Homeopathy.
von der Leyen was from the same place with her, I think. Von der Leyen is from von der Leyen is from the city called somewhere. I can't remember.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Well, there was no Germany. It was all the.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, that time the German is a very new name, exactly. Like Mongols, for example. The Mongol, this word appeared in history only 900 years. Yeah, so before that, there are no Mongols. The Mongols replacement of Jin and Liao, which is all kind of, they are maybe the same race, and maybe Han, which is all kind of same people, but so Mongol is actually tribal name. It was tiny tribal, but now like so that's Mongolian people. Well, actually, because Mongol was maybe the Westerner remember Mongol deeply. They don't remember others because they've been in Europe briefly. So I think that's why lots of concept is quite muddled up. Yeah.
This says, if it is her, she was born in Wending, and her dad was the Duchy of Bavaria in the Holy Roman Empire. So it's Roman.
Yeah,
Could be,
because
yeah.
they even have, in Italian, Munich is Monaco di Baviera.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So Monaco or Bavaria.
Yeah. And it's quite European history. European history is very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, this really is. I don't realize until I'm in England, I don't realize there's so many differences in between the Europeans. For a Chinese way to say that all the European looks white people, like until I'm here, I feel that all the European people look similar. Maybe like the Los Angeles people say all the Chinese look the same as well. But yeah, so I realized the first time when I was decide to come over to England, I have students that time in the university. There's two Scottish doctors. They are Scottish medical students. They graduate and then start in Chinese medicine in China. I just speak perfect Chinese. 3 years there, and then I teach them. And after during the breaks, I said, "Well, are you going to your country?" He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to London." Actually, it's not really London. Not far from London. No, it's not my country. I said, "Well, are you English?" He said, "No, I'm not English. I'm Scottish." In Chinese, he said, "Well, so are you 英国人?" It means English. I said, "No, I'm not 英国人. I'm 苏格兰人, which is Scottish." I said, "Well, it's the same country." No, it's not the same country. And after I came over here, I just realized how different. Well, I mean, can be so different in between, which is, I mean, maybe it's like maybe like someone said, "Oh, you look like Japanese." I said, "Well, it's not like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and maybe or Western. I think they are same." But actually, the three countries maybe they can kill each other.
Yesterday, the Tesco's checkout screen, and
Yeah.
the next woman turned into a different language, and she couldn't read it. It was Welsh.
Oh, Welsh, yeah, Welsh language. So because I post her to Welsh, The version, every time I have to double check the address, the spelling is so different. I mean, that's just how our culture evolves from a tribal thing. That's what I mean in Europe. Unlike in China, this kind of unifications of nations, China did 2,000 years ago from first emperor. Actually, not complete, but he did more or less united China as one piece of one entity, if you like, in culture, in language, at least in the writing language, 2,000 years ago by force. But Europe never done. So it never really. They tried. I think the EU is another try, but that's why. Still trying. Yeah, Chinese that's in 2,000 years. That's why I mean, I read something interesting. It says so far, the gene pool, gene bank, they cannot find a Chinese gene bank because they don't know what a Chinese gene is. They can't tell which is Chinese gene, but they can find a family name gene bank. For example, like my family name Chen, they can find a Chen family gene bank because supposedly we all share Y chromosome of the Chen family. For example, like Confucius, all the Confucius descendants all share same Y chromosomes with him. So they can find this gene bank with a family name gene bank, but they can't find a Chinese gene bank because in China, a lot of people look so. For example, a typical Cantonese looking with a typical Beijing is very multi, but with the northern Chinese looking, the difference may be bigger than between the Chinese and the Koreans, and the northern Chinese and the Koreans and northern Chinese to Japanese. So northern Chinese and Japanese and northern Chinese with Koreans, you can't tell different from looking of it. I can't tell actually. Before maybe dress different. Now even dress is the same. You can't really tell at all. But for typical Cantonese or indigenous Cantonese or the indigenous Fujianese, you can tell slightly the color of skin color, this nose shape, but they all regarded as Han Chinese. And that is because we united much earlier ago. So it's lots of, and also in Tang Dynasty, we talk about Tang in the herbal formula, talk about so many times. In Tang Dynasty, there's a lot of colorized people, which is maybe Europeans or Arabs or Persians, we don't know. We call the colorized people. And they were a huge amount in the military. And then later they all merged to the marriage or whatever. So that's maybe lots of other genes, European genes, which is a recent last couple of decades discovery of the because recent years China have a lot of discoveries from underneath of soil because China building a lot of roads, building lots of airport or wherever. They dug a lot and they found out there is a couple 1,500 years ago too. There's a group of the white people's body being found, purely white body being found. It's still, because it's so dry, the body is still maintained really well. And it's rather center of China. So they also found the Roman coin, gold coin. So it must be the trading between that is a lot, and a lot of them will stay there. So really, we are far more diverse in genes than we thought. This is even Europe as well. If you think about in England, a lot of people have a French blood, German blood, Italians, Arabs, so it's quite interesting to know that. But in Chinese medicine, we in Chinese culture generally, we don't, well, traditionally, Chinese culture don't have a strong sense of race in gene. We classed the race in culture. As what before Confucianism is very famous thing. It's like a 披发左衽. So Chinese clothes is right on the top, left on the side. That is Chinese, and that time the other race we call the barbarian race, which is no so nice. It's other side, and the Chinese tied the hair. So the male and female, we don't cut hair, but we tighten up, and the other race is hair come down. So that's the difference. So that's why the Confucius says, without this guy, without this person called Guan Zhong, he's very famous prime minister in that time. He is one really spreading the Chinese belief and Chinese literature to lots of smaller tribes. He said, without him, we will all long hair and left clothes. So that means basically we identity, which race belong to what you behave or what you believe rather than genetic, which I think that's why I mean the summer scholar talking about recently I read something talking about, I can't remember his name. He talking about is quite a few dozens of years ago. He says China is not what the words? He said China is a country, a pretended country, but actually it's a culture. I think that's roughly like that. So it's like more like values in the Chinese culture, for example, like a Confucianism, like a Lao Tzu, like a Taoism. Taoism, which is maybe a bit quite different than Christian. If a monkey, if a pig believe the Taoism idea, there could be Buddhism, the Taoism. That's why you see maybe there's a story, the 4 animal-looking stuff going to the Buddhism pilgrim practice. And the top one is a monkey, and the second one is a pig. But in the end, they all achieved and they all enlightened, became a Buddha. so that is, which is a bit different idea. So, I mean, but all those core value is this kind of understanding of the environment, understanding of the herbs, understanding of self. That's what I mean. When I read this kind of books like novels and kind of a fantasy or like a myth, it's all same ideas. In Chinese medicine, all match. We all can find where it came from. As for example, like in this book called The Monkey Stories, there's one monster, very, very aggressive, very, very serious. All these 4 people can't beat him, can't beat them. He's really big. Actually, he's a Scorpio. The Scorpio became like a monster. So, and in the end, so they have to invite a 卯日星官. 卯日星官 is a cockroach, but he is enlightened. That's why he's in charge of the job of 卯日星官. It's like a job in the heaven. So he calmed down. So they fight. So he immediately when he became he's showing his cockroach looking. The monster immediately shrank and it became a scorpion. So he can finish it. So that's elements. That's a nature of control of, which is in Chinese medicine is metal of regulate the wood, because cockroach cockroach is cockroach is wood. The scorpion is wood. Yeah, the metal is cockroach. So that's why you can easily dealing with, also because the yang energy is strong there.
Maybe Scorpio is fire. That's why it controls metal.
Scorpio is a wood. Why? It's like snake is wood as well. It's very interesting. Is like because snake is long, it's wood shape, and very interesting. Also the snake moving, the bend and stretch, which is wood, 取之. And also interesting, I know someone actually they farm the scorpion. In China, scorpion very expensive. They eat them. I never eat them, but we use as herbs, as medicine, quite expensive. When the scorpion have baby, they have to be in a dark condition and super quiet. Because if the place there have a metal sound, if they have 2 metal, because the baby will stay in the mother's back. So if they have sound, they're shaking, and the baby drop to the floor, they die. So the metal sound really matters for the scorpion. So the 金克木, and another thing also interesting in, I don't know in England, but in China have the cow. In China, when the cow eating the grass, whatever, they always have a copper belt underneath their neck. You know what it's for? It's get rid of the snakes, get rid of the thing, because snakes is kind of a wood natured insects, don't like a metal sound. They will move away. I asked, I was told anyway. I never found animal, but they always have a copper and belt, if you like. And in Britain, it doesn't have this, isn't it? But in China, we do.
I know for example, in Switzerland, the cows go with the bells.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether they have snakes there or not.
Well, yeah. Yeah. So they have to be in China. They have to be either copper or steel or iron. You can't use a wood, for example. Doesn't work or doesn't last maybe. So it's from all that you can understand what the 5 elements and the background there. So it's that's why I mean I use it to analyzing people's dreams. Yeah, that's all matters. For example, if some people dreams are like sticks and long stretchy things, it's wood nature. But obviously, Freud is another it's different to interpret, but it's Chinese is all based on the 5 element system, so we can understand what is going on. Yeah. So that is the gamma data. Another one is the rest of them more easy, more simpler. A female vomit slavery self, like form, like a xianmo we call it, as like a xianmo is a bit thicker than saliva, but it's not as thick as phlegm. So it's kind of a mouthful, maybe slightly sticky discharge from mouth. And so that's almost like the people saying, like, oh, vomit water. For example, someone feels sick, reaching, but they're not reaching food. They're reaching out like a clear liquid or not load. They're not like a proper sick. So if the patient like that, which is quite common to say that, if the doctor wrongly treated with productive method, but one doctor used the productive method, they maybe think it's a stagnation in the middle. That's why they purgative, but it's wrong. Why? Because the purgative method can make the middle wormer weaker, and then the patient will have fullness, stagnated stomach underneath of heart region. If that is the case, we go to treat the salivary discharge first, and then use xiaoqing. We learned xiaoqing before, and so many times as well. Why xiaoqing can treat the salivary taste? What xiaoqing is for? We know we use xiaoqing to treat fluid. We use xiaoqing to treat asthma. We use xiaoqing to treat cold, and we also use xiaoqing to treat COVID. Recent years, some doctors have lots of reports. Not some, lots of doctors using in China using xiaoqing last few months treating COVID. And what's the xiaoqing longtang really good at? Xiaoqing longtang is a formula can externally push out the cold, internally resolve cold fluid. There's 4 herbs in xiaoqing longtang resolves internal fluid, which is jiang, xin, xia, wei, which is shengjiang or ganjiang, xin is xixin, xia is banxia, wei is wei. These 4 herbs, xixin burst out the cold, banxia break down the phlegm, and jiang, xin, xia, banxia burst out the phlegm, and xixin chase out the cold, and the shengjiang expelling and resolve the fluid and the damp, and with astringent lung energy and nourish essence. So 5 herbs have something, banxia broken, with holding, and the qi xin sending up, communicating the kidney up to lung, and ganjiang communicating the stomach to the lung. So those 4 herbs very often used about 3-4 times in the Yi Sheng's very famous classic formula to treating all the fluid stagnating in the chest. We can't use Xixin, unfortunately, in Britain, but we don't need it. We can use 半夏生姜 without Xixin and still work. So that's as long as you see the patient, for example, these vomiting a lot or in the mouth, when they stick on the tongue, there's lots of fluid in the tongue. That means cold stuck in the lung and stomach. And the 半夏干姜 with can be used. If you need a stronger yang energy top up, you can put 小茴香, for example. You can put 吴茱萸 to help, but actually you don't normally you don't need extra. Even that 3 herbs will work. So that's
Dr. Chen, could you put the slide up, please?
Slide. So slide not moving.
No,
Oh my God, it's moving now.
no.
Okay, that's interesting. Good.
Sorry about that.
No. So I don't know what my laptop today sits up occasionally. I don't know why. I need to switch off first. Just a moment. Yeah, okay. Let me. Is it any better now?
It hasn't come up yet.
Doesn't come up yet. My. Is that okay now?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Yeah. Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah, thank you.
Good. It's moving now, yeah?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, great. So that's the use 小青龙汤 to treat such issue. When the salivary form vomiting stops, and then you just treat the P, which means stagnation of the under the heart region, and use that to use 泻心汤. 泻心汤 formula is here: 大黄、黄连 and 黄芩, 3 herbs. That's basically what the formula is. But in here, it's not a massive difference to a female and with a male. So if you treat male, you will treat like that, which is basically means if the patients normally have vomiting or not vomiting necessarily, like English thing, like even the spitting a lot, and the salivary forms really the thicker than normal and so annoying, noticeable, and particularly they don't feel like, for example, I know in Chinese we like spitting out of the stuff, it discharges and whatever, but English normally try to swallow it. But interestingly, over the years I know some people come to me and say, oh, they don't feel comfortable swallow. Normally that's caused by cold in the stomach. So generally we can use, if only that, Li Zhongwan works really well. If Li Zhongwan itself, 4 herbs doesn't work, Li Zhongwan is 人参、白术、干姜、甘草. If the 4 herbs doesn't work really well, 丁蔻 Li Zhongwan normally works really well, which is 丁香. 丁 is 丁香, 丁香 is clove fruit. 蔻 is the 白豆蔻, which is the one we learned before to expel the damp. 丁蔻理中 to treat such condition really works straight away. I have to say I never remember it's not working. They can noticeably reducing it, which is by warming up stomach. And the Dingxiang, the good thing about Dingxiang is not only warm up stomach, Dingxiang also warm up kidney. So Dingxiang also warm up the kidney. So the Dingxiang, the Ding looks like a nail. Like that. That's why Ding is basically in Chinese language means nail. So that's why they like that. And also Dingxiang have another name we call the 鸡舌香, chicken tongue xiang, chicken tongue, because it looks like a chicken's tongue, much smaller, obviously. So, well, traditionally in Chinese culture, the 鸡舌香 is being used to suck in the mouths of ministers when they're talking to the emperor to give the better, like a chewing gum, to make the better smell, not to make a not upset the emperor, something like that. So which means Dingxiang able to warming up spleen and kidney, so to treat such an issue. So these kind of things you should very carefully think about purgative method. For example, which I think you must be have. I have quite often people come to me to treat bad smell. So it's really bothering some people, particularly like salespeople, like this kind of people. They really, well, I mean, maybe other people don't notice much, but themselves are really noticeable, and their partners really noticeable, and so they just like psychologically depressing, and highly unlikely is to do with bowel issues. Does happen, but most of them to do with stomach issue. So to do with stomach issue, you don't use a purgative method properly often. But there is some people do have issues like that. You have normally combined with acne in skin, very rough skin, very poor quality of skin, and constipation. And then the purgative method works. Other than that, don't do it. Because if the stomach already cold, if you use purgative method to attacking, you can only cause stomach further weakened, and then the smell will not get any better, and it will cause other problems. That is, the ACE is very long, so I just try to explain it. The female disease caused by impairment and accumulated cold and stagnated qi and menstruation stopped for years. So because the cold, weak, and stagnation, and then the period stopped, completely stopped. And the condition of the person are cold, stagnated with blood in the blood, not with cold. Sorry, blood stagnated with cold. So uterus damaged by cold. Then the channels hard and stuck. You can tell, for example, like recently I treated someone, she's telling me one thing. She was worried because she found suddenly her veins in her forearm and her chest. It's clearly, you see the very clear lines. She take the picture because she noticed that for nearly a couple of months. Compared to a couple of months before, she first picture she take, and now with what she take like a few days ago, it's the veins much more clearer, very clearer, and very darker and then thinner. And interestingly, she's developing one symptoms with high blood pressure. Her blood pressure is higher, and not terribly high. It's about the highest maximum, the highest that she gets is 155 or something like that. But most of the time, 120, 130. But normally her blood pressure is much lower. So her GP is very strongly suggests her take high blood pressure drugs and ask her to take statins, but she doesn't want to. So she asked me, so what's that? Can herbs help? I explained to her as the cold in her system is in a way because her long time have lower blood pressure, and then her body try to compensate it. They support her brain. Because she had to be stressed recently. She had to be the minor operations for a couple of operations, and she's moving house and so on. she's really run down, but at the same time, her body trying to cope. Obviously, in modern medicine, when the blood vessel is so tight, so tense, obviously the blood pressure will high. But that is our body's choice. I don't think we should surprising directly against the body's need to use, like, for example, ACE inhibitors to relax blood vessels and drop the blood pressure. I'm pretty sure they will drop, but trouble is the other issues body can't cope. That's why I gave her acupuncture and gave her I used acupuncture a few days ago, moxibustion her 关元, moxibustion her 三阴交. After operation, she lied down for a bit, obviously. Afterwards, the blood vessels hugely improved, the color disappeared. I don't know how long it will last because this is just the first time of the treatment, but I also gave her herbs, warming up her blood. So that is typical blood cold attack. Her system. It could be in cardio, could be in the uterus, but in female, that's connected. And no difference whatsoever. So for such condition, we have to understand. So when this kind of condition became, that's what I mean. She's about 60. She has already long past menopause. But if it's for a young person during the childbearing age, young person, if carry on the blood vessel tightening and tightening, her period could be stopped, which basically means herself don't have enough blood to support, to nourish the blood vessels to support her organs. So if that is the condition, there will be problems. So if this is a symptom, if this is the background of what is really happening, but the symptoms could be different, depends on where the symptoms is manifested. So if the symptoms manifest in the upper burner, then there will be vomiting, salivary fluid, like what we said, the cold in the lungs and in the stomach. And if the long time like that, they lead to 肺痈. 肺痈is like impetigo, like a congestion of things. 肺痈, we normally believe the 肺痈is equivalent pneumonia, like the massive like pneumonia, like a bigger area pneumonia, and the patient will cough up like a flash like flames. That is a severe condition of pneumonia. But lung cancer also included in 肺痈range as well. So basically something stuck there, because you see, when the lung, on the COVID as well, when the lung have a part of the lung or some part of lung being blocked, blood vessel is so narrowed and no energy flow freely, the cold frozen make the channels hard and cold, and then the energy not growing, not circulating very well. Long time like that, they will become ulcers or cysts, what they causing trouble. So if that is in upper burner, will be like that, and the body physically impaired. So if in the middle, if the lingering and interned with in the middle burner, and then the cold and the hernia surround the umbilicals, or pain around the coastal region, so it's all the area you feel the pain, you feel like a umbilical hernia, or if like a stomach hernia, like what was like past hernia, and like pains and pins and needles in the body, all those could be developed. The symptoms will be shown, or heat stagnated inside, because when a long time, when there's that's what I mean. In Chinese medicine, we believe the heat will develop even long-term cold. For example, if the cold long-term stay there. In Chinese, which I mean, in modern science, maybe I think always Chinese is limited. For example, Chinese medicine saying one thing interesting is like water, doesn't matter how clear the water is in the pond or wherever, as long as you leave them alone, they don't flow freely, they became, bad. They became germ, they became rich, they became heat. So in Chinese medicine, believe the heat, when you congest it too long, they cause heat, which is almost like the theory of black hole. You know, the black hole, when it's sucking so much, when it's concentrated, not explode, not flow freely, not going anywhere. And after a while, they generate tremendous of heat, and it's starting became like a big bang, like a explodes. So everything, if they stuck there, they became a heat. For example, like arthritis, like osteoarthritis, the beginning is cold, frozen, like very painful, the cold, and they just always knees, for example, always feel cold. And slowly, they became hot, inflamed, they're burning. And when they come to burning situation, that means the beginning when it's cold, yang damaged. When it became burning, it's yin damaged. When the yin yang both damaged, is a later stage of the treatment. So that's basically what it is. So the early stage will be cold, will be this and that. And then if they carry on like that, there will be heat generated. And then the pain in the Guanyuan area. Guanyuan is a Ren 3, isn't it? Ren 3 or Ren 4? I can't remember.
Six is the C of G.
No, it's Ren 4. Then 4, I think. I think the number, the Ren first is Changqiang. Second,
I think it's 4.
Third, yeah. Third is Shui Dao. Fourth is Guanyuan, should be. So something like that. Because Guanyuan uses must be third, 4. Yeah, because the Ren 4, yeah, it is. When is the pain will be in there because the yang energy will be the yin and yang energy will be really affected, and the pulse rapid, which means yin badly impaired, but no ulcer. If no ulcer and no visible ulcer, but pulse rapid, it means internally heat generating, and scaly skin. So scaly skin, like we call 肌弱鱼鳞, I think I told this before. As soon as they show in the scaly skin, we believe it's blood stagnation. It could be cold, could be heat, but blood stagnation is happening, particularly for the female, if around the Sanyin-jiao area, inside of the lower leg region, if the skin became scaly, it's definitely to do with menstrual cycle, definitely to do with uterus. So if, for example, if you see a female, young female, for example, if they have scaly, their skin very rough, flaky, particularly around the Zhusanli region, they have period problem for sure. You don't need to ask them. They definitely have issues there. So remove blood stasis will be good for them. But some of them, they feel the chest, the coastal region, scaly skin. So therefore, there's also issues with blood stasis.
Periods too, or just blood stasis?
Blood stasis, yeah, they could be fibroids, endometriosis. They could be manifested different symptoms. But if we say that, we know it's blood stasis, you should treat blood stasis straight away, regardless of what they have. So if they, for example, if they have heart issues, you still treat blood stasis, particularly lower part of the lower jaw things. Yeah. I do see this often. Even some people, for example, when they have dry skin and not scaly, but when they have a flaky skin, normally they put moisture with them. But even that, you can compare to other parts, different. Like for example, like recently I treat some acupuncture. I can see her in the inside of a small leg skin, although it's not say flaky, but it's like lines, like lines. And so if we put the lotion, she says yes, I always do. She does a couple of times a day actually, not only after shower, because otherwise she feels really dry. I thought, well, I understand that, because even doesn't show flaky, but the lines there, so they're not quite as other part, like one piece. They are kind of like a kind of leather. That is also showing some stagnation of blood, particularly for female. particularly for female, if the young girl, for example, if they have bad period, during the period of time, their skin more scaly, more kind of flaky. So that means which means the blood supply is an issue. Basically means the blood supply is right on the edge. So any kind of excessive loss of blood causing noticeable changes to their skin. And on top of that, for example, if someone have a hair loss, female, for example, like during the menstrual cycle, they have hair loss, that's also similar situation, which is blood weak. Not necessarily stasis, but there's weakness of blood. So we can nourish blood for that. Okay. So so and also that's carry on indicating the Yisheng said sometimes occurs to male, not only female suffers. So it's not only female issues. Everyone can be like that. If you see male skin like that, it's same thing. Which we can see often for male. Actually, I have a picture in my phone as a man have a eczema, his skin like that, which is because he has a lifelong eczema, really suffered badly, and his skin is like that. You can see lots of wrinkles there. He put a lot of moistures on, but you still can see the wrinkles. So if it's in the lower burner, if there's not in the middle, if in the lower burner, then it will be irregular menstruations, sharp and shooting pain in the genitals, which is in female and male. And I think I mentioned before, I treat a male have a pain, very sharp pain in the genital. We use liver, I use the warming up liver and acupuncture, liver and kidney point, moxibustion help there. This is cold in the lower abdomen, so which is really is cold manifest. And also there is, in the severe cases, they can, which is not very often to see, but I have to say I over the so many years, I only see, maybe I can remember now 2 cases. The male come to you, they feel their genitals like sucking to the pain and sucking to the abdomen. And that is exactly the same thing. So which is like because young energy, because you see, if we put it very simply, it's like a young energy. So like all the stick out parts in our body is where, like the germ, like the branches, there's young energy reach. But now you're no longer able to reach. That's why, for example, if someone feel difficult to hold arms up, as the young energy is low, although that's all applied to any part of the body. Then when we're getting older, by the modern medicine, we shrinks because of the spine space, joint space shrinks. As again, as the young energy no longer to support such a stretch. So that is a sign of young energy or weakness. All spreading to back and spine down to qi jie. Qi jie is why I'm didn't pronounce. I don't. Qi is qi energy. Jie is straight. Qi jie have acupuncture point called qi jie, which is not far from the lower part of abdomen. And the qi jie also means like a dantian, like a whole qi fen, shui dao, this whole region. So it doesn't matter where, as it's talking about the region or talk about acupuncture point, it's all similar idea. And the qi chong ji tong, qi rush up and causing acute pain. And the knee and the shin feel pain and fidget. And particularly the shin. We know, you see, by the modern medicine, we know if it's a shin swollen edema, we know it's a heart valve, the sign of heart failure. So the shin is, although it seems like the same just a part of the body, but that is really connected directly with the yang energy, where the Tai Xi is sitting, which is where the energy of kidney there, traumatic fault. And also we know in acupuncture channels, the Shui Fen, the kidney 3, kidney 4, Da Zhong, kidney 5, which is Shui Quan, and the kidney 5, kidney 6 is 照海, it's circled in the ankle, that region. That circulation is basically what the water energy starting building up. So in the feng shui idea, in Chinese feng shui, the good water should be quiet, even, and circled. So if the river is like a direct river, like for example, that is like a sword, that is dangerous, it's hard to handle. Only slowly bend it, like a Yellow River, for example. You see the Yellow River have 9 major bend and 18 smaller bend is that's why they can have much subtle energy able to developing stable civilization, if you like. If it's really quickly come, quickly go, rush energy, nobody can't handle it. That's exactly the same idea. And then the kidney 6 zhao hai, the yang energy starting rising, and then come to kidney 7 jiao xin, and the kidney 8, which is jiao xin, and the fu liu, and then yang energy starting rise up again. And even so, there is a very strong yang energy, which is very interesting in kidney channel, because kidney 2 is called the ran gu, ran is burning, and the kidney 6 zhao hai, zhao also is fire, and then the fu liu was also starting coming back, rise up again until getting to the yin gu, which is he pond irrigating. So there's lots of tremendous rising power. If there fluid hasn't been metabolized, if there is edema, that means yang energy already in a very critical status and is deeper internal. So that's why I mean, if this part of the skin became scaly, that's clearly is indicating the blood flows is have issue and it's much deeper blood stasis. So that is that. Can be suddenly dizzy like a syncope, but it's not syncope, obviously, because syncope is you lost conscious, but dizzy you don't lose conscious, but it says like syncope. 状如癫痫, or feel sad and worried, easy upset, 悲伤 feel really sad and feel not good. All those are 带下, not haunted. That's what the book is constant talking about it. So this kind of things, you don't think it's not a psychological issue, it's a physical issue. It's not a spiritual issue, it's not a like in other issues, it's really the body's energy, the blood being affected. And the 带下, what's 带下 is about? 带下, for example, like a vaginal discharge called 带下. But 带下 also have wide range. So the terms including all lots of things, which including to do with female malfunction of menstruations, and also all can belong to 带下. Because we're talking gynecological issue, those also kind of things all belong to 带下 problem. So 带 is a belt channel, which is 带脉. 带脉, what's 带脉 is for? If we think about in our body channels, all these major channels, including 冲, 任, 督, they all up and down channels. So it's almost like if you think about like stick, you have so many sticks together. You go to, if they work as a one piece entity, you go to tie them together. That is like a bend them together. And also you have yin wei and yang wei to cross them, yin qiao and yang qiao to cross them. Understand what I mean? If you imagine it, like all the 12 channels, they are like 12 sticks. And then the du and the ren and the chong also are major thicker sticks. And if they don't have dai mai, don't have the yin wei, yang wei, yin qiao, yang qiao, they won't be work as one piece. That's why dai mai hold them together. Yin qiao and yang qiao cross them, cross control. And yin wei, yang wei also cross control, almost like they bend them up together. So when the dai not working, then they will be loose to one piece. So that's for when we're getting older, lots of people, not lots of people, every middle age upwards male or female, when we're getting bigger, we normally stomach getting bigger. So the dimer no longer able to tighten up. When the energy is strong, the dimer is really holding. But when we get older, so dimer 松弛, like the belt became loose and loose. So when this loose, for female, they will have leaking, they have discharge. Because female, like male is the same actually, but female more noticeable because female have the discharge to have come out of the energy like blood to shift to fresh system is quite common. But if the diamond not able to tighten them up, not able to control them up, then they will have extra leaking, which is very valuable nourishment and nutrients. And that is 代谢. That's what we call the 代谢 is about. So, but who in charge 带脉 is lots of point to charge 带脉. Liver, gallbladder, spleen, if we come to organs, yeah. So this that is like, and when they come to female usually, because that's what I said, in female have one, well, when in modern science, we know in anatomy, the female's pelvic region is directly connected with outside. So which is because of the, with the, what's the word, with the fallopian tubes and with uterus. So that's why, I mean, general talk, the lower burner or hard core, lower part of the body of female, not as strong as male, because male is cyst. That's why if without hernia, we are cyst up. That's why we can hold the air pressure, we can build up more. Female less likely, which is that's just like we are born differently. That's why that part is the weak part for female. That's why when the female have issues, 代谢 will be more play a big role. That is a unique part of gynecological to general disease. That's one thing we need to be careful. So obviously, you know, I found in here, obviously I normally don't ask unless I really want to, really relevant. Normally if you ask conditions like discharges, whatever, they maybe don't really, not very pleasant. When people, you know, don't want to talk about that. But actually the condition of discharge does indicate how strong the dimer works, which does can help us a lot of ideas. So the patient will be thin if the problem drags too long, and a weak pulse and lots of cold, and the 36 kind of diseases. That doesn't mention which 36 kind, which means maybe means lots of many various changes, which is in direct translation is thousands of changes and tens of thousands of the things, which means lots of change. So which means the symptoms could be showing A, B, C, D, A to Z, but actually the root cause, what's the root cause? Root cause is the cold stagnated in the uterus. Cold stagnated the channel is blocked. So as long as you're dealing with that, as long as you're warming up the channels like that, you sort it doesn't matter how the problem is, what's the problem, how bizarre, how strange they are, you treat it.
You're tightening the dimer by warming.
By warming, yeah. Well, you know, dimer is few issues. By warming, by increase the qi function, so the dimer will be tightened down. And also Yisheng carry on. I don't think that's Yisheng. Maybe it's later on someone put it extra. Things which is basically means you need always judge careful about yin yang and the insufficiency and the excessiveness, which is like the 8 principles, like that. And the pulse is tight or pulse is cold or tight, and then apply the herbs, medicine, and needles accordingly. And although there's various of symptoms, but they are the same thing. They are the same thing. So you should, the last 2 sentences I didn't translate. The last 2 sentences means you should always bear in mind, don't ignore. So I think this 2 words doesn't sound Yisheng words. Maybe later on someone write it down. So because it seems like, you know, quite a basic, and everyone know, but we also easily forgot as well, because we easily to being distracted by other important issues. We forgot about that is really more important than anything else. If around 50 years old female, I have to be quicker, and suffering diarrhea for tens of days, lots of days, and not stop, body fever in the evening, has urge to bowel movement, and abdominal stuffing, and the pulse hot and fidget, dry mouth and lips, not date mouth. And what is this? And the master said, this is belong to 带下 again. That's belong to 带下. Why? Because she had miscarriage. The blood test is still in the lower abdomen. How do we know? Well, she has dry mouth and lips. When Jing Tang is formula. For female, if you see the female have very dry, flaky lips, normally they either have gynecological disease or they are in period. Otherwise, they won't be like that. For male, if they have dry lips, they also could be reproductive system issues as well. But for female, another situation happened is if they have period, some people when they have period, the lips could be dry, flaky. Yeah. So if that is the case, we know there's blood stagnations, which is, I mean, in Chinese medicine, for example, again, if you see a person, female, for example, if around the mouth very blue and very dark, they highly likely have period pain badly. So that's a similar issue, similar idea. So use Wenjing Tang to treat such problem. Wenjing Tang we learned before, so I just quickly tell about Wenjing Tang. Wenjing Tang we use Wenjing Tang. We know Wenjing Tang is warming up the channels, warming up the Jing. So 吴茱萸、当归、川芎、芍药。吴茱萸、当归、川芎 is all warming up herbs, particularly 吴茱萸. We learned 吴茱萸 is really good for warming up lower burner. But unlike 附子 warming up lower burner and also lift up. Well, 吴茱萸 down. 吴茱萸 is bitter, 苦温, bitter and warm, so they calm down. But they warming up lower burner, that's for sure. So 吴茱萸 really good for warming up lower burner, and 吴茱萸 also have hold in purpose, not astringency, but can hold in. So with diarrhea, particularly with chronic diarrhea, whose very little smell or hardly any smell, it's cold caused diarrhea. 吴茱萸 is really good. The classic formula is a 四神丸. You remember that is we use for colitis, Crohn's disease, common formulas for chronic diarrhea. 四神丸, which is 吴茱萸、补骨脂 as the two major herbs with 益智仁 and 补骨脂 with 肉豆蔻 as few herbs, and 味子 as well. 五味子、益智仁、吴茱萸、补骨脂 four herbs to treating the lower burning issues. So 吴茱萸 is great thing to warm up that. And also 当归 and 川芎, 胸琼 is 川芎. 当归 and 川芎, two also major herbs we learned so many times to warm up the blood, to promoting liver energy, isn't it? We use so much. So in 四君 as a 四物汤 have four herbs has been three in this formula. But don't use 熟地黄, we use the 阿胶 to do it. And on top of that, 人参、桂枝、生姜、甘草 to nourish the heart and spleen, and use 牡丹皮 to cooling the blood, and 半夏麦门冬. We don't have much time. I just quickly talk about why do the formula use the 牡丹皮 and the 麦门冬? Can you have a clue why they use why they use that herbs. In Wenjingtang, Wenjingtang is warming up, uterus or warming up period. But why with that we're using the Manmendong and Wuzhuyu, Manmendong and Mudanpi? My understanding is they use that like what I used Muli for the infertility case, to soothing the heart yang, to communicating with kidney yang. So it's like building up the connections between these two. And that is very important of Wenjing. As my personal understanding, I want to just share with you. Maybe you can understand what I'm talking about. Because if we're dealing with when we're dealing with menstruation, or when we're dealing with uterus issues, we seem to very easily think about is the lower abundance issue, is kidney, is liver. It is, definitely. But there also another very important organ involved is heart. Is heart in charge of blood. So if it's purely weakness underneath, of course, we're just nourishing like a foods or whatever, they can going up, communicating to the heart, like Guizhi as well. But if the heart yang energy also weak, they're showing, for example, the tongue and the lips dry. That means they're already showing the heart energy or heart yin or heart blood in insufficiency. So therefore, you go to address heart issues. It's because you see the patients, in this case, the 唇口干燥, the mouth dry, the lips dry, hands hot, feet hot, the palms hot, the soles hot. That is all top young region, which is the heart in charge, have the circulation issues. But someone said one thing very interesting. I found it's very useful. He said, like our hands color, why our hands palm color is pink, like this color? Well, my nail slightly, because my yang energy is floating, so the tip is red. But generally, it's this color. It's because heart is red, lung is white. So red and white, if you painting, mix them up, they will be this color. So therefore, if you feel comfortable, this is energy harmonized. But if they're too red, far too much, sweating, that's when you have to either top up fluid or reduce the heat. Or if too pale, that is young, heart too weak, the fluid too much. So if you shake someone's hand, where wet, soft, and pale, there's too much fluid in the lung. And even someone, I come close, few people, they come to me, their hands have fungus, they're smelly. They feel like the nails feel smelly. I didn't smell, but they are smelly themselves, which is too much fluid, too much yin in the lung. So, like some people, like they bite the nails, and the nails very thin, and also that means the yang energy is not strong enough. So it's too wet, not dry enough. So that's basically what it is, to help us understand the basic condition of patients. So that's basically this formula. I just don't talk about too much details, and that's it. And the rest of formulas are actually not used a lot. This one, a female has 带下, and irregular menstruation, and also lower abdomen full and pain, and also has 2 time period in 1 month, and then 土瓜根散主治. 土瓜根散, 土瓜根 we no longer use. We no longer use internally. And the 土瓜根散 now in China is very new fashion to treat acne. Externally used. They used to make the face mask to treat acne. That's now apparently the price going up so many times compared to a few years ago. It's a new fashion. But really, if you go into the herbal pharmaceutical place in China, you couldn't buy 土瓜根. But if you go to market, you can, or health shop, which is quite so That is because Tuguagen for a long time we no longer use. People don't use it, and but the people only in the folk culture they're using it, and then now they became very popular for. Tugua is called Wanggua, Wanggua, W-A-N-G, Gua. That is picture. That's a picture of the plants. So that's a yeah, and that is the root of the Tugua. Tuguagen is very lumpy, so they are like gualo. They are a bit like gualo. The color a bit like gualo, but their shape different. Gualo is a very almost perfect round, but the Tugua shape like ovary, like a kind of a rugby shape. So they're different. They're red as well. Called the Wanggua, and Tuguagen, they could be looks like that, like a big middle of that. So now we don't use much, but so from the formula we can see this formula is for remove the blood stasis because they use the Tuguagen, Shaoyao Guizhi, and Zhechong. Zhechong is remove blood stasis. So we can use other herbs. We can use other formula like Xia Yu Xue Tang, Da Huang Zhechong Wan, all can do similar job. We don't necessarily need to use that. Well, that's what I mean. Nowadays, I use Tuguagen for acne. That's what it good at.
Why is it not used anymore?
That's what I mean. Some herbs just nobody use it anymore. And hardly, for example, they hardly documented in the between. It seemed like disappeared for a long time. You know, like like the Shenlong's herbal have 365 kind of medicine. Among them, quite a few non-herbs. About 300 something kind of herbs. In some, at least about 20, 30 kind of them. We don't use them anymore. We don't even know what it is, for sure. That's that's not dangerous. The Tugua is not. That's what just a moment ago I said. What I said. No poisonous. It's not dangerous. But just auto fashion. Maybe because for remove the blood stasis, like Da Huang Zhechong Wan, like a Xia Yu Xue Tang, they work perfectly. They no longer need them. So and then because doctors using that for more familiar, and then there's knowledge carry on. You know, if for example, if the teacher, if I never learned from anywhere, I would not know. And then if I have enough knowledge I can deal with these things. Okay, I don't really do it. That's probably the slowly out of fashion. I didn't find any, but most of them out of use is because they may be dangerous toxins, like that. And this is another formula. We mentioned this formula before in the Fenghan Wuzang Fenghan Jiju. Do you remember? Xuanfu Hua Tang treat ganzhuo, liver stagnation formulas. So that's the Cunkou pose tight and big. Tight is jian. That's very difficult to explain, but yeah. Tight is jian, big is kou. Jian means reduced. When the pulse is really tight, it seems like massive. How could it be this means jian? I think that means the positive energy is reduced. So when the cold is overpowering, so the positive energy is reduced. And then the da is large, it means the empty. So because if the jian not happen, then the da could be mean strong. So that just means this condition is pulse is have a hard, tight surface, but empty, hollow inside. This is pulse we call the kou. Do you remember? Yeah, like a spring onion leaf. Spring onion leaf, if you feel it, if you gently touch it, hard. If you press harder, empty, nothing there. So that is called a kou. What kou means? Kou means essence, energy in the blood exhausting. And the kou normally happen to the patient who have bleeding, premature ejaculation, or spontaneous losing the sweat. spontaneous losing the bowel, spontaneous losing blood, spontaneous losing sperm. So this kind of and this kind of people, for example, someone can lose control of the urination. All those things all could belong to cold, which means the body no longer able to hold the energy inside. So female, so losing the blood and losing the discharge, for example, the huge amount of the large quantity of discharge from uterus, as also means could be indicate cold. So if that's the case, to the female, there will be miscarriage happens. And there will be severe menstruation happens, will be miscarriage happens. You see, that's basically all, basically means you can't hold the energy anymore. So for miscarriage in Chinese medicine, that means energy no longer able to hold, which means 冲脉 no longer able to carry on supporting the rising energy. Then we use 玄浮花汤. Do you remember 玄浮花汤, what is for? We use 玄浮花汤 to treat 甘浊. It's only 3 herbs. 玄浮花, 葱, 14 pieces of spring onion, 14 pieces, remember? And the 新酱 is a kind of a, well, a newly fresh, newly like a, as I said before, which is like the silk soaked in the blood or soaked in the color, red color. And maybe that time red color could be more like red flower colors, or maybe the one book they saying is monkey blood soaked in the silk, piece of silk, and with 14 pieces of spring onion. What is for? What is used for? Spring onion is a great lifter of yang energy. Spring onion is a great lifter of yang energy. So that's why, you know, I mean, when you eat a spring onion raw, most people sneeze. It's because yang energy is rushing up. And if you eat a young spring onion, raw spring onions, you feel like feelings going to the nose. They're not like mustard, different feelings, but they all go into nose to lift the yang energy up. So 14 piece is a double amount. 14 is a double amount of 7. And 7 is a Shao Yang's number. But when they use these spring onions, they not use like normally we use 葱白, only the root bit. A spring onion use 14 whole piece of spring onions. So that is what they for. And the 玄浮花 also going up and come down, which is like a liver energy, makes liver energy up and down. So this is formula for that. So basically, like this situation, your patient like that, you just quickly need to lifting the energy up. Of course, afterwards, you also have to nourish the energy. So normally nowadays, I don't use 玄浮花 formula itself only. I normally use like 八珍, 十全大补, nourish. On the top of that, I ask them to chew a spring onion, 1 piece spring onion every time, which lots of people can't do, because in here, in English supermarket, the spring onion is very thin, very small. And just chewing one, actually some people like it, some people don't. But you know, if you think the smell is the issue, do it in the evening, not in the daytime.
And would you not do that for somebody with nosebleeds? Because somebody called me, she's had nosebleed 3 or 4 times a day since she was 1 year old.
Yeah.
She's 44.
You see how it's tongue like, because you see if it's about before the puberty or around puberty time, if kids have nosebleed, don't use spring onion, because that could be the yin essence weakness and excessive yang energy there. So you should use like 桂皮丸, use 六味地黄 to calming it. But if it's a 40 plus still like that, there could be some the spring onion can be considered. That's because that could be some blockage there. Yeah. So then therefore, so which is you can ask his patterns. You know, sometimes what happens, maybe when he was born 1 year we have, but then he will have a period, quiet period, and then that will be different. So I treat a family who have the nosebleed very badly. It's a genetic disease. There's this, they have name, I can't remember. So they only passing to girls. So the brothers found, but girls have nosebleed heavily. And the grandmother I treated, she was about nearly 70 when I treated her. Used herbs with Liu Wei Di Hua Wan based, basically, and stopped for quite a long while. And then sometimes come back again. I give her more formulas. Like in the end of at that time, I used dry herb. Well, not that time, actually, only a few years ago even. So she's only used dry herbs. One bag of dry herbs can last her a month. So I don't know how he did it. She said, boil a big amount, put in the fridge. Every time like drink a little bit, and she says she's fine. If she doesn't take it, after a while she have issues, which is genetic issues, which is just so amazing. And then her grandson had it, and the granddaughter had it, but granddaughter even more worse. Her grandson have as well. And she used exactly the same herbs with treat her grandchildren worked.
Like
Because
tonic?
it's just like used the yin tonic herbs, and it worked, which is quite surprising me. That's what I mean. Is normally if I see the children such age, I probably think differently. But because I didn't see the children, they are in a foreign country, so she used the same formula. It worked.
Did she have this cold pox?
She does. And first time when she see me, she had 2 hours bleeding, and really bad. And when it was, I would take her pulse, and when I ask her to see her tongue, I can see the blood is coming out. So it's quite bad, and her pulse is cold. It's cold. That's why I use the nourish herbs.
There was no heat there at all.
A little bit. I use a little bit of Sangbai Pi. Normally my formula, which is a very, sometimes that's what I mean. My formula normally much bigger than classic formula. My herbs right, most of my formula are around 12 herbs. So, but the main thing is like Liu Wei Di Huang, and I use Hei Zhima, the Zhima, and the Bai He to nourish the yin and the lung, kidney and the lungs. And then I do use some heat, take the heat tip herbs. But after you don't need it. The beginning you need something to soothe, like the 竹叶, like this kind of thing to soothing the polarizing energy. So yeah, we talk about that. Actually, herbs can help genetic disease or proper genetic. I treat a few people, at least help symptom. We can't change the chromosome. Actually, I treat someone's child had issues with a genetic issue with the chromosome problems, and then symptoms improved quite a lot. So she's really, because she read a lot of books, she know a lot. We had a long chat. She really want to know how the herbs help the chromosome. I said, well, I don't really think about that. She said, well, if like that, how could this help? I said, well, I really don't know. I don't even know how the body do it, but we don't think in that way. We really don't think in that way at all. So that's the difference of that. So if we thinking like that, we can't do anything. How could we change the chromosome structures at all? You know, some have one more chromosome or one less chromosome. How can we do it? We can't do it.
Not Chinese medicine theory.
No, we can't do it. Even we know what is happening. That's what I mean. Like a COVID, we know exactly where the mutation is, how to change it. We can't send the herb to repair it, which is, but we can treat the symptoms. But how? We have our method, and most importantly, if the symptoms disappeared or long time not come back, we think it's clinically cured. Obviously, the modern medicine is really annoying when we say we cure something like someone's Crohn's, are cured. They don't like to hear that. Well, I don't say it now anymore, but because they can't be cured. There's autoimmune disease. There's no disease, no things you can cure. It's true. But the symptoms, if they disappear, even they not have symptoms for 10 years, 20 years, I rather think they are kind of clinically cured. Well, of course, that means they're not never come back again. Well, there's no point to argue about that. It's just different, it's a different way of thinking. But I mean, just help us to understand those kind of things we can do. And another thing that female has 现经. 现经 is like a 经 thinking. Or if it's a 经 is period or blood thinking. So what that will be? A chronic uterine bleeding, dripping, and the color is black, and which is very often happened in like maybe, for example, like around the menopausal period, some people can have 1 month, 25 days have some kind of spotting, never really clear, but never really bad. And if they drag it on so long, actually it's very inconvenient and also really bad for health. So what do? We call this 现经. So if you know this 现经, you know what's the solution already. So it means the thinking blood. So what do? If they're not so dark, not so black, not clotted, 补中益气 will do. So lift them up, isn't it? Will do. But if they are thickened blood, you can use 金匮肾气 plus 补中益气, 六味地黄 plus 补中益气, 四物汤 plus 补中益气, or 四物汤 itself, or 八珍 itself, 十全大补 itself, all should be able to do some work according to their pros and cons. And then, if by according to the classic formula of Yi Sheng, there should be 椒姜汤 is the formula. It's a 椒姜汤. 椒姜汤 do not have the formula, so we don't know exactly what it is. And in Song Dynasty, one very famous Chinese medicine scholar believe that is mean 椒艾汤. 椒艾汤 is basically what we learned before, which is 椒艾汤, which is where the 四物汤 is developed based on. So basically the 四物 plus 艾叶, 阿胶, those kind of herbs. And the 椒艾汤 probably similar. 椒姜汤 probably similar. But from 椒we know is 阿胶 is nourishing the blood, and the 姜 is warming up the blood. So basically warming up and nourish our blood. Particularly if the urinary bleeding is black, everyone know, if they tell you the period very thick and dark, almost black, you know need tonic. And this kind of tonic normally you should not use steel tonic. So 四物 is 当归、川芎、白芍, or even 赤芍, you should be considered, which means you not only top up the blood, you also activate the blood circulation. So normally it works. Normally it works really well. I mean, like very recently I treated someone, she have fatigue. She's just back from holiday. She really have fatigue, and then she feel tired. Well, so I gave her 桃红四物. That's the only thing I have. Because she doesn't want the herbs, she wants the pills. I only have things can help nourish her blood. 桃红四物. And a few weeks ago, she came quite a long while, which is quite a few months ago. And a few weeks ago, she came back. She said she wants some tonic again. And now I have the 金匮肾气. Normally she sometimes buy 金匮肾气. So she's not this one. Last time the one really good and stopped my discharge. I said, well, which one? I forgot about that completely. And she pointed because it's red pocket. She said, that. I said, oh, it's 桃红四物. Because that time I don't have others. So that's just want to show you is for that kind of issues, as long as you activating the blood. For some people, I mean, for lots of cases, lots of conditions, the patient, as long as, so you don't scare when you apply the herb to the patients. Obviously, when we talk about very precise, have to be not to be slightly changed. But actually, majority of the people, their buffer is quite big. As long as your major direction is correct, then they will have some improvement. Maybe not quite quickly like you expected. Today, take tomorrow, get better. But it takes a few days, they get better. It carry on, it's still beneficial. So as long as you see their blood stagnation, blood weakness, so which means if the period dark brown, even black, nourish the blood and activating blood, 桃红四物四君子 sorry 四物桃红四物八珍十全大补 all can use. This formula, another formula we don't use much, and there's a female have a lower abdomen bloated like a ball, 可能是满如墩状. The 墩, this word is also quite unique. We no longer use this meaning anymore. We use these words, but we no longer use this meaning anymore. For example, if someone very humble, very steady, we call someone very 敦厚. It's very good words. But in here, the 敦 means ball, like the rice ball. We're eating the ball. That's shape we call it 敦. Old time, we no longer use these words now. So like a ball, like a, so if someone's stomach like a ball, very round, raised up, particularly when you do the acupuncture, if someone lying there is a massive stomach, and right from the pubic bone underneath the rib cage, that situation, that means there's a huge stagnation there. And this stagnation is not only water. It's not only water, it's not only gas, it's not only blood. If the blood stagnation, you will not see underneath the rib cage swollen. If it's only water stagnation, you will unlikely see the lower abdomen full up like that. So that's why when the water and the blood stagnated, that's why they're caused by water and the blood interned in the uterus. That's why the whole region is like a ball. So then we have to chase out the blood, detox water. That's it. But of course, because for female issue, we also have to top up the blood, nourish the blood. That's why these three herbs being used: 大黄、甘水、阿胶. 大黄 we know is blood, remove the blood stasis and water stasis. Strong herbs we know. 下淤血汤 we use 大黄. 甘水 is a strong poisoning herbs to chasing fluid retention. Nowadays we still use, but not much, because this does have a strong. Normally I used a few times in China in the recent years. You're using it within 20 minutes of time, whatever, expecting to have pee. It's quite powerful, and diarrhea. Pee and diarrhea go together. So really, really is powerful stuff. 甘水、大戟、原花, the three herbs is being used like 石枣汤 to chasing the blood and chasing the fluid, not blood, chasing the fluid stagnation is really powerful. 阿胶 nourish the blood. But this formula, 甘水 we don't use anymore. So if we can't use it, what do we do? We can use 大黄五苓散. For example, we can use 大黄 plus 五苓散 together to instead. But they're not as powerful as that. Again, this is another formula we can't use much, but we know, we just try to explain what it's for. A female struggle to have proper menstruation, and the 涤荡汤 is the formula, basically still caused by blood stasis. 涤荡汤, which is far more aggressive, even more aggressive than 大黄than the previous, than the 大黄甘水汤. It's because this formula 水蛭、萌虫、桃仁、大黄. 大黄桃仁 we know is where we can use now. 大黄桃仁 to chase the blood stasis from uterus, which is fine. But another two animal products, 水蛭 and the 萌虫, which is leech, and the 萌虫is an insect, normally suck the blood from cow. Quite a blood sucker. It's not a,
Is it the dung beetle?
not a dung beetle. It's a. I don't. Sorry. Yeah, it is. What?
It should be nicely charged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll check the 萌虫. 水蛭萌虫, well, 水蛭, the leech, you all know, which is quite surprising actually. Recently, I treated someone, she have a chronic back pain from London, From London, she got a leech treatment from her back.
in
So,
Harley Street.
I don't know where. She says she put a leech in her fridge. Every day she put it back to her spine area and they suck the blood. And she says it's better, but they just can't get rid of it completely. I said, well, surprising. I mean,
Yeah, I heard about that.
sorry.
Oh, I heard they're doing it on Harley Street.
Oh, really? It could be. Does it need a special license for it?
I think they're medical, but I don't know, veterinarians.
They must be very unique leech. They have to be, otherwise, if they can't be sucked of 8% to
Yeah.
they cause a problem.
No regulation for the leech.
Oh, no regulation.
No, not really. But you could, if you use it on somebody, they could sue you. Yeah, end up
Oh,
with a big problem. Yeah.
Horsefly.
Horsefly.
Horsefly, yeah, but they say only female horseflies bite animals and humans to obtain blood.
oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that's we call it 牛蟒. Normally it's a cow. They suck the-
Cowfly.
Cowfly, yeah, something like that. My internet doesn't work. I don't know why. Yeah, so the 水蚬的萌虫. 水蚬的萌虫 is two animal things. They are really good to stop blood stasis. And interestingly, one is from water. 水蛭 is leech is from water, yin, and fly is yang. So this is why these two things always used as pair. So that's the Chinese wisdom. So that's what I know. I writing my article. It means that's very interesting. Is like 大黄蛰虫 even more. They use more animal product. It's all have a purpose of remove blood stasis, but they from a river, from the dirty area, from very clean area, from fly, from yin yang, all the levels being looked after. That's why they have kind of almost like they have very thorough cleansing of the blood stasis. Doesn't matter blood hiding where,
It's quite interesting what they're doing. The only female horseflies
Yeah.
bite and suck the blood. They do it in order to obtain enough protein from blood to produce eggs.
Oh, right.
So they're using nourishment of their blood.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And the 水蛭 and the 萌虫 in China, we're still using it. No problem at all. In here we can't. But I mean, to remove the blood stasis, 水蛭 萌虫 definitely is very powerful stuff. In fact, they are much safer than the herbs like sanlen erzu. They're actually even gentler. But because they're animal things, so we can't really looks in people feel psychologically unacceptable. I don't like it as well, because nowadays better they are ground powder, wherever. When I was a child, when we have our own clinic, the herbs you see all the snakes, insects, and looks pretty scary, Another formula to a female's menstruation has been stopped again, and the zang is hard and the block feeling are not, and the feelings are not reduced. What's the word? The zang in here is particularly mean 子脏. 子脏 is uterus. So basically, period, the female period stopped, but the still feeling like period there. So no blood come out, or feel like blood is there coming out, which this feeling quite often you see. Some people, when they have the period issues, they can see this has period coming, but not coming. And that is blood stasis. But normally in here, they not come to that stage. And that is why is that? The Yishun is saying that is because there is dry blood blocked there. So they are not blood stasis, they are dry blood, they're dead blood for a long time, they're dried up, they're solid. So then they discharge white matters. What is white matter is? I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really ever see that. I imagine there must be some kind of discharge, but they're not definitely not normal menorrhea, because even the menorrhea we use different words. I use a white metal. I don't know exactly what it is. But the thing is, this one, what they use 磐石, 矾石 to use. It's not for not for taking generally. It's for insert like a suppository. That's what they use. But I never used myself, so I can't really say. But 矾石, this medicine, this mineral, that's what the 矾石 is. It's aluminins, that's what they call it, which is the three of them. The picture, the first picture is like the crystals, as also the crystals, and the last ones is the fan. They have different, depending on the percentage of the mineral, the color can be different. So there could be like greenish if the copper have something mixed in it. And this plant, this medicine, we use it for lots of things, including piles. The recent years, not recent years, long time, 50, 60 years, there's a new skill developed in the new method, not new, but it's been modernized, the old method in China treating piles. In here, piles you use operation, cartel and whatever. It's very, its recovery take a much long time, very inconvenient. And some people can have the infections carry on for a long time. In China, have one idea is injection the liquid made from 矾石, inject it to the piles, and normally about 5-6 days they will drop, they're rotten, and they will dead, they are drop. And the patient have such a operation, have such a method, they don't need any special do. They can eat normally, they can function normally. Particularly for the wedge external piles, it works really well. And it's also used to kill the rotten flesh or ulcers flesh to just put it on.
So they just apply it topically.
They inject to the, but otherwise it can't stay.
Oh,
And you can't put it externally as well. And
wouldn't work so well.
for piles, you can't, if you can't put it on because it can't stay, but inject is okay. Yeah, but the good thing, there's lots of method. Another method is kite them, use the lines, kite them up, and then inject it. So they can, afterwards they can, the kited part will drop and they healed inside. It's very popular in China. So because it's much more easier than you have operation. And these minerals we also use for clean water. I don't know, in China, for example, when they collect the water, some kind of a dry area, even like a desert, wherever they collect water, but water could be dirty, like dirt, then they will put a little bit of this in, and then will quickly, the water will have reactions, and then they will have a sedative on the bottom, and the top water will be crystal clear.
Like crystal?
Yes, crystal. Crystal. But then now they stopped that because what happened, they very commonly used for sanitation, this kind of, but no, they don't use for clean the drink water because the aluminum contents. So that's what happened. The top quality of the aluminum crystals is in my part of China. So there's traditionally good for that. Because not everywhere have this such thing. And I think the biggest, largest aluminum manufacturers, wherever is in China currently, is not far from where I was born. So they have lots of this kind of minerals to do it. The female is 62. Well, again, I just repeat again. In China, and not in here, we don't use here, but in China, in Chinese medicine, we have quite a lot of suppositories for the uterus suppositories to treating infections, to treating things, quite as all herbal based. Aluminum is one of them. We also use like 龙胆草, use the those kind of things. It's good for various problems. So, and the females 62 kinds of wind attack issues, but it doesn't tell which 62 kinds of, but there's lots of any kind of it. And then the sharp pain connected with blood and the qi in abdomen, use of Hong Lan Hua Jiu. It's basically just one herb. It's basically Hong Hua, red flower. Hong Lan Hua, we believe, is a flower we use, red flower, not the saffron. The cheaper version. Honghua. So basically, what Honghua is good at? Honghua is good at to remove the blood stasis all over the body. So if the patients are female, have the pain and aches all over the body, so we not only remove the blood stasis, we also have to keep the energy flow all over the body. That's why Honghua being used. Very often, Honghua and Taoren used together to do similar purpose. But the good thing about Honghua and Taoren is Taoren have beautiful red flower, very red. Plum flower is really red, dark red, isn't it? And but the seeds is heavy, so it's going to uterus. But the Honghua is flower and right on the top of the plants, so they go into all over the body.
It's like fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia, yeah, as long as blood stasis, the fibromyalgia use, and also for the skin pigmentation and facial pigmentations, facial patches of skin issues, like that, Honghua all can use. Because Honghua is great thing about Honghua is right on top of the plant. You see the picture, they're right on top of the plant. They're red, they go into blood.
So like all the red patches, brown patches.
Yeah, rush, yeah. And also you see the leaf of the Honghua, there are lots of pricks. So they have a strong function of attacking the blood stasis. So in Chinese medicine, any plants have a strong pricks. They have the sharp energy to break down something, depending on what they are going to. Like a 皂角刺 is to flap and yin energy. Or Honghua, the red flower, going to blood. So that's what it's for. So we can use the Honghua with alcohol, again with rice wine. And for this condition, you can use spirit too, like whiskey, vodka. That's all good. But it's a huge amount, you see. Let's use 1 sheng rice wine, and that's actually not a normal sheng. The original wording is kind of 1 一大升, it's big sheng. So we don't know the big sheng. Maybe in the old time, they have different sheng. So the old sheng, maybe if normal sheng is 200 ml. And the 1 da sheng probably 300 ml, 200 ml, maybe 400 ml or something like that. So they boil the 15 grams of red flower and reduce to half, and then drink the half of it. So if it's still pain, the stomach is still pain, you drink again. So it's kind of a strong dose. That's
take it ongoing, you take it a few times.
Because it's for the pain. You can't keep on going. If there's a sharp pain, you use it straight away. In fact, in the Middle East, for example, they use the saffron for pain, for all sorts of kind of pains. We also use it. I think you must be all heard about a Chinese massage oil called red flower oil. Red flower oil is the most classic massage oil in Chinese medicine. That is red flower made. Yeah, everywhere you can see it.
Nice.
Well, it's just not massage, and also I using it to treat fibromyalgia, because some fibromyalgia patients feel pain on the skin surface. I ask them to use red flower oil, have bath. When they have bath, hot water, they put about 20 drops of the red flower oil stuff. They soak into it. Red flower oil, 红花油. Red flower oil. It's called 红花油. Honghua. It's very common anywhere I have. Some is good quality, some is not so good quality. Yeah. It's the most well-known massage oil in Chinese medicine. Normally you hear about Zhenggu Shui. Do you have a Zhenggu Shui?
Yeah.
Yeah, similar thing like that. But Zhenggu Shui is water-based, more water-based, or little alcohol in it. But the Honghua Yu is oil-based. So they stay longer. Oh my God, go finish quick. A female has all kinds of disease and pain abdomen, and then Dangui Shaoyao San can be used. Dangui Shaoyao San we already learned before, so we don't really talk about that anymore. And then Xiaojian Zhongta we learned as well, so we don't need talking about. So which means for female, if you have stomach pain, if you have the lower abdominal pain, and Dangui Shaoyao San can do. If you have middle stomach abdominal pain, that is Xiaojian Zhongta can do. So although they all called Fu Zhong Tong, all called the stomach pain, but actually the Xiaojian Zhong more targeting middle, bigger tummy, bigger abdomen, and the Dangui Shaoyao San more to do with lower abdomen. And then another thing which is well, I mean, still quite a few things to go. If the patients feel quite normal, the food is appetite is everything is normal, but feel short of breath and irritating, restless, what is for? And Yi Sheng said is 转包. I just explained the 转包 what it is. 转包is means the uterus twisted. When the uterus twisted for whatever reason, and some people cannot urinate properly, and they can't deep breathe. Because when they deep breathe, the pressure causing the pain. So if like that, 金匮肾气 is the one to treat it. It's not say often at all. And another formula is 蛇床子散 is again, this is like a like you insert like a suppository suppositories put inside the uterus to 蛇床子 is good for candida, good for any kind of discharge infection in the uterus and external part, external as well, internal, external. You can boil the water and soaking and the water and wash. You also can put this to the ground to the powder, mixed with flour, and then wrapped with a silk or cotton and put in. They will have that. So another formula called the 狼牙散. 狼牙散 we don't use anymore now. So just also that's used to treat ulcers in the uterus. And there's also another formula which is very bizarre. Use pig fat, boil with hair, with the human hair, to treat yin chui. Yin chui is a not very common disease. Yin chui is someone can, from uterus, can have lots of gas. They make sound, come out like a frictionless. If like that, we use that's a particular formula which I never used before. I never used actually. I don't really know. But the idea is just use the pig fat, boil, mold the hair, mold the body, human hair, and drink it, which is feels like a very disgusting to take. But that is good for that. But what's the idea? You can think about it in the future. We can discuss if we have time. It's very interesting. It's if you put them in the 5 elements idea, you can understand what the idea is. So there's a few cases about the. I'll show you. That's what I quickly show you the case. For example, these 2 tongue pictures. We don't have much time. You see, even the tongue showing is the tip of the tongue. The first one, the first left one, you see the top region of the swollen, 半夏厚薄散 mildew. So after treatment, just few days, change like that. The symptoms disappearing.
Because it's stagnation there.
Yeah. This is exactly that's which means phlegm. Well, obviously, some patients have symptoms of stagnation. Maybe do not have the tongue change like that. But if you see change tongue, see change like that, even don't have the symptoms like that, you still can use. This is quite something to talk. Is this the picture is a young girl, a 16 years old girl, have a severe headache for half a year, tried everything. Well, she's even tried the morphine-based painkillers. It's the strongest the doctor can give, can't do. 24 hours headache, can't focus. And then after treatment, about 2 months treatment, I just gave her 1 month of herbs, powder. She took it in 2 months, take the small dose, it stopped. No pain at all anymore. But what I used is, because after asking her, she have very clear patterns of menstrual cycles, pain. So I adjust her liver and the menstrual cycle and pain stopped. Can you tell these two pictures, which one is before the treatment, which one is after treatment? There's not a lot of difference, but there is a bit different.
One case is more swollen on the left, right?
Actually, this one is before, this one is after. What's the,
Maybe they're taking
Yeah.
different.
yeah, what's the difference is this one more tight, more full up. So the chi stagnation and also is on the edge, the liver stagnation is more apparent. Actually, this is far from normal yet, but the pain stopped. So she doesn't want to take herbs. So she doesn't want to take it anymore, but they could become back after a while. But you see, that is change of that. And that is also, someone have menstrual issues and the period is irregular, period stopped. And that is the first time, that's the second time. The second time, that is a few days ago, actually.
What did you give to the girl with headaches?
Just like Taohongsu and Xiaochaihu, just adjust the hormones. So not a single herb stopped the pain of head. So that's what we don't have time, but the thing is, like if like that such a condition, you don't need to stop the pain because you can't stop it. Even the morphine-based painkiller doesn't work. How we don't have any stronger than that. Well, even we can't use it to that. So that's why we have to think differently. So we don't care about the headaches. We treat imbalance of her body. And the very good thing is, when I ask her menstrual cycles, she says fine. But when I ask her how is fine, when she described to me, it's not fine. So I know there is issue. So it's just her hormones and the pain stopped. She says that is someone had a period stopped since COVID. After she said it's after her had a vaccine a couple of years ago. First time she had a vaccine, her period, couple of months not coming and then come again. And when she had her third vaccine, COVID jab, she don't have period for 5-6 months. She was scared, and that's first time her tongue like. That time I think maybe she had a COVID symptoms as well, and that's after a few treatment, she had period now. That's what a few months ago was her tongue picture. But you can see, well, when we don't have time, but you can think about it in this stage, what we should do, what we should focus on. Still liver. You see the liver region is really noted, congested, and very stagnated. And obviously the first one is coated badly, which means the color of the tongue looks very stagnated. So need to remove blood cells. But later on with treatment, that's been improved. But this picture, you can tell the yin still and the blood still very weak. So I improved the blood tonic and eventually it looks a bit better. Not normal yet, but period is coming now. So you see that's spleen issues there. She have lots of issues. And even the liver things not really massively not disappeared, but still it's compared to what they are beginning. You can tell as well. So she's need to use, but what happened is in here, you see, I notice that, I use that, and then come to this, you can see the color is pale, and the 半夏 and the whole pot things do exalt in the yin. So the period is not coming, so I take off that and nourish the blood again. So which is quite, if we have time, we can talk about more. So when we treat it, although the main direction is correct, but when we found not got what we expected result, we got to adjust our formulas according their changes. So that's why I normally tell them, don't worry, tell me if you don't feel well, tell me what happened. Don't, because sometimes they feel they don't want, humiliating me, but I said, no, don't worry, do tell me the truth. I can let me know what is going on. And obviously we can read a lot from tongue, of course, but the symptoms should be also matched with the pulse as well. Okay, any questions?
Dr. Chen, on the first tongue, the one,
Yeah.
got this one, the next page, please. One more on the last lot of tongues.
Oh, the first one, yeah.
Very first tongue there. So you've got the knotted, I only say that because I've just got a new patient whose tongue is almost the same as this.
Yeah.
So very knotted around the liver area. Yeah, so the stagnation.
Yeah.
And then puff, well, on her, it looks as though it's puffy down the Chong Mai.
As well.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you think there's damp there as well?
It is. The
Yeah,
first
yeah.
one, I think, I can't remember very clearly because it's a while ago, but she's actually have, I think she's maybe had the COVID symptoms that time.
Yeah.
So
So cold damp.
Damp is very strong. Yeah. The damp is very strong. And also you see the tip of the tongue, even the second tongue, there's a lot of accumulation of the fluid and so on. So
It's not symmetrical as well. So
not symmetrical.
So it's channel.
Exactly. Channel blocked. It is. It's true.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. If no questions, we can. Yeah. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kathy, if you remember the FT.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And but the thing is this, I've been member since, when I put it here. Although I haven't heard from her with the renewal. So we'll figure it out.
Oh, okay.
Hi. Enjoy the week.
Hello.
Hi. So
Oh,
we
so sorry I
we
couldn't
only have
come.
two today. There's no your fault, it's train's fault. Okay, see you. Bye.
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 Thank you. That's great.
See you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.